Ding! Congratulations to the host for bravely taking the first step. The supreme godly cultivation system has been activated. In a dim room, Wang Jianqiang's hand inside his trousers stiffened. What was happening? He had only done some trivial handiwork, and the system got activated. So activating the system was this easy. Wang Jinxiang was a transmigrator. A transmigrator deeply influenced by novels. So much so that upon arriving in this world, he threw himself unreservedly into the great cause of immortality. When he first transmigrated, he thought he was the chosen one and joined the Hehuan Sect with great ambition. He vowed to embark on the path of immortality and live forever. However, ideals were grand while reality was quite harsh. His talent was so poor that even at over 90 years old, he remained at the third layer of qi refining. Breakthrough to foundation establishment was still far beyond reach. Immortality. It was merely a beautiful fantasy. What made him even sadder was, influenced by certain novels from his past life, he had always firmly believed that women only slowed down one's sword-drawing speed. Therefore, even though he was in the open-minded Hehuan Sect, which was filled with beautiful women, he remained self-disciplined. So he was still a virgin. Just now, after restraining himself for a lifetime, he decided to break his rule and reward himself. Unexpectedly, the system was awakened. Who the hell said women affect sword-drawing speed? Who the hell advocated novels without female leads? Recalling all these years when he resolutely pushed aside romantic affairs and was determined to cultivate single-mindedly, his vision suddenly went black. He couldn't help grinding his teeth. If he could transmigrate back, he would make those advocates of novel without female lead suffer. Dong dong dong. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Wang Jinxiang got up and opened the door. A pretty figure came into view. Seeing who it was, Wang Jinxiang frowned imperceptibly, forcing a smile on his wrinkled face. Jiao Jiao, I haven't seen you for a while. What made you think of coming to see Uncle? The visitor was called Chun Jiao Jiao, the same clan niece of an old friend of his. She joined the Hehuan Sect 17 years ago, and the following year his old friend's lifespan ended. Before dying, he entrusted Chun Jiao Jiao to Wang Jianqiang's care. That old friend had shown him some kindness, so to repay the favor, he readily agreed and treated Chun Jiao Jiao like his own daughter. Up to now, almost all of Chun Jiao Jiao's cultivation resources were supplied by him. At first, Chun Jiao Jiao was quite respectful to him, but as time passed, he found that she gradually took his contributions for granted. In the past 2 years, it had become even worse. He had even sensed contempt and disgust from her more than once. Uncle Wang. Chun Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Jianqiang's wrinkled old face, suppressing the disgust in her heart, as she called out, "The pills you gave me last year are all used up. Find a way to get me some more as soon as possible." "You still want spirit-gathering pills?" Wang Jinxiang frowned upon hearing this. Because his cultivation progress was extremely slow, he had specifically studied alchemy. However, his talent in alchemy was just as poor as his cultivation talent. After painstakingly practicing for over 20 years, he barely became a first-order low-rank alchemist. Such a low level of alchemy naturally couldn't improve his extremely poor physique. However, it made him financially well off. That was why he could afford to support Chun Jiao Jiao. Last year, to help her break through, he went to great lengths to gather 10 spirit-gathering pills for her. Spirit-gathering pills were first-order intermediate-grade pills which naturally were beyond the capability of a first-order low-rank alchemist like him. He had bought them from the Outer Affairs Hall. The pills were quite expensive, and ordinary cultivators at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining could not afford them. Although he was an alchemist, he had to support both his own cultivation and Chun Jiao Jiao's, so his expenses were high, and he had not accumulated much wealth. Buying those 10 pills had already cost him most of his savings. She still wanted more. As Wang Jinxiang was about to speak again, he suddenly heard Chun Jiao Jiao's disdainful voice. "Spirit-gathering pills are not bad, but they are still too low-grade. Give me 10 Azure Spirit pills. I need to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining as soon as possible." Wang Jinxiang was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Azure Spirit pills. She really dared to ask for such extravagance. Azure Spirit pills were the top grade among first-order intermediate-grade pills. One pill was worth almost 10 spirit-gathering pills. How could she have the nerve to ask so blatantly? Not to mention, he couldn't afford it. Even if he could, he wouldn't give them to her. Her behavior in recent years had broken his heart. Since she was an ungrateful wolf cub, why bother raising her anymore? "What are you laughing at?" Seeming to detect the sarcasm in Wang Jianqiang's laughter, Chun Jiao Jiao was briefly stunned, then felt a surge of shame and anger. Wang Jianqiang's smile vanished. He shook his head coldly. "You may leave. From now on, I won't give you any more resources." Chun Jiao Jiao was incredulous. "What did you say? Isn't that clear enough? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Don't come to me again." Wang Jinxiang said indifferently. "You? How could you? You were old friends with my uncle. He showed you kindness. How can you abandon me? Do you have any conscience? Are you trying to be ungrateful?" Chun Jiaojiao finally came to her senses and pointed at Wang Jinxiang harshly, her voice sharp. She was so agitated that her fair, smooth finger trembled. Wang Jinxiang looked at her expressionlessly. It was true that Chun Jiaojiao's uncle had given him a few pointers when he first entered the sect, but he had taken care of Chun Jiaojiao for 16 years, which was more than enough to repay that kindness. He didn't want to argue further. He just shook his head. You know in your heart how you've thought of me and how you've spoken about me outside. Leave now. Once words are laid bare, no one will look good. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiaojiao's face changed repeatedly. Wang Jianqiang's reputation as a waste was already well known in the outer sect. He had become a laughingstock among all outer disciples. As Wang Jianqiang's niece, she naturally suffered some odd looks when walking around the sect. In her early years, she didn't care much, but as she grew older, her attitude gradually changed. Especially after she formed a Dao companion under the influence of his thoughts, her relationship with Wang Jinxiang even became a disgrace in her life. But Wang Jinxiang gave her too much on a daily basis, so she couldn't bear to cut off that relationship. So she publicly claimed to have severed ties with Wang Jinxiang, joining others in mocking and humiliating him, while privately still interacting with him. Only she didn't realize that the change in her attitude had silently influenced her words and actions when facing Wang Jinxiang. Although she had been trying her best to disguise it, occasional genuine emotions were still keenly noticed by Wang Jinxiang. The resources Wang Jinxiang gave had always accounted for the majority of her daily cultivation resources. Once truly cut off from Wang Jinxiang, she couldn't imagine how difficult her path of cultivation would be. Thinking of this, Chun Jiaojiao's face turned pale. Wang Jinxiang looked at Chun Jiaojiao's delicate and beautiful face, her slender and voluptuous body, and the stretch of fair, smooth calf under her skirt. He had always regarded Chun Jiaojiao as a junior, never thought about her in other ways. Now looking at her like this girl is really something. Once this train of thought opened, inspiration began surging wildly. His heart stirred. He cleared his throat. Jiaojiao, don't say Uncle Wang didn't give you a chance. As long as you agree to one condition, Uncle will forgive you. Chun Jiaojiao, who had been in despair, perked up upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words. Uncle, I was wrong. Tell me you'll agree to anything. You're not admitting you're wrong, you're just afraid. Wang Jinxiang curled his lip, automatically filtering out her insincerity, and looked at her. A gentle smile spread across his face. Sleep with Uncle, and Uncle will forgive you. A gentle smile spread across his face. Sleep with Uncle, and Uncle will forgive you. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's vigorous voice, Chun Jiaojiao was stunned. It took her a moment to react, and her face instantly flushed red. She looked at Wang Jinxiang in disbelief. How can you make such a condition? You were my uncle's good friend. Wang Jinxiang curled his lip. Now you remember I'm your uncle's good friend. When you were cursing me before, why didn't you think of that? Chun Jiaojiao's expression shifted upon hearing this. She looked at the old man with white hair and wrinkles all over his face, feeling full of resistance. She wanted to refuse, but she didn't want to lose Wang Jinxiang as a free source of resources. In the end, mature as she was, she decided to put career first. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Wang Jinxiang walked out of the door, his face darkening. I haven't used it in this life, how could it not work? His expression flickered, full of reluctance in his heart. Suddenly he thought of the system he had just awakened, grabbing it like a lifeline. With a thought, his consciousness entered the sea of his soul. At this moment, a huge light screen was floating in the sea of soul. Name Wang Jinxiang. Gender male. Age 95,100. Bone root, 5 waste spirit root. Innate talent none. Cultivation, Qi refining layer 3. Is this a status panel? Wang Jinxiang was stunned. Then a mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, congratulations host for receiving the crosser care package. Open it. Wang Jinxiang was overjoyed. There's even a gift pack. Yes. He mentally uttered without hesitation. Ding, opening the crosser care package. Congratulations host for obtaining the epic level innate talent bankrupt version of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations host for obtaining 50 cultivation points. As the mechanical system voice faded, Wang Jinxiang saw a line of text appear after the innate talent column on the status panel in his mind. Bankrupt version of Heaven and Earth epic. Can freely change body size, after change physique is enhanced. Current awakening level beginner. Physique amplification 1x. Below there was even smaller text, talent grade classification bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, divine. According to the classification in the system, epic was already a very high-level talent. Then Wang Jianqiang's attention fell on the upper right corner of the panel where there was a small line of text. Cultivation points 50. As his attention shifted, the panel changed, jumping to a subpage with 3 lines of text. Cultivation points can be added to techniques, spells, and auxiliary skills. Each cultivation point is equivalent to 1 year of hard cultivation. Note, based on the host's current cultivation speed. Cultivation points can be obtained through daily hard cultivation. One cultivation session yields 1 point. All terms above are subject to the final interpretation of this system. Seeing the effect of cultivation points, Wang Jinxiang was ecstatic. His first thought was charge for 1-minute talk for 2 hours. And this cultivation point was even more exaggerated. One hard cultivation session grants 1 year of cultivation time. This was simply a cultivation artifact. As for that ridiculous interpretation, right? He had seen plenty in his past life and was already used to it. Wang Jinxiang, you're not trying to back out, are you? Just then a wary voice came to Wang Jianqiang's ears. Wang Jinxiang snapped back to reality. He found Chun Jiaojiao staring at him, her pretty face cold as ice. Wang Jinxiang, I have satisfied your conditions. If you dare go back on your word, don't blame me for forgetting our past. After stepping out of the room, Chun Jiaojiao saw Wang Jinxiang suddenly stop staring at her expressionlessly, his face a bit off, and thought he wanted to renege. Wang Jinxiang was stunned, then realized. It seemed his days had made Chun Jiaojiao misunderstand. He looked at her and was about to speak when he suddenly found another status panel appeared in his mind. Name Chun Jiaojiao. Gender female. Age 35. Bone root goldwood earth 3 spirit roots. Cultivation Qi refining layer 6. Current good evil value 10 inch. The system could even view others' data. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Especially the good evil value allowed him to easily judge others' malice. Extremely practical. Thinking this, Wang Jinxiang was in a good mood and ignored Chun Jiaojiao's bad attitude, just shaking his head. Jiaojiao, you misunderstood. I, Wang Jinxiang, never go back on my word. How could I renege? Hearing this, Chun Jiaojiao's expression softened. Uncle Wang, don't blame me for my attitude. I was just too concerned about our bond and got emotional. Can we still be like before? Concerned about the bond. If she were that concerned, why would her good evil value be negative? Wang Jinxiang sneered inwardly, but outwardly he smiled. All right. Chun Jiaojiao saw that he only nodded and had nothing more to say. She frowned. Uncle Wang, since you've forgiven me, you have to help me with the pills. Pills? What pills? Wang Jinxiang looked at her in surprise. Her expression froze, then she forced a smile. Uncle Wang, don't tease me. Didn't we already agree? As long as I meet your conditions, you'll still be my uncle. Yes, you can continue to call me uncle. Wang Jinxiang nodded. Then what about the pills? What pills? A hint of anxiety flashed across Chun Jiaojiao's face. Didn't you always provide my cultivation resources before? You said it yourself, that was before. Wang Jinxiang shrugged. Chun Jiaojiao's face turned cold. Are you playing me? Wang Jinxiang still wore a faint smile. You wrong me. I promised to forgive you after you met my conditions, but I don't recall ever saying I'd continue to provide your cultivation resources, did I? Chun Jiaojiao's expression froze and turned grim. Wang Jinxiang really hadn't said that. But then what was the point of her agreeing to his condition just now? Just to have him forgive her and call him uncle. Bah. If he couldn't provide resources, who the hell would want to be associated with this waste? Ding, good evil value decreasing. A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind as Chun Jiaojiao's value toward him dropped to 55. According to the system's definition, positive numbers indicated favorability, negative numbers indicated aversion. A value between 0 and 50 simply meant disliking, not to the point of action. But once the value reached below 50, it meant the other party might harm him at any time. Wang Jinxiang, however, showed no concern. Fighting within the Hehuan Sect was strictly prohibited. Unless Chun Jiaojiao wanted to die, she wouldn't dare touch a hair on his head. His smile never faded. Don't be mad. Want resources? Fine, uncle can give them to you. Chun Jiaojiao's expression moved, though she still stared at him coldly. Wang Jinxiang revealed a warm smile again. One gathering spirit, pill one more round. You're shameless. Wang Jianqiang's words caused Chun Jiaojiao's delicate face to flush crimson instantly. Not willing? Then forget it. Wang Jinxiang curled his lips. After speaking, he turned to head back inside. Seeing this, Chun Jiaojiao's expression shifted. Wait. Wang Jinxiang halted mid-step and looked back at her. What? Agreed. Chun Jiaojiao's expression flickered through several changes before she said coldly, one spirit condensation pill is too little. It has to be a science spirit pill. Wang Jinxiang glanced at her, dreaming. I never force anyone. If you're not willing, you can leave. With that, he turned to go back inside. Wait. Chun Jiaojiao called out to Wang Jinxiang again. She simply couldn't let go of the resources so easily within reach. Though the potency of the spirit condensation pill was merely passable, to obtain one with such minimal effort was still a massive steal. Helpless after all, her ambition weighed heavily upon her. As she brushed past Wang Jinxiang, her lips moved slightly, and a barely audible voice slipped into his ear. Skills mediocre, but the addiction strong. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself to death? Wang Jianqiang's expression stiffened. By the time he snapped back to reality, Chun Jiaojiao had already entered the room. This is mutiny. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot. His consciousness drifted into his mind, where he opened the skill subpage on his attribute panel. Only 2 sparse lines appeared there. Spirit Derivation, Art, Beginner. Blazing Sun Lock, Origin Sutra, Uninitiated. The Spirit Derivation Art was a low-level chi refinement technique. Though the Joyous Union Sect possessed numerous high-grade techniques, they all demanded high aptitude. Wang Jinxiang, with his mere 5 spiritual roots, the lowest grade, was unable to cultivate them. The Spirit Derivation Art, despite its low level, was universally compatible, allowing even those with 5 spiritual roots to practice. The Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra was a unique technique of the Joyous Union Sect, mandatory for every disciple upon entry. Unfortunately, this technique required cultivation alongside a Tao companion, and he, with his utterly trash 5 spiritual roots, who would be willing to become his Tao companion? This had prevented him from ever practicing the technique, let alone attaining even its initial stage. Now that he had awakened the system, he decided to test the effect of cultivation points with this very technique. He focused his attention on the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra, and with a thought allocated 20 cultivation points to it. Due to the unique nature of the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra, even for an exceptionally gifted cultivator, practicing for 2 or 3 hours a day was considered astonishing. Even after a decade of arduous cultivation, the actual time spent on the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra would barely amount to a year. Yet those 20 cultivation points Wang Jinxiang added were equivalent to a solid unceasing day and night practice for 20 years. This was enough to rival 200 years of bitter cultivation by an ordinary practitioner. In an instant, Wang Jinxiang felt himself grow stronger. Even his vision seemed to brighten. Simultaneously, a flash of light shimmered on the attribute panel. The words, uninitiated, after the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra had transformed into ultimate sublimation. Wang Jinxiang was stunned for a moment, then flooded with elation. As everyone knew, the cultivation of techniques and spells was divided into 6 realms: initiation, entry, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. The so-called ultimate sublimation was a realm beyond perfection. It signified transcending the limits of the art itself, reaching a state its very creator had never touched. Wang Jianqiang's heart surged with pleasant surprise. The effect of the cultivation points was indeed formidable. A mere 20 points had directly propelled the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra to the realm of ultimate sublimation. It was said that the Blazing Sun Lock Origin Sutra at the perfection realm could enhance stamina 5-fold. What kind of power would it unleash after ultimate sublimation? Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the door opened. Wang Jinxiang stepped out, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Behind him, Chun Jiaojiao, holding the doorframe, followed him out. She cast a complex glance at Wang Jinxiang and extended her fair palm. The pill. The medicine inside is enough to exchange for 1 spirit condensation pill. Wang Jinxiang brushed his hand over the storage pouch at his waist, produced a jade bottle, and handed it to Chun Jiaojiao. Then he winked at her. If you ever need more pills, you can come find your uncle again. Chun Jiaojiao, upon hearing this, merely accepted the pill with a blushing face. She neither agreed nor refused. Karma value 30. At the same time, the system's notification echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Not only was he not angered, but his karma value had increased. Wang Jinxiang was taken aback, a strange feeling stirring within him. Chun Jiaojiao did not linger afterward. Once she had left, Wang Jinxiang returned to his room and continued studying the system. The system's emergence had rekindled his hope for immortality. In his mind, on the attribute panel, after consuming 20 cultivation points, only 30 remained. He had already witnessed the formidable efficacy of cultivation points. A burning urgency to acquire more cultivation points took hold of him. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. An hour later, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Wasn't it said that 1 minute of arduous cultivation granted 1 cultivation point? He had cultivated for an entire hour. Why hadn't he received even a single point? Had he misunderstood something? Wang Jinxiang pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and temporarily set the matter aside. Regardless, the top priority was still finding a way to improve his cultivation base. With a thought, he opened the auxiliary skill subpage. The content on the page was simple, consisting of only 2 lines. Alchemy Path, 1st grade, low-level alchemist. Artifact Path, unranked. He focused his mind and added 10 cultivation points to the alchemy path. In an instant, a vast amount of alchemical knowledge flooded his mind, as if seared into his memory crystal clear. On the page, his alchemy rank had advanced to 1st grade intermediate alchemist. His reasoning was simple: since his talent was garbage, he would compensate by consuming pills. With his improved alchemy skills, he could not only earn spirit stones faster for cultivation, but also refine 1st grade intermediate pills for his own use. With these 2 factors combined, his cultivation speed would surely increase dramatically. The issue of acquiring cultivation points remained unresolved, so Wang Jinxiang dared not touch the remaining 20 points recklessly. He left his residence and arrived at the External Affairs Hall. Entering the hall, he walked straight to a counter. Behind the counter sat a woman. The woman had her long jet black hair simply tied behind her back. Her features were exceptionally beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting, pure and ethereal. Her curves were astonishingly generous where they should be and impossibly slender where they ought to be. Wang Jinxiang cast an unobtrusive downward glance. An expression of shock involuntarily emerged on his face. What a magnificent, majestic woman. In comparison, Wang Jiaojiao could only be described as petite and cute. He dared not stare for long, and quickly composed himself, offering a respectful bow to the woman behind the counter. Outer disciple Wang Jinxiang pays respects to Elder Dong. No. Upon returning to her residence, Su Yutong immediately began seclusion. 20 days later, 10 ordinary cloud mist pills had been completely refined. Su Yutong opened her closed eyes, her brows tightly furrowed. After refining the 10 cloud mist pills, her cultivation had progressed, but it was still far from breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. There were only 6 months left until the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The hope of breaking through before the Outer Sect Grand Competition was slim. But if she couldn't break through competing with merely the 8th layer of qi refinement, even with her formidable combat prowess, securing a good ranking would be unrealistic. Before entering the Hehuan Sect, she was a direct descendant of a prominent cultivation family. From a young age, she displayed exceptional talent in cultivation and was treated like a star surrounded by admirers. After joining the Hehuan Sect, her displayed talent and physical advantages still kept her above nearly all other new disciples. Her history of privilege had instilled in her a deeply proud heart. The moment she learned of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, she resolved to make a stunning impression. She had even set a goal to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement before the competition began. But now it seemed this goal would likely remain unfulfilled. At this thought, her heart was filled with unwillingness. Yet she had no solution. I can only take it one step at a time, she mused, taking out her last cloud mist pill. This cloud mist pill was the exorbitantly priced one Elder Dong had recommended. She had no knowledge of alchemy, and could only vaguely sense that the medicinal power within the perfect cloud mist pill was purer than ordinary ones. But what difference did a higher quality make? It was still a cloud mist pill. Could it possibly ascend to heaven? 5,000 spirit stones for one. Over 10 times the price. Elder Dong had clearly taken her for a fool. A trace of displeasure on her face, she casually tossed the perfect cloud mist pill into her mouth. The next moment, an incredibly pure surge of medicinal power instantly spread through her limbs and bones. This power was not only pure, but also immensely vast, far beyond what ordinary cloud mist pills could compare to. Moreover, its medicinal power was exceedingly gentle. Despite its magnitude, it was easier to refine than ordinary cloud mist pills, causing no discomfort, but instead making her whole body feel warm and immensely comfortable. What surprised her even more was that this cloud mist pill contained not a trace of pill poison. In other words, if conditions allowed, such pills could be used without any restraint. An hour later, Su Yutong's entire body trembled and her aura surged. The 9th layer of qi refinement. With just one pill, she had broken through to the 9th layer. If she had a few more. At this thought, Su Yutong immediately rose, quickly rinsed herself, and rushed to the External Affairs Hall at top speed. At the External Affairs Hall, Dong Yu sat behind the counter, staring blankly outside. Her mind was filled with the image of an aged figure. Just then a figure hurriedly burst into the hall. Elder Dong, give me 3 more perfect cloud mist pills. Before she had even stopped, an urgent voice reached Dong Yu's ears. Dong Yu looked up. The newcomer was Su Yutong. Dong Yu had anticipated this and showed no surprise, calmly shaking her head. There are none left. None left. Su Yutong was stunned. How can there be none left? Doesn't the External Affairs Hall have dedicated alchemists supplying pills continuously? Dong Yu glanced at her. Those perfect cloud mist pills weren't made by the hall's alchemists. They were purchased, and there were only 5 in total. Su Yutong bit her red lip, a flash of unwillingness crossing her face. If she could acquire enough perfect cloud mist pills, she was confident she could reach the 10th layer of qi refinement, or even the peak before the Outer Sect Grand Competition. By then, not just the top 100, but even the top 10 would be within her reach. Becoming one of the top 10 outer disciples as a newcomer, what an astonishing feat. If she succeeded, she would surely catch the attention of the inner sect elders. With luck, she might even be taken as a disciple by one of them. That would be her soaring to the heavens. How could she easily let go of this chance to rewrite her fate? Elder Dong, would you tell this disciple who sold those perfect cloud mist pills? Hearing Su Yutong's persistence, Dong Yu paused for a moment before saying, even if I don't tell you, you won't give up, and we'll find other ways to investigate, right? Su Yutong remained silent. She did have some connections within the outer sect. Moreover, with the constant flow of people in the external affairs hall, transactions weren't kept particularly secret. Even if Dong Yu refused, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find out who sold the perfect cloud mist pills. Seeing this, Dong Yu's expression remained unchanged. In that case, there's no harm in telling you. The seller of the perfect cloud mist pills is named Wang Jinxiang. The moment she heard the name, Wang Jinxiang, Su Yutong almost thought she was hallucinating. If she remembered correctly, the only person named Wang Jinxiang in the outer sect was that waste, wasn't it? She confirmed it with Dong Yu once more, though still hard to believe she had to accept it. The one who sold the perfect cloud mist pills to the external affairs hall was indeed that waste, infamous throughout the outer sect. Wang Jinxiang was unaware of the events at the external affairs hall. After settling his debts that day, he had not left his residence. For 25 consecutive days, aside from finding time for deep exchanges with Chun Jiaojiao, he spent almost all his time on alchemy. Now his herbs were completely exhausted, replaced by over 100 perfect dragon yang pills, more than 200 perfect cloud mist pills, and over 300 perfect green spirit pills. Converted, they were worth over 1 million spirit stones. Only now did Wang Jinxiang begin to feel a sense of immense wealth. Next, I need to improve my cultivation. Just as Wang Jinxiang was about to start cultivating, a knock came at the door. He was startled. His reputation as a waste had spread throughout the outer sect, and other disciples considered it shameful to associate with him. Usually only Chun Jiaojiao came to see him. But hadn't Chun Jiaojiao left just this morning? Why was she back? Puzzled, he went to open the door. A beautiful face appeared before him. Seeing who it was, Wang Jinxiang froze. At the same time, information about the visitor appeared in his mind. Name Su Yutong. Gender female. Cultivation 9th layer of Qi refinement. Age 21. Root Goldwater dual spirit root. Karma value 48. Su Yutong. What did she want with him? In recent years, Wang Jinxiang had heard the name Su Yutong countless times. A prodigy among newcomers. One of the 3 beauties of the outer sect. Either title alone carried immense weight. He had seen her from afar before, but with one being a waste and the other a prodigy, they were from 2 different worlds and had never crossed paths. This was the first time they were so close. While Wang Jinxiang was still surprised by Su Yutong's visit, her brows began to furrow slowly. The ugly old small man's eyes roving over her body filled her with disgust, and a flicker of aversion flashed deep in her gaze. But recalling her purpose for the day, she smoothed her brows again. A faint smile graced her stunning face. Senior brother Wang, want you invite me in for a seat. It must be said that Su Yutong, one of the 3 beauties of the outer sect, was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Every smile and frown stirred the heart. Chun Jiaojiao was considered a fairly outstanding beauty, but compared to her, she was like an ugly duckling next to a white swan, utterly outclassed in both appearance and demeanor. Yet despite Su Yutong's beauty, Wang Jinxiang had no heart to admire her. Though a smile graced her face, he could clearly feel an aura of rejection that kept others at arm's length. It was a deep-seated arrogance, as if she were looking at a rat from a sewer. The condescension and contempt, no matter how well masked, could never be fully concealed. This feeling grated on Wang Jinxiang. The glaring 48 karma value on her attribute panel confirmed his instincts were correct. By now, Wang Jinxiang had gained a deeper understanding of the various data on the attribute panel. Karma values from 0 to 100 signified hostility, while 0 to 49 indicated aversion. A karma value of 48 represented utter disgust. Like an ordinary person stepping on a pile of feces while walking or kissing a rat from a sewer. Wang Jinxiang furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and then stepped aside to invite Su Yutong into the room. Entering the room, Su Yutong surveyed her surroundings. Cramped and filthy. That was her first impression, and the disdain in her eyes grew even more pronounced. She did not take a seat, as if touching anything in the room would soil her. Senior brother Wang, I am here today for the perfect cloud mist pill. Her time was precious, and she had no intention of wasting it on the notorious waste Wang Jinxiang. She cut straight to the point. How many do you want? Wang Jinxiang was not overly surprised, nor did he deny it. He tacitly acknowledged the matter. The outer affairs hall was a place with many eyes, and since he had sold the perfect cloud mist pill there, he had never expected to keep it a secret. 15 pills. With the potency of the perfect cloud mist pill, just 5 would be enough for her to break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The remaining 10 could help her cultivate to the peak of the 10th layer, achieving the great perfection of Qi refinement. Fine. Wang Jinxiang nodded. Although Su Yutong's karma value toward him was inexplicably low and her attitude irksome, he bore no grudge against her. Pills could be sold to anyone, there was no need to offend her without cause. If Su Yutong could offer sufficient sincerity, he would not object to completing this transaction. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's ready agreement, Su Yutong wore a satisfied expression. Senior brother Wang is indeed sensible. Hand over the pills, and I, your junior sister, will not take them for nothing. I can grant you the opportunity to dine with me. Her words were laced with arrogance. There was no trace of a plea, but rather an almsgiving. Wang Jinxiang had already taken out the pills, but upon hearing this he rolled his eyes. With a flick of his hand he put the pills away. Was this woman trying to get something for nothing? 15 perfect cloud mist pills, even at the Outer Affairs Hall's purchase price, were worth a full 52500 spirit stones. And on top of that she wanted him to foot the bill for a meal. Was she even human? Seeing Wang Jinxiang put the pills away, Su Yutong's delicate brow furrowed slightly. Senior brother Wang, what is the meaning of this? Forget the meal, let's settle with spirit stones, cash on delivery. Wang Jinxiang forced a smile. Wang Jinxiang, what do you mean? Su Yutong's face stiffened, then flushed with anger. I, by granting a waste like you the chance to dine with me, am honoring you, and yet you insult me so? She had made her stance clear. If Wang Jinxiang were wise, he would share a meal with her. How many Outer Sect disciples dreamed of such a privilege, yet he was so ungrateful. How I suppose I must decline your honor, junior sister Su. Hearing Su Yutong's almost abusive words, Wang Jianqiang's expression gradually turned cold. The perfect cloud mist pill costs 8000 spirit stones each. If junior sister wants them, bring the spirit stones. 8000 spirit stones each. Su Yutong's eyes widened at his quote. The Outer Affairs Hall sells them for just 500 spirit stones. Why don't you just rob someone? Are you this old, undying waste out of your mind? Too expensive. Wang Jinxiang pointed expressionlessly at the door. Then see yourself out. You. Su Yutong glared coldly at Wang Jinxiang, her ample chest heaving. Final take 3. I hope you never leave the sect, or else you might find that these spirit stones are earned but not spent. Hearing this threat-laden remark, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think I have to sell to you just because you want to buy a? Am I your father or your grandfather? I'm not selling anymore. Even a clay figurine has some temper. Su Yutong's arrogance had merely made Wang Jinxiang uncomfortable, which was why he had deliberately quoted the high price of 8000. But now her threat had completely enraged him. You're toying with me. Su Yutong stared intently at Wang Jinxiang. On the attribute panel in Wang Jianqiang's mind, Su Yutong's karma value instantly dropped to 60, but he paid it no heed. If you think so, then so be it. Now leave immediately, or I will report to the sect's enforcers that you have trespassed into another's dwelling. Su Yutong's expression shifted. The Hehuan Sect's rules were strict. Trespassing was no minor offense. If the charge were confirmed, even she with her considerable talent and the sect's favor would not be easily forgiven. With that thought, she shot Wang Jinxiang a venomous glare, and her karma value dropped further to 70. After uttering a few more harsh words, she reluctantly walked toward the door. Just as she stepped out, a figure approached. The newcomer was a graceful beauty with a refined appearance, clad in a simple skirt, her chest impressively full, exuding an aura of dignity, tinged with subtle allure. As Su Yutong saw the beauty also noticed her. Seeing this renowned Outer Sect prodigy emerging from Wang Jianqiang's dwelling, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. But she said nothing, merely nodding politely at Su Yutong before bowing to Wang Jinxiang inside the room. Greetings, senior brother Wang. I am Wang Yuyao, and I have a matter to request your assistance. Seek his help. I advise you to save your breath. No sooner had Wang Yuyao spoken than a mocking voice reached her ears before Wang Jinxiang could respond. Wang Yuyao was taken aback, looking in surprise at Su Yutong beside her. Junior sister Su, why do you say that? Su Yutong sneered. Wang Jinxiang is a waste himself, arrogant and ignorant of propriety. Asking him for help will only bring you humiliation. Why not tell me your troubles? With my connections within the sect, I might be able to help you. As she spoke, she looked not at Wang Yuyao, but into the room, as if trying to demonstrate her status in the Outer Sect through Wang Yuyao, making Wang Jinxiang regret offending her. Yet her good intentions did not match reality. Wang Yuyao, upon hearing this, showed no grateful surprise, nor even agreement. Instead, she shook her head coldly. I want trouble, you junior sister. What I desire you cannot provide. With that, she paid no further attention and bowed once more toward the room. I beg senior brother to help me. Snubbed. Su Yutong's face grew even darker. With a cold snort, she departed on her sword. Wang Yuyao glanced back at the disappearing figure. How could she not detect the hostility in Su Yutong's words toward Wang Jinxiang? She did not know the conflict between them, but she knew well which stance to take. For the perfect cloud mist pill she yearned for could only be provided by Wang Jinxiang. Come in. Just then an aged voice came from within the room. Wang Yuyao's face lit up with joy, and she hurried inside. Wang Jianqiang's gaze paused on Wang Yuyao, and a light screen appeared within his sea of consciousness. Name Wang Yen, gender female, in cultivation Qi refining 9th layer, and age 33100 in roots. Water wind, with triple spiritual written karma value 0. After Wang Yuyao entered the room, Wang Jianqiang's gaze focused on her, and a light screen materialized in his mind. Greetings, senior brother Wang. Wang Yuyao's respectful voice reached his ears. Wang Jinxiang snapped back to reality, taking a close look at the beautiful woman before him. Her waist-length hair was simply tied with a colored ribbon, and her skin was fair. Her plain dress could not conceal her stunning figure. Just as Wang Yuyao felt uneasy under his gaze and lowered her head, Wang Jinxiang withdrew his stare. "You're here for the perfect cloud mist pill too, aren't you?" Wang Yuyao breathed a silent sigh of relief. Then she froze. Too. Could it be that Su Yutong had also come to senior brother Wang, seeking the perfect cloud mist pill? Was her anger upon leaving because she had been rebuffed? At this thought, worry crept into Wang Yuyao's heart. Even Su Yutong, the renowned beauty of the outer sect and a prodigious newcomer, had been turned away. It seemed her own journey would end empty-handed. She sighed inwardly. But since she was here, she had to at least try. With that in mind, she nodded. This junior sister knows the perfect cloud mist pill is invaluable. Would senior brother be willing to part with it? After speaking, she instinctively lowered her head. "I can. This junior sister understands. Forgive my intrusion." "Huh, senior brother. You agreed." Wang Yuyao had thought there was no hope. It took her a moment to process, and then she looked at Wang Jinxiang with excitement. Wang Jinxiang nodded. He had a favorable impression of Wang Yuyao. How could he not notice her deliberate opposition to Su Yutong outside the door, a gesture to please him? Intelligent, humble, and polite. How could she not inspire goodwill? "How many do you want?" "One." Wang Jinxiang nodded and produced a perfect cloud mist pill. Wang Yuyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the pill pinched between his thumb and forefinger. Wang Jinxiang looked at her. "Do you know the price?" Wang Yuyao's expression faltered. She ventured cautiously, "Is 5,000 spirit stones acceptable?" She had previously bought them at the Outer Affairs Hall for that price. Surely 5,000 spirit stones would be enough. But as she spoke, Wang Jinxiang shook his head. Her heart clenched. Could it be? Not enough. Of course. Scarcity increases value. If Elder Dawn's words were true, senior brother Wang was the only one in the entire sect who could refine the perfect cloud mist pill. If the pill's effects became known, there would be plenty willing to pay 8,000 or even 10,000 spirit stones for it. But she had no more spirit stones. Her previous purchase at the Outer Affairs Hall had nearly exhausted her resources. These 5,000 were all she had left after selling her last 2 magical artifacts. Crestfallen, she shook her head. "Forgive my intrusion, senior brother Wang." She turned and walked dejectedly toward the door. Wang Jinxiang was taken aback. "Wait, where are you going?" Wang Yuyao stopped and looked back at him, her expression awkward. "Senior brother, I can't afford it." Wang Jinxiang paused, then understood. He shook his head with a wry smile. "The Outer Affairs Hall buys them for 3,500 spirit stones each. You can have one for that price." Wang Yuyao was stunned, incredulous. "Really? Of course." Wang Jinxiang nodded. For him, now earning spirit stones was easy. 10,000 was nothing. He had quoted a high price to Su Yutong because he disliked her. Wang Yuyao, on the other hand, was pleasing to the eye, so earning a little less was fine. Thank you, senior brother Wang." With Wang Jianqiang's confirmation, Wang Yuyao was overjoyed. A blush spread across her fair face, adding threefold allure to her already exquisite features. Wang Jinxiang looked at her lovely face, his heart warming. He said calmly, "Though the perfect cloud mist pill is potent, a single one won't be enough for another breakthrough." He then fixed his gaze on Wang Yuyao, his voice laced with a strange allure. "Would you like to obtain more perfect cloud mist pills?" Wang Yuyao's eyes brightened, then quickly dimmed. "But I come from a humble background. I've exhausted the resources I've accumulated over the years. I have no more spirit stones." Wang Jinxiang smiled. "What if I don't charge you spirit stones?" Wang Yuyao was delighted, then seemed to think of something. Her joy faded as she tentatively asked, "What would senior brother have this junior sister do in return?" "Speaking with someone as clever as you is indeed refreshing." Wang Jinxiang looked at her with approval and said cheerfully, "Then I won't beat around the bush." He paused. "Your senior brother is getting on in years and tired of living alone. You just need to spend some time sleeping with me. 1 perfect cloud mist pill for every 3 times. Senior brother, is sleeping a verb or a noun?" Wang Yuyao glanced at him cautiously. Wang Jinxiang shot her a look. "What do you think?" Wang Yuyao's face flushed crimson. She felt no indignation, but instead pondered seriously for a moment before looking back at Wang Jinxiang. "Senior brother, the path of cultivation is too arduous. This junior sister's talent is not outstanding. Without your pills, I might still be struggling at the chi refining 6th layer. Since senior brother thinks highly of me, I am naturally willing. I am eager to progress." "Good." Hearing Wang Yuyao's answer, Wang Jinxiang smiled. A moment later, Wang Jinxiang sat back in his chair, and Wang Yuyao obediently came behind him to massage his shoulders. Wang Jinxiang smiled contentedly, in a good mood. Wang Yuyao was far more sensible than his so-called niece. Gentle, considerate, intelligent, and generous. Her attitude toward him was worlds apart. He could feel her genuine respect. This was evident from her karma value, which had surged from 0 to 50 points. In contrast, Qin Jiaojiu's karma value had only just reached 85. Though she always greeted him with a smile, her underlying contempt had never disappeared. "This is for you." Wang Jinxiang produced a perfect cloud mist pill and handed it to Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao accepted it with joy, then hesitated. "Senior brother, you are advanced in years. You should rest more. Your health." Wang Jinxiang felt insulted. He glared. "Nonsense. Your senior brother is in excellent shape, strong as a young man." He thumped his chest vigorously to prove it. But the force made him stumble. Luckily, Wang Yuyao was quick and caught him before he fell. Foundation establishment. At that moment, Wang Jianqiang's desire to achieve foundation establishment burned stronger than ever. Time slipped through his fingers like fine sand, quietly passing by without a trace. In these nearly 2 months, Wang Jinxiang had become a master of time management. He neglected nothing. After refining nearly 150 perfect cloud mist pills, his cultivation finally broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Wang Jinxiang was overjoyed, yet couldn't help but complain. For others, 3 to 5 perfect cloud mist pills sufficed to advance from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yet he had consumed nearly 150. Truly worthy of the 5-element waste spiritual root, so utterly wasteful. He shook his head and ceased further cultivation. After reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement, the effectiveness of the perfect cloud mist pill had greatly diminished. Relying solely on these pills, a breakthrough in the short term was unlikely. He pondered for a moment, struck by an idea. Rising, he walked toward the door. At the outer affairs hall, when Dong Yu saw Wang Jinxiang again, she immediately discerned his cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. She was not surprised. With the aid of perfect cloud mist pills, such progress was unremarkable. Selling or purchasing items. Her inquiry was as routine as ever, yet whether it was Wang Jinxiang's imagination, Dong Yu's tone seemed slightly less cold than before. "I wish to purchase a set of Hehuan spirit formation flags," Wang Jinxiang replied promptly, having decided his objective before arriving. Hehuan spirit formation flags. At his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Dong Yu's face. After a moment's hesitation, she waved her slender hand. A set of 16 palm-sized formation flags appeared before Wang Jinxiang. The Hehuan spirit formation flags, a mid-grade magical artifact priced at 100,000 spirit stones. Despite his mental preparation, Wang Jinxiang was startled by the cost. He knew that complete sets of formation flag artifacts were far more expensive than ordinary artifacts of the same grade, yet he hadn't expected such a disparity. A typical mid-grade artifact cost between 10 and 20,000 spirit stones. The Hehuan spirit formation flags cost more than 5 times that. However, though 100,000 spirit stones was a hefty sum, he was now flush with wealth and unbothered. He readily produced 35 perfect cloud mist pills. Afterward, he purchased a large quantity of medicinal herbs needed for alchemy. The remaining 22,500 spirit stones were all exchanged for herbs required to refine perfect cloud mist pills. "Thank you, Elder Dong." Storing the herbs and the Hehuan spirit formation flags into his storage pouch, Wang Jinxiang expressed his gratitude to Dong Yu and left the outer affairs hall. Dong Yu watched his retreating figure with a complex gaze. With the dual aid of the Hehuan spirit formation and perfect cloud mist pills, barring unforeseen circumstances, his cultivation would soon reach the peak of qi refinement. But with his aptitude under normal circumstances, there was absolutely no chance of foundation establishment. To achieve that, he would need to refine the legendary perfect foundation establishment pill. At this thought, she sighed helplessly. "I hope he can continue to work miracles." No wonder the senior sister is so attached to the outer sect. It turns out she's keeping a lover. Suddenly, a seductive voice sounded without warning. The surroundings blurred, and the numerous figures and clamorous sounds within the outer affairs hall vanished instantly. It was as if this area had been severed from reality itself. Faced with this sudden change, Dong Yu showed no panic, her expression calm, as she slowly looked up. A bewitching figure came into view. The newcomer wore a striking red dress, its hem reaching just above the knees, leaving her slender straight calves completely bare. Her delicate feet were uncovered, small and exquisite. "No wonder you've always been dismissive of your suitors. So you fancy old fossils. I never imagined my senior sister's taste could be so peculiar." A faint smile graced her stunning face, her voice sweet and soft, yet laced with a hint of mockery. Dong Yu stared coldly at the red-clad woman. "Yin Qingxuan, what are you doing here?" Tisk, the Hehuan spirit formation flags, though merely a first-grade mid-level artifact, have unique effects. Outer sect disciples lack the authority to purchase them. Yin Qingxian ignored Dong Yu's question, speaking with a self-satisfied smile. Selling the Hehuan spirit formation flags to that outer disciple without applying to the sect. Isn't that an abuse of power, senior sister? Dong Yu's expression remained unchanged. She continued to stare at her coldly. Fine, you're still as dull as ever." Yin Qingxian shrugged, her expression turning serious. Master asked me to deliver a message. If you cannot break through within 3 years, you must enter the Yin Yang Hall. At Yen Qingxuan's words, Dong Yu's face paled. Senior sister Yu and I joined the sect the same year and became disciples of the same master. In the past, I strove to compete with you in everything. Yen Qingxian paused, giving Dong Yu a profound look. But I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. If you are uncertain, flee the sect. Before her words faded, her form blurred and vanished into thin air. At the same time, the outer affairs hall returned to normal. People came and went, voices buzzed with activity. Yet Dong Yu remained frozen in place, unable to collect herself for a long time. After returning to his residence, Wang Jinxiang immediately began refining pills. His stock of perfect cloud mist pills was completely depleted, and he urgently needed replenishment. Half a month later, the newly purchased herbs were exhausted, and Wang Jinxiang ceased alchemy. 380 pills, enough for now. Checking the quantity of perfect cloud mist pills, he let out a long breath. After fully restoring his spiritual power and mental energy, he retrieved the Qianyuan spirit formation flags and began refinement. 3 days later, all 16 flags were fully refined. He pointed with his finger. The 16 flags instantly flew to 16 positions, forming a spirit formation. Done. Sensing the fluctuation of the formation around him, Wang Jinxiang felt a surge of joy. He took out 16 perfect cloud mist pills and tossed them into the air. The pills appeared above each of the 16 flags, hovering and spinning rapidly. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted from the flags. The medicinal power of the perfect cloud mist pills flowed continuously into the flags, then converged toward the center of the formation. Under the influence of the formation's power, the 16 streams of medicinal force fused perfectly into a single higher quality stream of energy. Wang Jinxiang immediately activated his cultivation technique to absorb it. A vast torrent of medicinal power surged into his body, unceasingly transforming into pure spiritual energy. His cultivation rose rapidly. The speed was astonishing. In just 3 days, he advanced from the initial stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement to its middle stage. At this rate, in at most 10 more days, he would surely break through to the 10th layer. The only drawback was that nearly 30% of the medicinal power was wasted during the fusion process, leading to considerable consumption of perfect cloud mist pills. But for Wang Jinxiang, this was no problem at all. Pills were just pills. If they ran out, he could simply refine more. Senior brother, are you there? Just as he was about to cultivate straight through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, a voice came from outside the door. Wang Yuyao. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow, picturing a dignified and beautiful young woman. At their last meeting, Wang Yuyao had said she was going into seclusion to break through. It had been nearly half a month since he last saw her. Hearing her voice now stirred a sense of longing. He waved his hand, withdrawing the formation flags. Quickly he strode toward the door. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. As I thought, she has already broken through to the perfection of qi refining. Upon seeing Wang Yuyao, her attribute panel instantly surfaced in his mind. Her cultivation level naturally could not be hidden from Wang Jinxiang. A smile spread across his face. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough in cultivation. It's all thanks to the elixirs you gave me, senior brother. She smiled radiantly and produced a jade slip. Senior brother, this is something I found at the market outside the sect. It seems to be a pill formula, but there's a restriction on the jade slip. Only an alchemist can examine it. Oh, Wang Jianqiang's interest was piqued. He withdrew his hand, took the jade slip, and extended his spiritual sense into it. The next moment, his spiritual sense encountered resistance. Indeed, there's a restriction. Wang Jinxiang narrowed his eyes and poured his full spiritual power into it. Crack! A sound like shattering glass echoed out of nowhere. The restriction broke. A stream of information then appeared in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Wang Yuyao was right. The jade slip contained a pill formula. However, its name made him pause in surprise. Mortal Dust Pill. What a peculiar name. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow, carefully studying the information in his mind. What do you think? Wang Yuyao waited for a moment, but seeing him remain silent for so long, she couldn't help but ask. Wang Jinxiang snapped back to reality and shook his head. The jade slip only contained the formula with no record of the pill's effects. Seeing the eager anticipation in Wang Yuyao's eyes, he couldn't help but smile. It's a good formula. I like it. I'm glad you do. Wang Yuyao let out a long sigh of relief, a joyful smile blooming on her face. For an alchemist, the allure of a pill formula was undeniable. Although Wang Jinxiang did not primarily cultivate the Tao of alchemy, he was still greatly intrigued by this mysterious formula. But he needed to know the purpose of the mortal dust pill. The only way to find out was to refine it and test its effects. With this thought, he looked at Wang Yuyao. Wait for me a moment. Saying this, he quickly went to the alchemy chamber. The materials for the mortal dust pill were very common, and he happened to have them on hand. He didn't start refining immediately, but instead focused his mind on the jade slip. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected a low-quality pill formula. Optimizing and upgrading the formula requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization and upgrade. Yes. Ding. The mortal dust pill formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect mortal dust pill formula. With the system's announcement, the formula in his mind was refined. Wang Jinxiang immediately began the refining process. An hour later, a single mortal dust pill was produced. He left the alchemy chamber and saw Wang Yuyao waiting obediently outside. He smiled casually, tossed the pill onto a nearby table, and walked over to Wang Yuyao. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is only 2.5 months away, Yuyao. Have you thought about participating? Wang Jinxiang pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao's expression dimmed. Only the top 50 in the Outer Sect Grand Competition receive rewards. Although I've reached the perfection of qi refining, my spell cultivation is too mediocre. I'm probably no match for some qi refining layer 9 cultivators with solid foundations. Participating would only make me a laughingstock. It's better not to join. Wang Jinxiang shook his head. What if I said I could ensure you enter the top 50 or even the top 10? Wang Yuyao was stunned, then became excited. Really? Wang does not speak of things without certainty. Since I say it, I will surely accomplish it. Wang Jinxiang fixed his gaze on Wang Yuyao. Just tell me, do you want to participate or not? The Outer Sect Grand Competition is a grand event for the entire sect. Anyone who enters the top 50 will be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill and might even attract the attention of an inner sect elder. If I could enter the top 50, this junior sister would ask for nothing more. At the thought of the foundation establishment pill, Wang Yuyao's expression stirred with excitement. How precious was the foundation establishment pill? Countless Outer Sect disciples who had reached the perfection of qi refining sought it in vain. And now, having just reached the perfection of qi refining, she had a chance to obtain it. How could she not be excited? Then it's settled. Wang Jinxiang nodded. Go and register first. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, senior brother. Your kindness is beyond words. Wang Yuyao nodded emphatically, her face full of gratitude. For her past, self-foundation establishment was a lifelong dream and goal worth striving for. But now her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few short months, she had achieved what would have taken decades. And now she even had the opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment realm. All of this was thanks to Wang Jinxiang. Ding! Karma value increased. A mechanical voice rang out in his mind. During this time, Wang Yuyao's karma value towards him had been rising rapidly. It had already reached 90 points. And now, Wang Jinxiang diverted a thread of his consciousness to look at the light screen belonging to Wang Yuyao in his mind. The number in the karma value column had changed to 96. It's almost at maximum. Wang Jinxiang felt a surge of excitement. He had long suspected that once the karma value reached its peak, the system would unlock new functions. But Chun Jiaojiao, that ungrateful wretch, could not be cultivated. No matter how he maneuvered, her karma value stubbornly remained at 80 points, refusing to increase further. It was Wang Yuyao who had come from behind. In just over 3 months, it had soared to 96 points. Coming back to himself, Wang Jinxiang looked at Wang Yuyao, his gaze growing even more affectionate. No need to be so courteous, junior sister. Go and register now. After Wang Yuyao left, he was about to begin his cultivation. Suddenly, a charming, soft voice rang out. Tisk tsk. For someone of your age, nephew, to have such a beautiful companion, it seems your heart is not as old as your years. Before the words had faded, a figure in a red dress materialized beside the bed, looking at Wang Jinxiang with a smile. Her appearance was so abrupt that Wang Jinxiang was startled, instinctively leaping up from his cross-legged position. He stared at the newcomer with full vigilance. When he saw her face, his eyes almost bulged. She was stunningly beautiful. The woman was on the same level of beauty as Dong Yu. Her looks were in no way inferior to Su Yutong, one of the 3 beauties of the Outer Sect, and her temperament and figure were even superior. Tisk tisk, for someone your age, you still have such a youthful spirit. Yan Qingxian gave a charming smile and deliberately tugged at her skirt. Wang Jianqiang's eyes widened slightly. Then he suddenly caught a faint fragrance, and a cold snort entered his ears. You're brazenly lustful. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Wang Jinxiang instantly snapped to attention, only then realizing that the woman in red had somehow appeared right before him. Her icy face was almost pressed against his. Wang Jinxiang felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively stepping back as he forced a smile. Private duels are forbidden in the Hehuan Sect. I assume you wouldn't want to break the rules here. Since you're so good at guessing, why not try to guess whether anyone would know it was me if I killed you? Yan Qingxian let out a charming laugh. Wang Jinxiang suddenly noticed his surroundings blurring. The walls, bed, tables, chairs. Everything began to fade and vanish, as if this space was rapidly being stripped away from the real world. In an instant, he found himself in an endless void with nothing around him but emptiness. The only constant was the figure in red before him, who had not moved an inch. Wang Jinxiang stared at her in shock and uncertainty. Illusion formation or spell? Regardless of which, it was clear that her power far surpassed his own. At this thought, Wang Jinxiang swallowed hard. Junior, dare not ask if I have offended Senior. May I inquire why Senior has come? It's not really an errand. I just find you quite interesting and came to have a look. Yan Qingxian studied Wang Jinxiang with a peculiar expression. Ever since she noticed Dong Yu's special care for Wang Jinxiang, she had kept an eye on him. During this time, she had been lingering around the outer sect, secretly investigating him. The results surprised her greatly. Wang Jinxiang, nearly 96 years old, possessed a talent so poor it was rarely seen. The bottom tier of the five-element waste spiritual roots, the worst of the worst. After 70 years of cultivation, his cultivation base had only reached the third layer of qi refining. However, this was merely the common perception among most outer sect disciples. From a very small number of outer sect disciples, she also learned that Wang Jinxiang had experienced a late blooming of wisdom, awakening a peculiar talent in the Tao of alchemy, enabling him to refine perfect pills without any pill toxicity. Perfect pills, these were legendary items. Even the most accomplished alchemist within the Hehuan Sect could not refine them. Yet a waste among the outer sect disciples could easily refine them. How did he do it? At this moment, Wang Jinxiang felt completely exposed under her gaze, growing unnerved. Just then, Yan Qingxian withdrew her gaze. She waved her hand, and everything returned to normal. She glanced at the table beside her, reached out, and a jade bottle flew into her grasp. Tapping the jade bottle with her finger, a perfectly round, flawless pill flew out. I've heard you can refine perfect pills without toxicity. I assume this is one. She took the pill in her hand and examined it, then let out a sigh of admiration. Truly remarkable. The medicinal effects are perfectly contained. Even at my level, I can sense the potency, but cannot discern its specific effects. Before Wang Jinxiang could respond, she moved to toss the pill into her mouth. Senior, wait. Wang Jinxiang was startled and quickly called out to stop her. What? Can't bear to part with a mere first-grade pill. Yan Qingxian shot him a glance. No, Wang Jinxiang shook his head. It's just a first-grade pill. Even if it's a poison pill, it doesn't matter. Yan Qingxian curled her lips and continued bringing the pill to her mouth. Wait. Wang Jinxiang steeled himself and stopped her again. Yan Qingxian frowned, looking at him expressionlessly. Clearly, his repeated interference had already stirred dissatisfaction within her. Wang Jianqiang's heart tightened, and he gave a dry smile. Senior, this pill was obtained by chance, and its effects are unknown. As he spoke, he produced another perfect cloud mist pill. Take this one instead. Not only is it more potent, but it also tastes better. No need. He'll take this one. Yan Qingxian smiled contemptuously, then swallowed it in one gulp. Ridiculous. Did she take his pill for its effects? It was merely a first-grade pill. Even a perfect pill would have no effect on her. She simply wanted to taste what a perfect pill was like. Yan Qingxian sneered inwardly, about to lecture Wang Jinxiang, when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Then she realized what she had consumed. How can this be? Yan Qingchuan's eyes flew open as she shouted at Wang Jinxiang, "Give me the antidote now." Wang Jinxiang swallowed hard and said bitterly, "I already told you the recipe for this pill was obtained by chance. I had no idea of its effects before." You bastard. Yan Qingxian gritted her teeth and turned to flee. But she overlooked her current state. As she turned, she stumbled and fell backward. Wang Jinxiang was right behind her and instinctively caught her. Yan Qingxian threw her arms around him. Wang Jinxiang held his hands up, not daring to lower them, inwardly cursing his misfortune. A beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms was a good thing, but what about one who could crush him with ease? Was he moved? Of course not. Yet he could not stop Yan Qingxian. Before long, Yan Qingxian finally regained a shred of rationality. She tapped several acupoints on her body, and spiritual light flickered all over her. A suppressed oppressive aura made Wang Jianqiang's scalp tingle. Moments later, the terrifying pressure receded. Only then did Wang Jinxiang dare to turn his head. Yan Qingxian had already changed into a new red dress. She shot Wang Jinxiang a cold glare. Let today's events be as if they never happened. If word gets out, you know the consequences. With that, her form flickered and vanished. Seeing that Yan Qingxian had left, Wang Jinxiang let out a long sigh of relief. What kind of mess was this? Wasn't he the victim here? Yet somehow he ended up being the villain. Thank goodness that woman was still reasonable. Otherwise, if she killed him in a fit of embarrassment, where would he even seek justice? At the root of it all, weakness was the original sin. If he were a legendary nascent soul elder, he wouldn't have to worry about such things. If anyone dared to be unreasonable with him, he would have to teach them a proper lesson. Cultivation. Wang Jinxiang gritted his teeth. His determination to cultivate grew stronger yet again. 10 days later, Wang Jianqiang's body trembled, his aura surged, and a large amount of foul impurities were expelled from his body. He opened his eyes, a joyful expression on his face. The 10th layer of qi refining. With a tremor of spiritual energy, the impurities on his skin were completely cleansed. He silently savored the increased power for a moment, then closed his eyes again to continue cultivating. An hour later, he opened his eyes once more. The cultivation speed has indeed slowed down considerably. At the current pace, reaching the limit of the 10th layer, qi refining perfection, would require at least 3 months of arduous training. However, he had anticipated this situation and was not overly surprised. 3 months, though somewhat lengthy, was not unacceptable. He did not continue cultivating, but instead fell into deep thought. Qi refining perfection was within reach. The next most important task was to prepare for foundation establishment. The recipe for the foundation establishment pill had already been secured, so there was no need to dwell on it further. However, the medicinal ingredients required to refine the pill were exceedingly scarce, and the sect did not sell them to outsiders. To obtain them, one had to seek alternative means. As far as he knew, the top 50 disciples in the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition would not only receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward, but also gain entry to the Cold Pond Secret Realm. Among them, the top 10 would be granted an additional attendant slot, effectively giving them 2 slots in total. The Hehuan Sect had 3 primary ways to procure raw materials for the foundation establishment pill. The Cold Pond Secret Realm was one of them. Wang Jinxiang disliked the spectacle of arena battles where participants were put on display like performing monkeys, which was why he encouraged Wang Yuyao to join the Outer Sect Grand Competition. As long as Wang Yuyao secured a spot in the top 10, she could bring him along into the Cold Pond Secret Realm. Now, with 2 months remaining until the competition begins, it's time to make some preparations. An hour later, at the External Affairs Hall, when he saw Dong Yu again, for some reason, she seemed vastly different from before. Her expression was somewhat somber, and a trace of worry seemed to linger between her brows. She appeared burdened by heavy thoughts. Elder Dong. Seeing her lost in thought, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but remind her. Dong Yu immediately snapped back to reality. What did you just say? Wang Jinxiang let out a wry smile. He had already said it twice, and it seemed she hadn't heard a word. With no other choice, he repeated himself yet again. I'd like to purchase some artifact blueprints. You can forge artifacts. At Wang Jianqiang's words, Dong Yu's delicate brows furrowed. Seeing Dong Yu's displeased expression, Wang Jinxiang was momentarily baffled, unsure of how he had offended her. He spoke cautiously. I dabble a bit. Dong Yu shook her head. The path of cultivation lies in focus, not in breadth. Learning too much will only scatter your energy. If you concentrate solely on the Tao of alchemy, you might have a chance to successfully establish your foundation before your time runs out. Once your lifespan doubles, you can take up artifact forging then. Wang Jinxiang smiled upon hearing this. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I have confidence in becoming a second-rank alchemist. Dong Yu's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure surfacing. This Wang Jinxiang was being far too arrogant. If she didn't hold some expectations for him, why would she go to such lengths to advise him earnestly? I don't know what fortune you've recently stumbled upon that allows you to make consecutive breakthroughs in alchemy, but advancing from the first rank to the second is a vast chasm, far harder to cross than minor realms. If you remain so blindly arrogant, you'll regret it when it's too late. She cast a deep glance at Wang Jinxiang, suppressing the anger within her as she patiently tried to persuade him. Hearing the noticeably sharper tone in Dong Yu's voice, Wang Jinxiang was taken aback. He didn't know why this aloof elder had suddenly taken an interest in him, but he understood her intentions were good. He replied patiently, I understand the principle you're conveying, Elder, but since I say so, I have my reasons. These past days I've made further progress in alchemy and have touched upon the threshold of a second-rank alchemist. In 2 or 3 months at the earliest, or half a year at the latest, I will surely become one. In truth, he could break through at any moment using his cultivation points. But telling the truth would be far too shocking, so he chose to understate it. Even so, Dong Yu seemed stunned. After his words fell, she stood frozen in place. For a long while, seeing that she still hadn't snapped out of it, he wondered if he should remind her. Suddenly, a blur flashed before his eyes. Dong Yu appeared before him like a phantom, grabbing his arm excitedly. Are you telling the truth? Feeling the strength on his arm, Wang Jinxiang winced inwardly and quickly nodded. Absolutely true. Good, that's wonderful. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's unwavering conviction, Dong Yu suddenly broke into a smile. In that instant, it was as if 100 flowers bloomed, an enchanting sight to behold. Wang Jinxiang was momentarily mesmerized. When had Elder Dong, who was always cold to everyone, ever revealed such a radiant expression? A moment later, Dong Yu seemed to realize her lapse in composure. She quickly withdrew her hands from Wang Jinxiang, suppressed her smile, and in the blink of an eye reverted to her usual icy demeanor. With a flicker of movement, she returned to her original spot and looked at Wang Jinxiang. Since you're on the verge of a breakthrough, why not focus on that instead of diverting your attention to artifact forging? I want to forge some artifacts to prepare for the Outer Sect Grand Competition, Wang Jinxiang said. Dong Yu paused, then quickly caught on. You intend to enter the Cold Pond Secret Realm to gather materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Wang Jinxiang smiled and nodded. You see right through me, Elder. At this, Dong Yu beamed. It seems you're quite confident about breaking through to a second-rank alchemist. Since that's the case, I won't stop you. What artifact blueprints do you want? But as her words trailed off, Wang Jinxiang didn't respond. She paused and looked over only to find him staring blankly at her. Her voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. Wang Jinxiang, what are you doing? Wang Jinxiang snapped back to reality, a look of embarrassment on his face. Elder, your smile is too beautiful. I didn't mean to stare. Don't let it happen again. Dong Yu shot him a glare and repeated herself. What artifact blueprints do you want? Wang Jinxiang had already decided on the blueprints he needed before coming. He answered promptly. The wind-chasing boots, the purple cloud-flowing light dress, the mysterious soul, sword, the mysterious light seal, and the lesser thousand mountain seal. You're a first-rank high-grade artifact master. Dong Yu was stunned. In her eyes, Wang Jinxiang was at most a first-rank low-grade artifact master. But she never expected the artifacts he named to all be high-grade ones. I only advanced recently, Wang Jinxiang said with a dry laugh, feigning humility at Dong Yu's astonished expression. Dong Yu was left speechless. She now seriously suspected that Wang Jinxiang had been hiding his talents all along. His aptitude in both alchemy and artifact forging was not only impressive, but far surpassed that of most Outer Sect disciples. He had likely already mastered both alchemy and artifact forging to the first-rank high-grade level long ago, only now revealing it gradually. If so, his inexplicably rapid progress in alchemy would finally make sense. Snapping back to the present, she pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Outer Sect disciples are only authorized to purchase high-grade artifacts, not high-grade artifact blueprints. The highest you can buy is mid-grade blueprints. Wang Jianqiang's face fell with disappointment upon hearing this. Dong Yu glanced at him and gritted her teeth. I can authorize the sale of one high-grade blueprint to you, but only one. For the rest, you'll have to either buy the artifacts directly or switch to mid-grade blueprints. Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. Truly having connections on the inside made things easier. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose the blueprint for the lesser thousand mountain seal. As for whether to buy high-grade artifacts directly or opt for mid-grade blueprints, after optimization and upgrades, a perfect mid-grade artifact would surely rival an ordinary high-grade one in power. Naturally, buying the blueprints was more cost-effective. In the end, Wang Jinxiang purchased the blueprint for the lesser thousand mountain seal and several mid-grade artifact blueprints. After that, he bought a large quantity of forging materials before taking his leave from Dong Yu. After Wang Jinxiang departed, Dong Yu could no longer contain her excitement. He truly could break through to become a second-rank alchemist. Did this mean she wasn't entirely without hope? Should I discuss it with him? A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but she shook her head. No rush. He'll approach him once he successfully establishes his foundation. If he fails, it will all be nothing but empty talk. Inside the room, Wang Jinxiang sat cross-legged, his consciousness having already entered the sea of his soul. Within the vast, empty soul sea, a screen of light materialized. Wang Jinxiang looked at the attribute panel. The consumption of cultivation points during this period had been limited, allowing a considerable amount to accumulate, reaching 358 points. With a mere thought, the attribute panel flickered and shifted to the auxiliary cultivation page. Alchemy Path, First Order Advanced Alchemist. Artifact Path, Unranked. His attention fell upon the Artifact Path, and with another thought he added 60 cultivation points to it. Under the enhancement equivalent to 60 years of arduous cultivation, his Artifact Path cultivation directly soared from Unranked to First Order Advanced. He then withdrew his consciousness from the Soul Sea. He turned his palm over and retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch. As he focused his attention on the jade slip, the system's voice chimed in as expected. Ding, detected a low-quality blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading the blueprint requires 20 cultivation points. Proceed. Yes. Ding, the Water Moon Dress blueprint has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Water Moon Dress blueprint. Wang Jinxiang set the perfect Water Moon Dress blueprint aside and took out 3 more blueprints. Ding, detected a low-quality blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding, detected a low-quality blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding, detected a low-quality blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points. Proceed. 3 consecutive notifications sounded. Yes. Ding, the Purple Jade Boots blueprint has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Purple Jade Boots blueprint. Ding, the Mystic Water Ring blueprint has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Mystic Water Ring blueprint. Ding, the Cloud Water Cold Light Sword blueprint has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Cloud Water Cold Light Sword blueprint. After all 4 purchased intermediate-grade blueprints were optimized and upgraded, Wang Jinxiang took out the only high-grade artifact blueprint. He had the small Thousand Mountain Seal blueprint. Ding detected a low-quality blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. Yes. Ding, the small Thousand Mountain Seal blueprint has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect small Thousand Mountain Seal blueprint. With all blueprints optimized and upgraded, Wang Jinxiang took out the alchemy furnace he had prepared long ago and began the artifact refinement process. Granted a 100% success rate by the system, he successfully crafted an artifact on his very first attempt. To his pleasant surprise, refining artifacts also rewarded him with cultivation points. His motivation to refine surged. Within just 3 short days, all 4 perfect intermediate-grade artifacts and 1 high-grade artifact were successfully crafted. He summoned Wang Yuyao. When she learned that these 5 artifacts were all gifts for her, she was overwhelmed with excitement. His karma value increased once more. In one go it soared to 99 points. Only 1 point was needed to reach the maximum. This unexpected delight lifted Wang Jianqiang's spirits. After calming down, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Why did it have to stop at exactly 99 points? Such stingy behavior was utterly contemptible. As Wang Yuyao happily returned to refine her artifacts, Wang Jinxiang resumed his arduous cultivation. Time flowed on. The day of the grand competition rapidly approached. Outer disciples who had been away on missions or in secluded cultivation emerged one after another. The entire Outer Sect became noticeably more lively. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Outer Sect grand competition arrived. Wang Jinxiang ended his seclusion and made his way to the square where the competition was to be held. The path was thronged with a continuous stream of people. There were those who had signed up for the competition, their faces a mix of nervousness and anticipation, and others like Wang Jinxiang, who were purely there to watch. Soon a vast square capable of holding tens of thousands of people came into view ahead. Looking out, 10 colossal arenas, each 100 zhang high, stood side by side, splitting the square in 2. Rows of seats lined both sides. Wang Jinxiang entered the spectator area and casually found a seat. Half an hour later, all the seats around were completely filled, a dense sea of heads as far as the eye could see. At a certain moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air above the square. Their powerful auras spread across the venue, instantly silencing the previously clamorous crowd. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept over the 3 figures. Their information immediately appeared in his mind. 2 at the early core formation stage, 1 at the mid-core formation stage. As befits a sect-wide event, they actually sent 3 inter-sect elders at once. Just as Wang Jinxiang was marveling, the mid-core formation elder among the 3 spoke slowly. I am Yun Zhongqiu, the overseer of this grand competition. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a cluster of light orbs appeared in midair. Each of these light spheres contains a number plate. There are 1,880 spheres in total, corresponding to the number of participants in this competition. Those who draw the same number are opponents for this round. Now begin the lottery. As Yun Zong's voice faded, streams of figures shot into the air. Moments later, each of the 1,880 light spheres was claimed by a participant, revealing the number plates within. Among the participants, Wang Jinxiang spotted Wang Yuyao, Su Yutong, and even Qin Zhaojiao, and her Dao partner Niu Shuren. He was surprised to find that Su Yutong's cultivation had also reached the qi refining perfection stage. This speed of cultivation seemed somewhat abnormal. After a moment's thought, he felt relieved. Recently, he had sold a considerable number of perfect cloud mist pills to the affairs hall to purchase resources. If this woman had been paying attention, acquiring some wouldn't have been difficult for her. So she profited from it. Wang Jinxiang shook his head and decided to pay her no more mind. Those who drew numbers 1 to 10 proceed to arenas 1 through 10 respectively. Yun Zong's voice rang out again. Wang Jinxiang focused his gaze and saw 20 figures step onto the arenas. Among them was Wang Yuyao. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow, concentrating his attention on Arena 3. Wang Yuyao's opponent was a rough-looking middle-aged man. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi refining. This level of cultivation was considered average among all the participants. Begin the match. As Yun Zhongqiu spoke again, the 20 participants on the 10 arenas moved simultaneously. On Arena 3, Wang Yuyao and the rough middle-aged man attacked at the same time. Wang Yuyao wielded the perfect cloud water cold light sword, its blade like a flash of cold light, beating her opponent until he was utterly unable to retaliate. After a brief exchange, Wang Yuyao emerged victorious. Having watched the match, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but shake his head. The fight made Wang Yuyao seem to have an absolute advantage. However, her opponent's artifact was merely a low-grade one. Despite having an overwhelming advantage in both cultivation and artifact quality, Wang Yuyao had failed to defeat her opponent instantly. It only showed how weak her fundamentals were. If not for the superiority of her artifact relying solely on her own abilities, defeating her opponent would have been extremely difficult even with her cultivation advantage. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. Just half a year ago, Wang Yuyao was only at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Although her cultivation had rapidly ascended to Qi refining perfection thanks to the perfect pills, her training in techniques and spells hadn't caught up. Currently, her mastery of techniques was still at the level of the 6th layer of Qi refining. Her disadvantage was understandable. In contrast, he himself had no such worries. Because he had always been dedicated to arduous cultivation and had never bothered to learn any combat techniques. Thinking about this, Wang Jinxiang felt a bit awkward inside. I'm about to head to the Cold Pond Secret Realm soon. I should probably learn some techniques when I get back. Given the uneven strength of the participants, the first round proceeded swiftly. A total of 940 matches concluded within a single day. Among them, Su Yutong effortlessly defeated her opponent, who was also at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In stark contrast to Wang Yuyao, Su Yutong didn't even use a magical artifact, relying solely on formidable spells to secure victory. After a brief rest, the remaining 940 participants drew lots anew. The second round commenced. This time, Wang Yuyao's opponent was likewise a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. After a short exchange, she won with ease. By dusk, the second round concluded. The remaining 470 participants drew lots once more, beginning the third round. This pattern repeated. By the time the 6th round began, it was already the early hours of the following day. In this round, Wang Yuyao faced a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Her opponent wielded a mid-grade magical artifact and possessed considerable spell power. Wang Yuyao, relying solely on her Cloud Waterfrost sword, could not gain the upper hand. It was only by activating her purple jade boots to drastically increase her speed that she barely managed to win. After the battle, Wang Yuyao advanced to the next round, drawing significant attention. Magical artifacts differ from pills. In this world, there is no concept of a perfect artifact. A perfect mid-grade artifact rivals a high-grade one in power, and to outsiders, it would simply appear as a high-grade artifact. Among outer disciples, the standard equipment is a low-grade artifact. Those who possess a mid-grade artifact are already considered exceptionally wealthy. As for high-grade artifacts, only the most elite among the outer disciples could possibly own one. Yet Wang Yuyao not only had one, but possessed two. This made almost everyone envious. Below the arena, Su Yutong watched Wang Yuyao with an extremely dark expression. If she remembered correctly, when she had encountered Wang Yuyao at Wang Jianqiang's place, the latter was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now Wang Yuyao had broken through to the perfection stage of Qi refinement. She had managed to break through by purchasing a perfect cloud mist pill from the External Affairs Hall. To buy the pill, she had even sold her only high-grade artifact. And Wang Yuyao. After being slighted by Wang Yuyao, she had investigated her. The other was merely an ordinary outer disciple. Half a year ago, she was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Her rapid breakthrough to the 9th level was due to sheer luck, stumbling upon the transaction between Wang Jinxiang and the External Affairs Hall and buying the perfect pill first. However, given her modest background, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement must have exhausted her savings. It was impossible she had any spirit stones left to buy more pills. Thus, there could be only one reason for Wang Yuyao to reach the perfection stage of Qi refinement. Wang Jinxiang had sold her the perfect cloud mist pill at a low price, or perhaps even given it to her for free. This would also explain the high-grade artifacts on her. They must have been gifts from Wang Jinxiang as well. Although Wang Jinxiang was a good for nothing, he was incredibly lucky. He had actually researched and created perfect pills. With perfect pills, he could amass a large number of spirit stones in a short time. High-grade artifacts, which were priceless to other outer disciples, were probably at his disposal casually. The stark contrast between Wang Jianqiang's treatment of her and his treatment of Wang Yuyao stirred a deep sense of imbalance in her heart. Why? Why did you, Wang Jinxiang, treat me so poorly, yet show such favor to Wang Yuyao, a lowly, ordinary disciple? She felt that Wang Jinxiang was deliberately targeting her. Her resentment towards Wang Jinxiang grew ever more intense. As the competition continued, it was soon Su Yutong's turn to take the stage. It must be said Su Yutong lived up to her reputation as the prodigy of the new disciples. Her opponent was also a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, armed with a first-grade mid-grade artifact, and was quite formidable. Yet against such an opponent, she effortlessly defeated him using only a low-grade flying sword artifact. Her strength was formidable, her appearance peerlessly beautiful, and her demeanor ethereal, like an immortal. For a moment, she drew a chorus of acclaim. Among the crowd, Wang Jianqiang's gaze lingered on Su Yutong for only a moment before returning to Wang Yuyao. 100 participants entered the sixth round. Wang Yuyo's victory meant she had secured a place in the top 50. However, his expectations for her were not just the top 50, but the top 10. In this outer sect grand competition, those who entered the top 50 would receive one foundation establishment pill and an opportunity to enter the Cold Pond secret realm. And if one could enter the top 10, the rewards would be not only much more generous, but also include a companion slot for the Cold Pond secret realm equivalent to 2 entry slots. The slot for the Cold Pond secret realm could not be given to others, but the companion slot could be freely bestowed. It was precisely this companion slot that Wang Jinxiang wanted. As long as Wang Yuyao could enter the top 10, he could enter the Cold Pond secret realm as her companion. Another hour passed. The sixth round finally ended. Midair Yunzhongqua swept his gaze across the area below. The top 50 have been decided. The next round will be the final one, the defense battle. Those confident in their strength may ascend the arena to become defenders. There are 10 arenas, hence 10 defenders. The remaining 40 may choose any defender to challenge. Each person has only 2 chances to challenge. Failing twice means losing the qualification to challenge. If a defender loses one match, they fail their defense, but retain their challenge opportunities and may challenge other defenders. Those who hold their ground until the end or successfully defend 10 consecutive times are considered to have successfully defended. This battle will determine the 10 successful defenders who will advance to the top 10. The arena number represents the final ranking. Now the competition continues. The moment Yin Zhongqua finished speaking, a figure shot out and landed on arena number 1. A domineering voice then rang out across the venue. Interesting rules. This number 1 arena is mine. Ye. If anyone disagrees, come and fight. The venue fell silent for a moment. Then several more figures shot out, landing on the other arenas. Arena number 2 is mine for the taking. Arena number 3 belongs to me now. In the blink of an eye, all 10 arenas were occupied. Wang Jinxiang looked at arena number 9 and raised an eyebrow. Su Yutong. She sure is confident. Wang Jinxiang sneered, then looked towards Wang Yuyao in the crowd. Wang Yuyao had not vied for an arena with those people, which did not worry Wang Jinxiang. The initial identity of a defender meant nothing. Rushing to seize an arena now was pointless. Only those who stood firm until the end were the true victors. A few other participants like Wang Yuyao remained motionless. Clearly they harbored the same thoughts. Wang Jinxiang focused his gaze on these few individuals, his mind stirring. Not simple. He then looked at the 10 defenders on the arenas and couldn't help but smile. These people were confident enough, but he wondered how many of them would last until the end. After the 10 initial guardians were confirmed, 40 challengers below the stage began to closely observe these guardians, seemingly contemplating which one to challenge. For a moment the scene fell into silence. Haha, since everyone is being so modest, let me go first. At that moment a figure shot towards the 8th platform. This person's actions seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and soon after several figures shot out in succession. In the blink of an eye, all but the first platform had their guardians challenged. On the 9 platforms, battles erupted with continuous booming sounds. Only the first platform remained silent, appearing quite out of place. Wang Jian could not help but glance at the figure sitting cross-legged on the first platform. Name Yilingyun. Gender male. Cultivation full chi refinement. Age 30,100. Root dual gold and earth spirit roots. Favorability 0 inch. So it's him, no wonder. Upon seeing the information, Wang Jian's pupils contracted. This name was well known in the outer sect. Yilingyun joined the sect 10 years ago and achieved full chi refinement in just 9 years. Not long after his breakthrough, he went out to train and single-handedly killed 3 fully refined chi cultivators from the demon sect during a conflict. He was recognized as one of the strongest in the outer sect with an unmatched reputation. Before the great competition even began, he was considered the biggest favorite to win. No wonder no one dared to challenge him. While Wang Jian assessed, Yilingyun, the battles on the 9 platforms had gradually calmed down. Wang Jian came back to his senses and looked around. Among the 9 platforms, 4 had already changed their guardians. Su Yutong, however, continued to perform strongly, easily defeating her challengers. Next was a half-hour recovery period. Once the guardians had recovered, the second round of challenges would continue. This process repeated until after 5 rounds of challenges, only the 1st and 9th guardians remained. Up to now, no one had dared to challenge Yilingyun. Su Yutong had easily defeated 5 challengers. Soon the 6th round of challenges approached. This time Wang Yueying, who had not challenged until now, finally made her move. With a flash of purple light beneath her feet, she dashed up to the 9th platform at an astonishing speed. Seeing Wang Yueying's actions, Wang Jian couldn't help but smile. Su Yutong's strength was impressive, securing her position in the top 10 among all participants, and she might even contend for the top 6. Challenging her was not a wise choice. Wang Yueying, being clever, surely understood this. Clearly, she had remembered the conflict between Su Yutong and him wanting to help him vent his frustrations. Wang Yueying, it's you. Upon seeing the new challenger, Su Yutong's eyes narrowed, and she coldly chuckled. You truly are foolish. Do you really think that reaching full qi refinement and obtaining those 2 advanced magical artifacts will allow you to defeat me? Whether I can win or not, we'll find out through battle. Wang Yueying's expression was equally cold, her words sharp and without a hint of politeness. People were different from one another. Perhaps in Chun Jiaojiu's eyes, she and Wang Jian were merely in a transactional relationship with no debts owed to each other. But for Wang Yueying it was entirely different. Coming from humble beginnings, she had struggled for survival since childhood. Without the help of a benefactor, she would have likely died in her youth. Hence, she had always been a person who understood gratitude. Given her talent, the probability of establishing a foundation in this life was extremely low. Now, with Wang Jian's help, her cultivation surged and foundation establishment was within reach. Once she established her foundation, her strength would leap, her very essence of life would transform, and her lifespan would double. This gratitude was akin to being reborn. Wang Yueying initially had no enmity with Su Yutong. However, Su Yutong's hostility and insults towards Wang Jian had created a grudge between them. Utterly ignorant. Su Yutong's expression darkened. Ultimately, she looked down upon Wang Yueying in her heart. Even though Wang Yueying's cultivation was now comparable to hers in her view, it was merely a temporary situation. The two were worlds apart in terms of background and qualifications. Compared to her, Wang Yueying was merely an ugly duckling. In the future, her achievements would far exceed those of Wang Yueying. Thus, although Wang Yueying merely responded from an equal position to her, it was disrespectful and humiliating. You wretch, I will make you regret this. She snorted, coldly pointing with her finger as a flying sword shot towards Wang Yueying with a fierce momentum. Wang Yueying did not back down and also summoned her flying sword. Boom! In midair, the two swords clashed, then both were simultaneously sent flying backward. As the qi surged, Wang Yueying retreated several steps, while Su Yutong only staggered slightly. So powerful, she managed to suppress Wang Yueying with just a first-tier, low-grade magical artifact. Su Fairy is impressive. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. This Wang Yueying's aura is unstable. She has reached this point solely because of the power of her artifacts. Against an ordinary person she might cope, but against true prodigies she will not fare well. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in discussions, especially a fat man next to Wang Jian whose words were particularly harsh. That wretch Wang Yueying must have latched onto some wealthy young master. Does she really think she can rise to fame? Once she encounters a true prodigy, she will surely be brought back to her original state. At that moment, the fat man's face was full of mockery, staring intently at Wang Yueying. It was as if there was some deep-seated enmity between them. Next to the fat man stood a tall, thin figure who immediately echoed, "Brother Bu is right. This Wang Yueying is just lucky. How dare she look down on Brother Bu? Truly despicable. Not to mention, she is just a lowly outer sect disciple. Even if she entered the inner sect, she wouldn't have the right to look down on Brother Bu." The fat man was clearly pleased with the flattery from the thin man, displaying a proud smile. "May I ask how this brother is called?" At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. The fat man turned to see an old figure, pale-haired and wrinkled, had approached them without them noticing. The newcomer looked gloomy, as though the earth had been piled onto his forehead. Wang the Waste. Seeing the newcomer, the fat man's eyes flashed with disdain. "What do you want, old fool?" The fat man scoffed. "I have no time to deal with you, waste." Wang Jian paid no mind to the fat man's rude attitude and smiled. "You seem to have little faith in Wang Yueying. Do we even need to say? Anyone who isn't blind can see that." The fat man dismissed with a laugh. Wang Jian shook his head. "I actually have more faith in Wang Yueying. Do I think she should win?" "You waste know nothing." The fat man laughed loudly. "If that wretch can win, I dare to eat shit. Ha ha ha, you crack me up." At this moment, the thin man seemingly couldn't hold back and laughed along. "A waste dares to point fingers in front of your father. If Wang Yueying wins, I will join you in eating a pile." "That sounds great." Wang Jian smiled upon hearing this. "How about a bet?" "Get lost. Do you think you are qualified to bet with me, waste? What do you have to wager?" The fat man cursed, but suddenly halfway through his voice came to a halt. The thin man next to him was also stunned. Both of them moved in unison, staring fixedly at the pile of spirit stones that lay beneath Wang Jian's feet, their eyes shining. Wang Jian smiled at the two. "Here lies 10,000 spirit stones. If Wang Yueying loses, these spirit stones will be yours. But if Wang Yueying wins, I won't take your spirit stones. Just as you said, how about eating shit? Will you bet or not?" "Bet. Of course we'll bet." As Wang Jianqiang's words fell, Fatty and Stickman agreed without a second thought. Su Yutong, using a low-grade artifact, could suppress Wang Yuyao, who wielded a high-grade one. The disparity between them was palpable. To them, this was a sure-win gamble. Who would turn down spirit stones? Only a fool would refuse. Good. Verbal promises are useless. Let's draft a written agreement. Anyone who reneges will face the discipline hall. At the mention of the discipline hall, the two involuntarily shrank their necks. This was the authority within the Hehuan Sect that governed punishments, specifically handling disciples who violated sect rules. It was the place all disciples dreaded most, even loathed to speak of. Beyond that, the discipline hall also served as a notary. Once the agreement was signed, if anyone broke it, the hall would inevitably intervene. But on second thought, what did they have to fear? It was a guaranteed win. Signing it might even be better, preventing that old waste from backing out. With that in mind, they hesitated no longer and signed their names readily. Weban, Xiongzhuang. Wang Jinxiang glanced at the names on the agreement. Indeed, they matched the names in his mental records. He then signed his own name. The bet was officially sealed. As the trio finalized their wager, the battle on the arena grew increasingly fierce. By now, Wang Yuyao had activated 3 artifacts: the perfect purple jade boots, the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and the perfect water moon dress. The dark robe draped over her, its hem fluttering. The purple boots beneath her feet glowed like amethyst crystals, while the azure flying sword above her head exuded a sharp, piercing aura. Her hair, once loosely tied with a colored cord, had been scattered by the battle's shockwaves, flowing freely in the wind. On the other side, Su Yutong coldly gazed at Wang Yuyao. Her expression had turned grim. Though Wang Yuyao's foundation was weak and her own strength average, she was not to be underestimated. Under the boost of 3 powerful artifacts, she had become formidable. After a series of clashes, Su Yutong held a slight advantage, but found she couldn't finish her off. A sharp glint flickered in her eyes. To have lasted this long against me, you can be proud. This battle ends here. With her icy words, she pointed at the flying sword. A layer of golden light emerged on its blade, and it shot toward Wang Yuyao with a piercing screech. Wang Yuyao's expression turned serious as spiritual energy surged through her. The perfect cloud water cold light sword emitted a white misty aura like fleeting light, colliding instantly with the golden sword. With a thunderous boom, the cold mist dissipated and countless golden sword energies covered Wang Yuyao like needles. Her face paled as she hastily activated the perfect water moon dress. In an instant, a lake appeared on the dark robe with the moon's reflection shimmering above it. A cold moonlight radiance spread like mercury, enveloping her in its protection. Clang, clang, clang. The golden sword energies engulfed her. A dense symphony of metallic clashes rang out as the moonlight trembled violently and shattered. Moments later, the golden sword energies vanished, revealing Wang Yuyao once more. The moonlight barrier from the perfect water moon dress had completely shattered, leaving several torn marks on the once gorgeous garment. Crimson blood seeped through the tears, staining the dress. Her face was deathly pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Temporary luck may have blinded you, but after this battle, I trust you'll see reality. Su Yutong looked at her with pride, pressing her palms together in a seal. Between her fingers, the golden light intensified. The sword knocked back had its dissipating golden light rekindle, even stronger than before. This strike will defeat you. Before her words faded, the flying sword, cloaked in dense golden light, shot through the air. It was overwhelmingly sharp. Where it passed, the very air twisted and disintegrated. The contestants watching this battle felt their eyelids twitch. So powerful. Is this Su Yutong's full strength? She's just a new disciple. How can she be this strong? At that moment, aside from a few contestants who remained calm, everyone else was stunned. The Golden Light Seal. To have mastered the Golden Light Seal to such a degree is truly rare. In midair, 3 inner sect elders had been observing the arena below. Seeing this, one of them couldn't hide his surprise. Indeed, her talent and comprehension are top tier. It seems our Hehuan Sect has birthed another genius. Yunzhang, he gazed at Su Yutong, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. He happened to be planning to take on a female disciple soon. Su Yutong had an excellent appearance, and more importantly, her Yin essence was still intact, perfectly suitable. Haha, these spirit stones are ours. On the other side, Weban and Xiongzhuang, seeing Su Yutong's finishing blow, grew excited and reached for the stones before Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang swept his hand, gathering all the stones, and glanced at them coolly. The battle isn't over yet. What's the rush? Hey, if you want, face reality until it hits you, well, wait, and let you be thoroughly convinced. Weban and Xiongzhuang sneered. Ignoring them, Wang Jinxiang turned his gaze to the arena. The golden sword was now less than a zhang from Wang Yuyao. Even with her speed-enhancing high-grade artifact, she couldn't dodge in time. At that moment, everyone, including the 3 inner sect elders, believed Wang Yuyao was at her wit's end and doomed to lose. No one but Wang Jinxiang noticed a faint glimmer on Wang Yuyao's right finger. A sapphire-like ring had materialized. The moment it appeared, an invisible force burst from the ring, enveloping the perfect water moon dress. A sound like flowing tides arose out of nowhere. On the dress, the lake vision reappeared. The bright moon emerged, casting a pure silver radiance that transformed into a protective barrier, clashing with the golden sword as it descended. With a thunderous crash, the arena trembled violently. A brilliant golden light erupted, claiming half the arena, while the other half was bathed in a serene white moonlight. The golden light was domineering and sharp, as if forged from countless sword energies. The moonlight was cold and tranquil, exuding a sacred air. They clashed and consumed each other. In the end, when the moonlight shrank to a mere zhang in radius, the golden light dissipated first. She blocked it. She has another high-grade artifact. Is she ridiculously wealthy? The spectators exchanged bewildered looks. Even the three inner sect elders glanced at each other, speechless. That bitch. Who did she latch onto to get so many high-grade artifacts? Yueban and Xiong Zhuang exchanged grim looks, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Hearing their curses, Wang Jinxiang smiled and glanced at them. I know you two are anxious, but don't rush just yet. You'll be even more anxious soon. The onlooker sees the game best, while the player is often lost. Su Yutong initially had no idea what was happening until she caught the murmurs around her and finally understood. You still have another high-grade magical artifact. She stared at Wang Yuyo's right hand, her gaze landing on the perfect, profound water ring, her expression darkening. That old bastard sure is generous, isn't he? He piled 4 high-grade magical artifacts on this lowly woman in one go. Especially that blue ring. It has the rare and powerful ability to enhance the might of other artifacts. Such an artifact is far more precious than ordinary ones of the same grade. Wang Yuyao remained silent. From the perfect, profound water ring, an invisible force merged into the perfect cloud water cold light sword. The perfect cloud water cold light sword trembled. An icy bone-chilling mist spread, enveloping the blade entirely. Then the cold air contracted and condensed on the flying sword's surface, forming a layer of solid ice. In an instant, the perfect cloud water cold light sword transformed into a crystalline ice sword. A startling chill radiated from its blade. The temperature on the arena plummeted. Whoosh! A sharp sound of piercing air rang out. The ice sword shot through the air, appearing before Su Yutong in the blink of an eye. As the ice sword drew near, the terrifying cold surged. Su Yutong felt her body stiffen, as if she might freeze solid at any moment. Her expression shifted. The spiritual energy within her body churned rapidly, slightly easing her rigidity. She pressed her palms together, her fingers interlacing into a seal. Golden light seal. A golden radiance emerged from between her palms and fingers, merging into the flying sword, turning it into a golden blade. The next moment, the two swords clashed. An icy mist swept across the arena, and the golden sword chi was frozen and shattered. After a moment, the mist dissipated, revealing a battered figure. Su Yutong knelt on one knee, her hair disheveled. A bloody gaping wound on her shoulder was a gruesome sight. A layer of frost coated her hair and skin from the terrifying cold. Blood from the shoulder wound froze as soon as it flowed out, shattering into icy crystals on the ground. You have lost. Wang Yuyo's long hair danced in the wind as the perfect cloud water cold light sword hovered above her head, pointing at Su Yutong, its icy sword aura pulsating. No. Impossible. How could I ever lose to a wretch like you? Su Yutong looked dazed and disheartened. Then she suddenly lifted her head, her expression wild and frenzied. How can a lowly woman like you be worthy of competing with me? Impossible. Wang Yuyao frowned and pointed a finger forward. The perfect cloud water cold light sword shot straight towards Su Yutong. With her combat power reduced to less than a tenth, if this strike landed, she would be either dead or crippled. Whoosh! Just then a blazing beam of light streaked through the air like a meteor, suddenly striking from outside Arena 9. Beside Yin Zhongque, an inner sect elder frowned and was about to intervene. Yin Zhongque suddenly raised a hand, stopping him. The elder hesitated for a moment, then ultimately refrained from acting. In that moment of hesitation, the streak of light had already entered Arena 9, striking the perfect cloud water cold light sword with precision. A searing heat erupted, instantly melting the cold aura of the sword and sending it flying back. Boom! The streak of light landed. A scorching and powerful wave of energy swept across. Wang Yuyao, caught off guard, was struck squarely, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she stumbled back several steps. When the air settled, a half-foot-deep crater appeared before everyone's eyes. In the pit, a golden jade talisman was embedded in the ground like a blade. Yutong, you forgot to take this. At the same time, a calm voice echoed across the square. Wang Jinxiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to Arena 1. The golden jade talisman had been thrown by Yi Lingyun. Arena 1 and Arena 9 were separated by hundreds of zhang. Although Wang Yuyo's strike was not at full power, the fact that he could intercept it from such a distance was a testament to his strength. It's Yi Lingyun. He actually intervened. To block Wang Yuyo's attack from this far away, Yi Lingyun's strength has grown even stronger. The crowd finally reacted, turning their gazes toward Arena 1. At the same time, Su Yutong came to her senses. When she saw the golden jade talisman, a look of joy lit up her face. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the talisman. "You wretch, die!" Shouting in fury, she channeled all her remaining spiritual energy into the golden jade talisman. The next moment, the talisman transformed into a cloud of light points, which then gathered above her head, slowly forming a golden blade of light. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, growing stronger as the golden blade took shape. Everyone's attention was drawn back. Gasps of astonishment rang out across the square. Heavens, it's a talisman treasure. That golden jade talisman is a talisman treasure. Wang Yuyao is doomed. A talisman treasure. Wang Jinxiang frowned as he watched the blade of light formed from the jade talisman on the arena. A talisman treasure is an extremely special spiritual talisman crafted using the primal essence of powerful tools like spiritual artifacts and dharma treasures combined with talisman arts. Since a talisman treasure can only possess at most 3/10 of the original artifact's power, and the primal essence is difficult to repair once depleted, crafting one is a highly uneconomical endeavor. It is usually only made by elders to protect their beloved juniors for self-defense. This makes talisman treasures quite rare. Talisman treasures have a limited number of uses. Once exhausted, they shatter completely. What is the relationship between Yi Lingyun and Su Yutong that he would be willing to let her use a talisman treasure? Wang Jinxiang pondered, glancing at the two, then stood up and looked toward the three figures hovering in midair. "Elder, this should be a violation of the competition rules, shouldn't it?" His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, instantly spread across the entire square. The square fell silent. Everyone looked over in surprise. Wang Jinxiang, the most famous waste among the outer disciples, dared to stand up at this moment and question an inner sect elder. "This item originally belonged to Su Yutong. I merely brought it to her." Before the three inner sect elders could speak, Yi Lingyun on Arena 1 turned his gaze, his sharp eyes like arrows piercing, toward Wang Jinxiang. Exactly, he was just returning the item to its owner. Perfectly reasonable. Indeed, are only Wang Yuyao allowed to use so many high-grade artifacts while others cannot use their treasures? Nearby, Bui Weban and Xiong Zhuang, who had been in despair, saw a sudden turn of fortune. That was a talisman treasure. Even the weakest talisman treasure is forged from the primal essence of a spiritual artifact, far superior to magical artifacts. No matter how many high-grade artifacts Wang Yuyao had, she could never defeat Su Yutong with a talisman treasure. Wang Jinxiang ignored the three, focusing only on the figure in the air. Feeling Wang Jianqiang's disregard, Bui Weban and Xiong Zhuang couldn't help but snort coldly. Yi Lingyun narrowed his eyes, a flicker of chill in his pupils. In the air, Yun Zhongxue glanced at Wang Jinxiang expressionlessly, then turned his gaze to Yi Lingyun. A calm voice rang out. "Do not let this happen again." "Yes, elder." Yi Lingyun clasped his hands toward the air, then turned to look at Wang Jinxiang, his face full of mockery. Wang Jinxiang fell silent. Yunzong's words seemed to criticize Yi Lingyun, but in reality they tacitly approved of his actions. Indeed, no matter the world's strength ultimately reigns supreme. Rules are merely chains for the weak. He smiled indifferently. His gaze returned to the arena. The battle was not over yet. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. The battle on the arena did not cease despite the changes surrounding it. Above Su Yutong's head, the golden light blade had fully taken shape, its emanating waves powerful enough to astonish even the most accomplished practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. "Kill." She pointed forward, and the light blade transformed into a streak of light that shot out. At the moment the blade was launched, Wang Yuyao, caught off guard by Yi Lingyun, managed to suppress her injuries. As the light blade approached, she waved her palm, and a small, exquisite seal platform shot out. During the process of being shot out, the seal platform rapidly expanded in size. In an instant, it grew from a small size of barely half a palm to a gigantic object with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. Boom. In the next moment, the light blade collided with the seal platform. The explosive force instantly swept across the entire arena. The crowd, who had been paying attention to Wang Jinxiang, immediately shifted their focus back to the arena upon hearing the booming sound. At the same time, Wang Jinxiang also collected his thoughts and focused his gaze. The entire arena was now engulfed in a chaotic storm. Debris and dust were swept up in the storm, obscuring visibility. Even divine senses were blocked by this violent force, making penetration nearly impossible. The crowd could not see the final outcome of the battle and could only wait for the storm to subside. Time passed slowly as the raging storm gradually receded. The scene on the arena slowly became visible. The arena, which could withstand battles between ordinary practitioners of the Qi refinement stage, was now a complete mess. Cracks crisscrossed the arena, covering its surface as if it were about to be split into countless pieces. On the shattered arena, Wang Yuyo's hair was disheveled, her face pale with blood continuously dripping from the corner of her mouth. She was weak and unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet she managed to hold on and did not fall. Opposite her, a figure had already fainted, which was Su Yutong. Upon seeing this scene, almost everyone was stunned, and then they exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yuyao actually won. She defeated Su Yutong, who possessed a talisman treasure. That was a talisman treasure, an invincible artifact in the Qi refinement stage. Is this too exaggerated? At this moment, the shock was not only felt by the outer disciples watching the battle. Did you see clearly? An inner sect elder looked amazed at the two people beside him. That seal platform is not simple. Another inner sect elder nodded in agreement. Hearing their discussion, Yun Zong's gaze shifted toward Wang Yuyao, flickering as he said, although that talisman treasure is made from the essence of a low-grade spiritual artifact, it is certainly incomparable to ordinary artifacts. Her seal platform artifact not only blocked, but also gained the upper hand. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. He shook his head again. However, this girl has a poor foundation and has relied entirely on external objects to reach this point. Ultimately, it is difficult for her to achieve greatness. While the three inner sect elders were conversing, Wang Jianqiang's gaze had already turned toward the first arena. On the first arena, Yiling Yun's face was already ashen. It seemed he sensed Wang Jianqiang's gaze and turned to look. When he saw the faint smile at the corner of Wang Jianqiang's mouth, his face twitched. A worthless person, how dare he mock him? His gaze instantly turned icy. If looks could kill, Wang Jinxiang would have been dead countless times. Sensing Yiling Yun's killing intent, Wang Jinxiang scoffed disdainfully. Who are you trying to intimidate in the sect? I don't believe you would dare to act. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned to look beside him. He then saw two sneaky figures, one fat and one thin, quietly trying to escape. What are you two doing? Do you want me to call the enforcers from the punishment hall to negotiate with you? Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, the two froze in place, halting their steps. Wang Jinxiang, don't be unreasonable. The sturdy figure like a bamboo pole glared at Wang Jinxiang. We admit that we were short-sighted. Isn't it enough to say you won? Wang Jinxiang appeared nonchalant. According to our agreement, you two can perform the punishment. Wang Jinxiang, having more friends means more paths. Don't be too extreme. Upon hearing Wang Jinxiang actually wanted them to eat feces, Bu Yu's chubby face couldn't help but tremble. Wang Jinxiang glanced at him indifferently. It's a joke. Weren't you two quite happy when we set the bet? What? You don't want to honor the bet now that you've lost? If that's the case, then let's meet in the punishment hall. As soon as Wang Jinxiang finished speaking, their faces turned pale. If this matter were to reach the punishment hall, given their style, not only would they have to fulfill the bet, but they would also be skinned alive. Thinking of this, their tones softened instantly. Wang Jinxiang, we don't mean to breach the contract. It's just that even if we wanted to eat now, where would we get feces? Wang Jinxiang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Feces are quite common in the mundane world. However, they are indeed rare in the territory of cultivators. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can fast and do not consume earthly food, naturally eliminating the need for mundane bodily functions. Although Qi refinement stage cultivators cannot fast, they eat only spiritual plants and spiritual water. While there are impurities in spiritual plants and spiritual water, they are far purer than those in the mundane world. Consequently, there is much less need for bodily functions, typically occurring only once every 2 to 3 months. Finding something for these two greedy cats to eat is quite challenging. However, these two clearly have a grudge against Wang Yuyao, and if he let them off so easily, they would surely feel dissatisfied. Just as Wang Jinxiang was feeling a bit troubled, a voice suddenly came from behind. Wang Shixiang, I often raise some mundane livestock and can find something for these two to eat. This voice was powerful and full of masculine vigor. If one did not look, Wang Jinxiang might have thought the speaker was a muscular man. But when he turned his head, his pupils shrank. What a strong woman. Indeed, the speaker was a girl. She stood over 2 meters tall with 2 cute ponytails on her head, and a pink dress stretched tightly against her body, making one marvel at the elasticity of the fabric. Under the hem of her dress, a pair of bronze-colored legs bulged with muscles with abundant leg hair. The appearance and figure of the women from the Hehuan Sect are generally above average. Such a gem is truly rare. Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Regaining his composure, a smile appeared on his face. Thank you very much, Shemaimai. There's no need to be polite, Wang Shixiao. The strong girl blushed slightly, turned around, and soared away on her sword. In a short moment, the strong girl returned at high speed. So fast. Wang Jinxiang was taken aback, wondering if she could really reach the living quarters in such a short time. Did you get it back? Wang Jinxiang asked the strong girl with some uncertainty. The strong girl's face flashed with shyness as she nodded. With a wave of her palm, a large, foul-smelling object appeared on the ground. Atop this object, wisps of steam were rising. Recalling the time issue, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Holy crap, this thing can't possibly be this big sister's handiwork, right? Wang Jian couldn't help but steal a glance at the fierce woman beside him. At that moment, the woman was full of anticipation, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. In that moment, he finally confirmed it. Indeed, it was this freshly minted individual. Moreover, the big sister must have some unusual preferences. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about this matter. With this thought, Wang Jian felt a mix of amusement and helplessness as he looked at Bu Yueban and Xiong Zhuang. You two start your performance. Bu Yueban's plump face and Xiong Zhuang simultaneously turned as ugly as if they were crying. Big brother, well, give you 500 spirit stones, can we skip it? Wang Jian rolled his eyes. My bet is 10,000 spirit stones. Do you think you can get away with just 500? The two exchanged glances, silently negotiating, and then said to Wang Jian, what about 1,000 spirit stones? We only have this much left. Wang Jian curled his lip and ignored them. Xiong Zhuang looked as if he might cry. Bu Yueban gritted his teeth and took out a jade vial. Inside this vial is a foundation establishment pill. If you are willing to let us go, this pill will be yours. Foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing Bu Yueban's words, the onlookers were stunned, their gazes becoming fervent. Wang Jian could not help but show an expression of surprise. This fat man actually has a foundation establishment pill. If not for his abundant resources, he must be of no ordinary status. He pondered for a moment, then, what about 1,000 spirit stones? You give me a foundation establishment pill, and you still want spirit stones? Bu Yueban's face darkened. Forget it, let's proceed according to the original wager. Wang Jian shook his head. All right, I'll take both the spirit stones and the foundation establishment pill. Hearing this, Bu Yueban immediately changed his tune. After pooling together with Xiong Zhuang, they took out 1,000 spirit stones and pushed them along with the jade vial in front of Wang Jian. Wang Jian inspected the jade vial, then smiled broadly as he pocketed both the vial and the spirit stones. Bu Yueban and Xiong Zhuang simultaneously displayed expressions of pain. Feeling the mocking gazes around them, the two felt their faces flush with embarrassment and could no longer bear to stay. Wang Jian, you have guts, well, see. After throwing a harsh remark at Wang Jian, they left in a huff. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Jian scoffed and turned his gaze back to the No.9 arena. The unconscious Su Yutong had already been taken away, leaving only Wang Yuyao standing alone in the arena. The defender could have half an hour of recovery time after each challenge. Wang Yuyao was sitting cross-legged in the arena, taking the time to recover. Half an hour later, she slowly opened her eyes. Her spiritual energy was heavily depleted. In just half an hour, she had only recovered less than 30%. However, she had at least regained some combat power. Below the arena, most challengers had already exhausted their qualifications. The remaining few challengers looked at the No.9 arena with apprehension. Though Wang Yuyao's foundation was extremely poor, the power of her magical artifacts was too formidable. The scene of her withstanding the talisman's strike to defeat Su Yutong made nearly everyone wary. Even though she was not in peak condition, now none of the challengers dared to act rashly. Rather than gamble on her state, it was more prudent to challenge those clearly weaker defenders. For a time, the No.9 arena became a forbidden ground for challengers, much like the No.1 arena. As time passed, the remaining challengers dwindled, and the competition was about to enter its countdown. Seeing that Wang Yuyao was about to win without a fight and stand at the end, Yi Lingyun suddenly stood up from the No.1 arena. As one of the recognized strongest in this competition, every move he made attracted attention. His actions instantly drew the gaze of the audience. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly approached the edge of the arena and then jumped down. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. What was going on? Yi Lingyun voluntarily gave up the first place that was almost within reach. Just as this thought emerged in everyone's minds, Yi Lingyun suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, crossing the square at an astonishing speed, appearing on the No.9 arena in an instant. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. Yi Lingyun was seeking revenge for Su Yutong. Now there was a good show to watch. On the No.9 arena, Wang Yuyao looked solemnly at the imposing Yi Lingyun, her silver teeth clenched tight. She sensed a powerful pressure emanating from him. This pressure filled her heart with unease. However, she did not show any signs of retreat. Before the competition, Wang Shixiang had already shared the plan with her. To assist Wang Shixiang, she had to enter the top 10. Therefore, she could not retreat. After Yi Lingyun ascended the No.9 arena, he showed no intention of speaking, pressing his palm directly down toward the ground. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from the ground. Wang Yuyao's face turned pale as she was forced to kneel toward the ground. She strained to activate her perfect moon water skirt, relying on the moonlight to protect her, managing to avoid being flattened against the ground. However, the perfect moon water skirt could not completely block this force. She still knelt on one knee, unable to rise. Weren't you very powerful just now? What about that little seal? Use your strongest technique, otherwise you won't last 3 breaths in front of me. Yi Lingyun's expression was arrogant as he stepped closer to Wang Yuyao. As he approached, the gravitational force intensified. Wang Yuyao trembled more violently, as if she might collapse under this pressure at any moment. She bit her red lips, and due to the excessive force her lips were already bitten through oozing bright red blood. Just when she was prepared to fight desperately, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. You cannot defeat him, admit defeat. Wang Shixiang. Wang Yuyao was taken aback, her expression slightly hesitant. Jump down from the arena, immediately. At that moment, Wang Jian's voice resounded in her mind again, this time with a hint of sternness. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyao finally ceased her hesitation. A flicker of the perfect Xian water ring on her finger empowered the perfect moon water skirt. The protective moonlight instantly grew dense. She felt a lightness in her body, and without hesitation dashed toward the edge of the arena, trying to escape. Seeing this, Yi Lingyun furrowed his brows. He suddenly reached out his palm towards Wang Yuyao. A terrifying gravitational force erupted instantly. Wang Yuyao hesitated, completely caught by this gravitational pull, unable to advance, and instead showing signs of being pulled backward. She gritted her teeth. The spiritual light on her perfect purple jade shoes surged. With the combined power of the 3 high-grade magical artifacts, she finally broke through this terrifying gravitational force. Yi Lingyun frowned and let out a cold snort. He pushed his palm forward. That powerful gravitational force instantly transformed into a repulsive force, striking Wang Yuyao's back like a heavy hammer. Wang Yuyao spat out a mouthful of blood and was hurled forward, crashing heavily onto the ground below the arena. The arena was at least dozens of feet high. Falling from such a height was no light matter. Wang Yuyao felt a jolt in her internal organs and spat out another large mouthful of blood. Just then Yi Lingyun arrived at the edge of the arena. His expression was cold as he pointed downward. The powerful repulsive force surged forth like a shockwave, aimed directly at the heavily injured Wang Yuyao. Wherever it passed, the air became distorted. At the critical moment, Wang Yuyao could no longer care about her own injuries. She hastily summoned the perfect small 1,000-mountain seal and activated the power of the perfect mystic water ring to bolster it. The next moment, Yi Lingyun's attack descended. Boom! A terrifying air blast erupted. Wang Yuyao let out a muffled groan, sent flying like a scarecrow, tumbling toward the spectator stands. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a figure shot over swiftly and caught her in his arms. Senior Brother Wang. The pale-faced Wang Yuyao's eyes brightened. Wang Jinxiang nodded and landed slowly. Heel first. He released his arm from around Wang Yuyao's waist. Yi Lingyun's attacks were indeed fierce and domineering. However, despite her dire appearance, Wang Yuyao's injuries were not as severe as they seemed, thanks to the protection of the perfect water moon dress. Wang Yuyao nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation. Seeing Wang Yuyao enter a meditative state, Wang Jinxiang looked up at the 9th arena. At that moment, Yi Lingyun stood at the edge of the arena, his gaze icy cold, his face filled with disdain and mockery. A mere waste dared to oppose him repeatedly, truly overestimating himself. If not within the sect, he would make this fool regret his existence. Wang Jianqiang's gaze only lingered on Yi Lingyun for a moment before shifting to the air. Elder Wang Yuyao has already jumped off the arena, clearly signaling her surrender, yet Yi Lingyun still pursued her with lethal force. Does this not violate the rules? Yun Zhongque remained expressionless. After a moment of silence, he said flatly, if one has not landed, they are not considered to have left the arena. When Yi Lingyun delivered the final blow, Wang Yuyao had not yet landed, so it is not a violation. According to the tournament rules, as long as one party shows the intention to concede, the other must cease attacking. Yun Zhongque was clearly spouting nonsense. Yet Wang Jinxiang showed no anger, merely smiling indifferently and cupping his hands toward Yun Zhongque. Disciple understands. Thank you, Elder, for the clarification. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's composed demeanor, Yun Zhongque frowned, feeling an inexplicable unease. He frowned and said coldly to Wang Jinxiang, the tournament strictly prohibits any non-participant from interfering. You have already violated the rules. If it happens again, you will be punished according to sect rules. Hearing this, Wang Jinxiang sneered inwardly. He hadn't even left the spectator stance, he merely caught Wang Yuyao. Was that considered interference? That reasoning was indeed far-fetched. However, facing a core formation grandmaster, he dared not argue. It wasn't a matter of cowardice. It was a matter of foolishness. On the 9th arena, seeing Wang Jinxiang being put in his place, Yi Lingyun's sneer grew more pronounced. Not only was Wang Jinxiang a waste, but his mind was likely dull as well. He was the top disciple of the outer sect. Su Yutong was an unparalleled prodigy, having achieved such astonishing strength in just 3 years since joining the sect. In Elder Yunzong's eyes, Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao could not compare to them at all. This fool couldn't even grasp such a simple truth and repeatedly sought to have Yun Zhongxue uphold fairness. Truly foolish beyond measure. He then turned his gaze to Wang Yuyao. With me here, don't think you'll make it into the top 10 in this tournament. His domineering words spread without any concealment. Wang Yuyao opened her eyes, a flash of anger coloring her face. Ignore him. Focus on recovering, Wang Jinxiang said to her calmly. Wang Yuyao nodded and closed her eyes again to recuperate. Yi Lingyun sneered at the sight, his gaze sweeping over the challengers below the arena. This 9th arena belongs to Su Yutong. Whoever dares to seize it will be my enemy. With that, he transformed into a streak of golden light and shot back to the 1st arena. After he left, the 9th arena stood empty. Below the arena, the contestants, who still had challenges remaining, looked at the vacant 9th arena, their eyes flickering with thoughts. But out of fear of Yi Lingyun, no one dared to step forward. Time passed. As the tournament neared its end, Wang Yuyao finally ceased her recovery. How's your recovery? Wang Jinxiang asked. The injuries are suppressed, and my spiritual energy is back to 70%, Wang Yuyao replied. Wang Jinxiang nodded. Step onto the arena. Go to the 9th. Wang Yuyao paused for a moment, then without asking why, she resolutely ascended the empty arena. She had heard Yi Lingyun's domineering declaration. But so what? Since senior brother Wang told her to go, she would go. Seeing Wang Yuyao once again step onto the 9th arena, the crowd stirred with excitement. This Wang Yuyao was truly audacious, still daring to confront Yi Lingyun. Was she not afraid of death? Meanwhile, seated at the center of the 1st arena, Yi Lingyun's expression darkened. Seeking death. He snorted coldly, transforming into a beam of golden light shooting out of the 1st arena with astonishing speed. Seeing Yi Lingyun charging again, Wang Yuyao's expression turned grave. The perfect small 1,000-mountain seal materialized, hovering before her, spinning rapidly. Just as she prepared to strike, a voice transmission suddenly echoed in her mind. She was startled and couldn't help but look toward Wang Jinxiang in the spectator stands. Wang Jinxiang did not continue the transmission, merely nodding. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuyao turned her gaze back to Yi Lingyun. At that moment, he had already appeared within the 9th arena. Upon entering, he did not pause, charging at Wang Yuyao like an arrow, aggressively and fiercely. Just as everyone expected a fierce battle to erupt, Wang Yuyao made an unexpected move. She turned and jumped off the arena. Fled. Everyone was stunned. Isn't that too cowardly? If so, why not just stay below the arena? What was the point of going up to embarrass herself? No, his challenge count hasn't been used yet. He's trying to exhaust Yi Lingyun's challenge attempts. This statement immediately sparked an uproar. Right? Each person only had 2 challenge opportunities. Yi Lingyun had already used 1, so this was his 2nd challenge. In other words, he could only remain on the 9th arena. In contrast, Wang Yuyao still had 1 challenge left, allowing her to seize the 1st arena instead. What a clever scheme. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Lingyun's face turned ugly. Earlier, he had been so focused on avenging Su Yutong that he hadn't considered this. Only now did he realize he had been outmaneuvered. Bitch, you're ruthless. He gritted his teeth and walked to the edge of the arena, looking down. Then he froze. Where was Wang Yuyao? Wuxia look of astonishment had just appeared on his face when he suddenly saw a flying sword and a seal platform hurtling toward him. That bitch's artifacts. A trap. He doesn't want to drain my challenge attempts. He wants to eliminate me completely. Yi Lingyun's expression shifted, then twisted into a snarl. Bitch, you're dreaming. Explode. At the same time, a sharp cry rang out. The perfect cloud water cold light sword and the perfect small 1,000-mountain seal detonated simultaneously. On arena no. 9. Boom. A terrifying explosive force swept through like a storm. The resilient arena crumbled inch by inch like tofu. The violent explosive force surged out of the arena, wreaking havoc all around. The spectators near the arena changed their expressions in panic and fled in terror. The terrifying explosive force raged for several minutes before gradually subsiding. When the dust settled, everyone looked towards arena no. 9 with shock and uncertainty. They then discovered in astonishment that the tall and sturdy arena had been reduced to rubble. Above the ruins, a figure hovered in midair. Her robes fluttered gracefully, surrounded by a cold moonlight radiance. It was Wang Yuyao. On the ground, over 100 zhang away from her, Yi Lingyun was now clad in a suit of crimson armor, radiating waves of scorching heat. His face, slightly pale, was dark with fury. Seeing this, the audience erupted into cheers. His Wang Yuyao actually self-detonated 2 magical artifacts in one go, and those were high-grade artifacts. If I had a high-grade artifact, I'd sleep hugging it, let alone detonate it. This Wang Yuyao is so wasteful. But Yi Lingyun is too strong. Two self-detonating high-grade artifacts didn't even severely injure him. Another talisman treasure. This guy is really a rich dog. Wang Jinxiang, standing among the crowd, stared at the crimson armor on Yi Lingyun, a hint of regret in his eyes. This guy indeed had the capital to be arrogant. His reflexes were astonishingly fast. He had reacted the instant Wang Yuyao detonated the artifacts. Hearing the cheers around him, Yi Lingyun's expression darkened further. He glared at Wang Yuyao. He never expected she would dare to self-detonate high-grade artifacts, and two of them at once. If not for his quick reaction and timely activation of a defensive talisman treasure, he would have been crippled or dead. An elite outer disciple, yet schemed against by an unknown woman. How could he swallow this humiliation? Bitch'll kill you. His eyes turned bloodshot as he transformed into a streak of light, charging at Wang Yuyao. Yi Lingyun, you have already lost. Just then a calm voice suddenly came from the audience. Yi Lingyun halted instantly, his face contorted with rage as he looked at Wang Jinxiang. She yielded first. Oh, I did not lose. Yielded? Wang Jinxiang sneered. Who heard her yield? She jumped off the arena. Jumping off counts as yielding. Hearing this, Wang Jinxiang smiled, a trace of mockery crossing his face. Didn't Senior Yunzhong just say? As long as the contestant hasn't landed, it doesn't count as yielding. Wang Yuyao did jump off the arena, but she hasn't touched the ground yet. And you have already landed. So, you are the one who lost. Yi Lingyun's expression froze, and he couldn't help but glance at Yunzhong. Yunzhong gave Wang Jinxiang a deep look. Others might not know, but with his cultivation, how could he not detect Wang Jianqiang's earlier telepathic message? Wang Yuyao was merely the executor. The true mastermind was this man. To silence him and prevent further favoritism toward Yi Lingyun, he used Yunzhong's own words against him. With so many outer disciples watching, if he continued to favor Yi Lingyun, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This outer disciple was indeed calculating. Not only had he outsmarted Yi Lingyun, but he had also ensnared Yunzhong himself. However, in the end, although Yi Lingyun had talent and strength, he was still too green. He shook his head and looked at Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun, you lost. Hearing Yunzhong's announcement, Yi Lingyun's face turned pale, his heart filled with resentment. He cast a cold glance at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, is it? You're ruthless. Just wait and see. As his words faded before Wang Yuyao could respond, a faint voice came. Since you're eliminated, don't delay the competition. Yi Lingyun's expression stiffened as he looked at Wang Jinxiang, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Then with a cold snort, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away. As the biggest favorite to win the grand tournament, he had been outmaneuvered by an unknown woman, failing to even make the top 10. He no longer had the face to stay. After Yi Lingyun left, Wang Yuyao looked at Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang understood her meaning and slowly shook his head. With Yi Lingyun eliminated, the biggest contender for the championship was gone, making it the perfect time to vie for the title. But the championship was not so easily won. Wang Jinxiang discreetly scanned the remaining challengers. His gaze paused briefly on two figures. They were both women. One wore a pale yellow long dress with bright eyes and white teeth, her figure tall and slender. The other appeared very young, petite in stature, yet her youthful face already bore a beauty that could topple kingdoms. These two had never made a move since the defense rounds began, yet they gave Wang Jinxiang an extremely dangerous feeling. This level of danger even surpassed that of Yi Lingyun. Even without self-detonating the perfect Lesser Thousand Mountain Seal and the perfect Cloud Water Cold Light, Sword, Wang Yuyao was no match for these two, let alone now. Wang Yuyao was unaware of Wang Jianqiang's thoughts, but trusted him unconditionally. Seeing him shake his head, she immediately abandoned the idea of contending for Arena No. 1. However, while Wang Yuyao could resist the temptation of the championship, others could not. Those confident in their abilities began to vie for it. The pace of the competition quickened noticeably. Within just half an hour, only two challengers remained with the right to challenge. They were the two women Wang Jinxiang had noticed earlier. The woman in the pale yellow dress glanced at the petite girl and made the first move. She leaped up, her movements graceful and elegant. It's Bai Shiruo. She's finally on stage. She's the foremost beauty of the outer sect. Amid the cheers, Bai Shiruo landed on Arena No. 1. Then the battle began. With just one strike, the defender of Arena No. 1 tumbled awkwardly off the platform. So strong. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. Bai Shiruo was known as the foremost beauty mainly for her appearance. Her talent was merely above average. She couldn't compare to prodigies like Su Yutong. She had rarely shown her strength in public, so few knew her true abilities. In previous rounds, she hadn't stood out much. Making it to the top 50 was already surprising. No one expected her real combat power to be so astonishing. Even Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat. Who would dare challenge Arena No. 1 without being formidable? Though the defender was no match for Yi Lingyun, he was no ordinary disciple renowned in the outer sect. He had previously defeated several challengers and held his ground until now. His strength surpassed even Su Yutong's, yet he was defeated with a single casual strike. This power was truly terrifying. After Bai Shiruo, the petite girl also moved. She chose not to challenge Bai Shiruo. Instead, she ascended Arena No. 2. With another effortless strike. The defender who had held through 6 rounds spat blood and conceded in shock. Such an astonishing performance once again drew exclamations from the crowd. From the surrounding chatter, Wang Jinxiang was surprised to learn that no one recognized the petite girl. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere in the outer sect. This intrigued Wang Jinxiang, who focused his gaze on her. The next moment, the girl's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Name Mu Lingxi. Gender female. Cultivation Qi refining perfection. Age 18. Spiritual root Thunder type heavenly spiritual root. Karma value 0. An 18-year-old at Qi refining perfection. Thunder type heavenly spiritual root. Upon seeing the young girl's information, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had initially thought she was practicing some special technique that halted her physical growth, making her appear younger. He never expected her to truly be just a young girl. An 18-year-old at Qi refining perfection. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly drop countless jaws. Even more astonishing was the fact that she possessed an exceedingly rare Thunder-type constitution and a heavenly spiritual root at that. The outer sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. After snapping back to reality, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Following Mu Lingxi's challenge, the competition did not conclude, because the two defeated by her and by Shiruo still had one more chance to challenge. Only after their challenges did the competition finally come to an end. In the end, Bai Shiruo claimed first place. Mu Lingxi secured second place. Wang Yuyao took ninth place. After announcing the top 50 names of the grand competition, Yun's Honk couldn't help but glance at Wang Jinxiang. Throughout this grand competition, the one who left the deepest impression on him was not Yi Lingyun, nor the heavenly spiritual root, Su Yutong, nor even any participant. It was Wang Jinxiang. From the murmurs in the audience, he had already learned some details about Wang Jinxiang. A waste nearing the end of his lifespan. Over 70 years of cultivation had only brought him to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Yet the rumors seemed somewhat off from reality. This Wang Jianqiang's cultivation had clearly reached the 10th layer of Qi refining, though a faint aura of death emanated from him, indeed a sign of his impending end. Withdrawing his gaze, he silently shook his head. Merely a dying man. Had it not been for his deep scheming causing him trouble on several occasions, he would never have noticed such an ordinary outer disciple. Afterward, he announced the conclusion of the competition and departed alongside the other 2 inner sect elders. With the departure of the 3 elders, the outer sect grand competition officially came to an end. The various events of the competition spread throughout the sect in an extremely short time. The elimination of the new prodigy Su Yutong, the failure of the top favorite Yi Lingyun to even make the top 10, and the emergence of Wang Yuyao, the biggest dark horse and the instigator of it all. Every detail was so unexpected. Even the explosive rise of Bai Shiruo, the foremost of the 3 beauties, and the seemingly out-of-nowhere appearance of Mu Lingxi caught everyone off guard. Beyond this, the tales of Bu Yueban and Xiong Zhuang naturally leaked out, becoming a source of amusement for many disciples during their leisure. Compared to previous editions, this grand competition might not have been the most intense, but it was undoubtedly the most eventful and spectacular. 3 days later, Wang Jinxiang was immersed in cultivation when Wang Yuyao suddenly arrived. After the competition ended, Wang Yuyao had directly returned to her residence to heal and recover. This was the first time he had seen Wang Yuyao since the competition concluded. The grand competition had acted like a whetstone, transforming Wang Yuyao's entire demeanor. If she had previously resembled a shy and self-deprecating ugly duckling, now she was more like a proud and confident white swan. Senior brother, the competition rewards have been distributed, and the quota to enter the Cold Pool secret realm is secured. Moreover, I've prepared 2 gifts for you. With a wave of her hand, Wang Yuyao produced 2 items, a jade bottle and a jade slip. Inside the jade bottle is a foundation establishment pill. This jade slip contains an attack technique I specifically selected for you. Hearing Wang Yuyao's gentle introduction, Wang Jinxiang felt a warmth in his heart. After the competition, he had casually mentioned to Wang Yuyao his intention to purchase an attack technique. He never expected that a mere offhand comment would be remembered so earnestly. As far as he knew, the rewards for 4th to 10th place were identical. 1 foundation establishment pill, 300,000 spirit stones, and a chance to select any treasure from the outer sect's treasury. In terms of value, the foundation establishment pill was paramount. Next came the opportunity to choose from the outer sect's treasury. This small 5-element sword formation was likely selected from that treasury. the Foundation Establishment Pill and the chance to pick from the Outer Sect's treasury. These were her two greatest gains from the grand competition, yet she unhesitatingly offered them to him. Especially the Foundation Establishment Pill. It was a treasure coveted by nearly every qi refining cultivator. Wang Jinxiang looked tenderly at Wang Yuyao and accepted the jade slip of the small 5-element sword formation. Though one could purchase some attack techniques at the affairs hall, their quality was generally low, far inferior to the collections in the Outer Sect's treasury. Moreover, combat techniques were something he urgently needed, so there was no reason to refuse. As for the jade bottle containing the Foundation Establishment Pill, he pushed it back. I'll take the small 5-element sword formation, but this Foundation Establishment Pill is useless to me. Keep it. But, no buts. I said keep it, so keep it. Wang Jinxiang shook his head. Oh. Seeing Wang Jinxiang seem slightly annoyed, Wang Yuyao quickly nodded and took it back. Watching her obedient demeanor, Wang Jinxiang smiled. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Wang Yuyao and said, by the way, don't take the Foundation Establishment Pill for now. The Cold Pool Secret Realm only permits qi refining cultivators to enter. Once you break through to Foundation Establishment, you'll lose the qualification to enter. However, there are no restrictions once inside. You can take it after entering the Secret Realm. Understood. Wang Yuyao acknowledged. They chatted for a while longer. Then Wang Yuyao took her leave. After she left, Wang Jinxiang fell into thought. Since he had already decided to enter the Cold Pool Secret Realm, how could he go unprepared? The Cold Pool Secret Realm opened once every 30 years, coinciding with the interval of the Outer Sect Grand Competition. This time it was set to open in 1 month. The Cold Pool Secret Realm was not owned solely by the Joyous Union Sect, but was jointly managed by the 4 major cultivation forces of the northern region. Once opened, it wasn't just disciples of the Joyous Union Sect who entered. Outer disciples from all 4 forces would participate. At that time, disciples from the 4 major forces would compete for resources. The intensity of such conflict far surpassed any internal sect rivalry. Casualties were all too common. Even within the Joyous Union Sect alone, there were formidable individuals like Bai Shiruan Mu Lingxi and Yi Lingyun. If the other 3 sects were on par with the Joyous Union Sect, how could their disciples be simple? To ensure absolute success in this Cold Pool Secret Realm expedition, relying solely on the small 5-element sword formation was far from sufficient. Additional preparations were necessary. Having made up his mind, Wang Jinxiang left his dwelling. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures approaching, Chen Jiaojiao and Niu Shuren. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized it had been over 2 months since he last saw Chen Jiaojiao. As Wang Jinxiang saw them, they also noticed him. Chen Jiaojiao's expression flickered and her gaze evaded his. Beside her, Niu Shuren's face twisted into a sneer. Oh, isn't this the waste, Wang? Why is a useless thing like you out here embarrassing yourself? Shouldn't you be hiding in your hole? Hearing Niu Shuren's words, Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Chen Jiaojiao hadn't come to see him for so long. Clearly something was going on. His gaze rested on Chen Jiaojiao. Her information appeared in his mind. When he saw the affinity bar, only 10 points remaining, his suspicions were confirmed. So it's Shuren, Wang Jinxiang said with a chuckle as if deaf to Niu Shuren's insults. I saw you at the Outer Sect tournament a while ago. Watched your match too. Seems you got eliminated in the first round. Nothing serious, I hope. Niu Shuren's mouth twitched. He had indeed participated, and yes, he was eliminated in the first round. Worse, he was beaten badly and spent half a month recovering. For someone as prideful as him, it was a complete humiliation. Now with Wang Jinxiang dredging up that painful memory, his face burned with shame. I only joined the tournament for experience. Results don't matter at all. Indeed, Wang Jinxiang nodded as if in agreement. Just as Niu Shuren relaxed, Wang Jianqiang's voice came again. With your skill, results were never possible anyway. His expression froze, and he was left speechless. Enough nonsense, waste Wang. Jiao and I were about to look for you. Running into you halfway saves us the trouble. Oh, looking for me? What for? Wang Jinxiang glanced at Chen Jiaojiao. She avoided his gaze and remained silent. Seeing this, Niu Shuren continued. We're here to sever ties with you, you old waste. From now on, you have nothing to do with us. Are you sure? Jiaojiao went to great lengths to mend our relationship before, Wang Jinxiang said, looking at Chen Jiaojiao. Niu Shuren was taken aback. What do you mean, mend the relationship? Chen Jiaojiao's face changed. Wang Jinxiang, Shuren has made it clear. We're done from now on. Don't bother us anymore. With that, she pulled Niu Shuren back the way they came. From Wang Jianqiang's perspective, they seemed rather flustered. Jiaojiao, what did that waste mean? Mend the relationship. Did you beg him? Don't start. It's because you were too stubborn to deal with him, so I had to humor him. I see. You've suffered, Jiaojiao. Their voices drifted on the breeze. Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Jiaojiao's betrayal didn't affect him in the least. He had never expected anything from that ingrate anyway. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept his alchemy skills hidden from her. Had never given her a single perfect cloud haze pill and only 4 perfect azure spirit pills. Still, one thing puzzled him. Niu Shuren's cultivation had previously been on par with Chun Jiaojiu's. Both had just broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining not long ago. So why was Chun Jiaojiao still at the early 7th layer while Niu Shuren had already reached the 9th? After a moment's thought, he shook his head and set it aside, heading toward the affairs hall. Half a day later, Wang Jinxiang returned to his dwelling. With a wave of his hand, 5 jade slips materialized before him. These were his preparations for the Cold Pond secret realm. 3 were pill formulas, and the other 2 were artifact blueprints. The 3 formulas were all first-tier high-grade pills: the Spirit Restoration Pill, Earth Essence Pill, and Bloodburst Pill. The Spirit Restoration Pill accelerated spiritual energy recovery. The Earth Essence Pill was for healing injuries. As for the Bloodburst Pill, it temporarily boosted power, but came with severe side effects, a life-or-death gamble. The 2 blueprints were for the Profound Light Seal and the Windchaser Boots, both high-grade artifacts. Dong Yu had once said outer disciples couldn't buy high-grade blueprints. Yet for some reason, after learning he was preparing for the Cold Pond secret realm, she made an exception and sold him 2. He naturally didn't refuse such a good deal and bought them on the spot. With these items in hand, his journey into the secret realm would be much safer. He then focused his mind and examined each jade slip one by one. Ding detected inferior pill formula. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding detected inferior pill formula. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding detected inferior pill formula. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding detected inferior blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. Ding detected inferior blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Proceed. A series of system notifications chimed in succession. Yes. As the thought crossed Wang Jianqiang's mind, the system's voice rang out again. Ding Spirit Restoration Pill Formula successfully optimized and upgraded to Perfect Spirit Restoration Pill Formula. Ding Earth Essence Pill Formula successfully optimized and upgraded to Perfect Earth Essence Pill Formula. Ding Bloodburst Pill Formula successfully optimized and upgraded to Perfect Bloodburst Pill Formula. Ding Profound Light Seal Blueprint successfully optimized and upgraded to Perfect Profound Light Seal Blueprint. Ding Windchaser Boots Blueprint successfully optimized and upgraded to Perfect Windchaser Boots Blueprint. After optimizing and upgrading all the formulas and blueprints, Wang Jinxiang took out the materials he had prepared and began refining. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month of continuous refining yielded impressive results. He had accumulated 500 perfect cloud haze pills. For the more heavily consumed perfect spirit restoration pills and perfect earth essence pills, he had prepared over 1,000 each. Bloodburst pills would see less use, so he only prepared 20. Additionally, he had refined 20 pieces each of the perfect Profound Light Seal, Perfect Windchaser Boots, Perfect Lesser, Thousand Mountain Seal, Perfect, Profound Water Ring, Perfect, Cloud Water Cold Light, Sword, and Perfect Water Moon Dress. As for the perfect Purple Jade Boots with the superior Perfect Windchaser Boots as a replacement, they were no longer needed. Senior brother, the notice has come down. We leave for Falling Snow Mountain in 3 days. That day, Wang Yuyao came to inform Wang Jinxiang. Falling Snow Mountain was where the entrance to the Cold Pond secret realm was located. The secret realm is finally opening. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Wang Jianqiang's eyes. After Wang Yuyao left, Wang Jinxiang took a deep breath, his consciousness retreating into his mind. A month ago, optimizing the pill formula and blueprint had cost him 150 cultivation points. Over the past month, through his diligent alchemy, he had replenished the spent cultivation points. Now his cultivation points had reached 580. With a mere thought, the light screen flickered and transitioned to the page for techniques and spells. Behind the technique column, there were still only 2 lines. Derived Spirit Art, Great Completion, has reached the highest realm. Spending 500 cultivation points can optimize and upgrade this technique. Blazing Sun, Locking Origin Sutra, Ultimate Sublimation. Upgrading the Derived Spirit Art required 500 cultivation points. As long as he wished, he could obtain a higher level technique at any time. However, improving the technique affected the future and had little impact on immediate combat power. For now, his priority was still to enhance his combat strength. His gaze shifted downward. Below the technique column, the previously empty spell column now bore a line of text. Minor 5 Elements Sword Formation, not yet initiated. Wang Jinxiang focused his attention on the Minor 5 Elements Sword Formation, thinking cultivate the Minor 5 Elements Sword Formation to its highest realm. Ding, the realm of the Minor 5 Elements Sword Formation has been elevated. With the system's feedback sound, a surge of cultivation information materialized out of thin air and seamlessly integrated into his memory. When he looked at the light screen again, the description of the spell column had already changed. Minor 5 elements, sword formation, great completion. In the snap of a finger, the spell reaches great mastery. This is the bliss of being a cheater. Wang Jinxiang smiled contentedly, inadvertently glancing at his cultivation points. 80. When he saw this number, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then felt a sharp pang in his heart. Damn it! What kind of crappy spell was this? Cultivating it to great completion had actually drained him of 500 cultivation points. Didn't this mean that without cultivation points with his talent, it would take him 500 years of unbroken seclusion to reach great mastery? However, on second thought, the harder it was to cultivate, the more powerful it would be. As soon as this idea emerged, he immediately felt balanced. He had an urge to test it out, but the sect was crowded with prying eyes. Rushing to experiment would easily attract unwanted attention. Without a treasure to conceal one's aura, only a cultivator a full major realm higher could see through another's cultivation level. Although he had long reached the 10th layer of chi refining, unless he actively revealed his aura, only a foundation establishment cultivator could see through his true strength. In the hearts of all outer disciples, he was still a waste. Even though news of his alchemy talent might have spread in a world where power reigned supreme, that didn't stop others from treating him like a nobody. The Cold Pond secret realm was about to open. At this critical juncture, playing the pig to eat the tiger was the way to go. It was best if everyone underestimated him, so he could fish in troubled waters, or at least be safer. With this in mind, Wang Jinxiang ultimately refrained from testing the power of the minor 5 elements sword formation. There would be plenty of opportunities to try it out later. There was no need to expose himself prematurely. 3 days later. Morning. The rising sun had just appeared. When Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao arrived at the assembly point, dozens of figures had already gathered there. Wang Jinxiang scanned the crowd and then froze. Niu Shoren, Chen Jiaojiao. These two had actually come. How had they obtained spots in the secret realm? Haha, one who relied entirely on magical artifacts to get into the top 10 and a waste at the 3rd layer of chi refining. Are you sure this duo isn't going to the secret realm to commit suicide? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. The voice was undisguised, brazenly spreading. Countless gazes were instantly drawn, landing on Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao. Peals of laughter followed. It really is Waste Wang. Wang Yuyao actually gave her attendant spot to him. Isn't this Waste Wang only at the 3rd layer of chi refining? What's he going into the secret realm for? Afraid of dying too slowly. Haha, isn't Wang Yuyao protecting him? She probably lacked fatherly love growing up and feels safe bringing this old man along. Hearing the laughter all around, Wang Yuyao's face alternated between pale and red. Wang Jinxiang ignored the crowd, his gaze piercing through them to lock onto a single figure. Yi Lingyun. The initial voice had come from him. At this moment, Yi Lingyun stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face as he watched the spectacle. Never mind how I got into the top 10, I'm still better than those who were eliminated. These days, Yi Lingyun had been brooding over the outer sect tournament. Wang Jinxiang's words hit the mark. The smile on Yi Lingyun's face vanished, instantly replaced by a dark scowl. Stubborn old man, just pray that I don't run into you in the secret realm. Otherwise, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Jinxiang curled his lips, completely ignoring the threat, his gaze lingering for a moment on Su Yutong, who stood beside Yi Lingyun. Sensing Wang Jinxiang's gaze, Su Yutong snorted coldly, then glared hatefully at Wang Yuyao. Senior brother they. Wang Yuyao frowned. Pay them no mind. Wang Jinxiang shook his head, and the two found a corner to stand in. Before long, 2 figures flew from the depths of the Joyous Union Sect. The trip to the Cold Pond secret realm was no small matter for the sect. To ensure nothing went wrong, they sent out 2 inter-sect elders, 1 male and 1 female, to lead the group. The man had graying hair and the appearance of an old man. The woman wore a red dress and a red veil. Though her face was hidden, her slender, exquisite figure and fair, delicate skin proved she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. When Wang Jinxiang recognized them, his expression stiffened. Both elders were familiar faces. The man was Yun Zhongqiue, who had presided over the previous outer sect tournament. Though the woman's face was veiled in red, her familiar figure and aura instantly confirmed her identity for Wang Jinxiang. Yin Qingxian. Why did it have to be these two? My luck is terrible. Wang Jinxiang's heart filled with bitter laughter. It was true what they said. Enemies always meet on a narrow road. He wasn't exactly an enemy of either, but their relationship was far from good. Yun Zhongqiue was the lesser of 2 evils, having only left a bad impression without any real offense. But Yin Qingxian was a different story. He had clashed with her fiercely. Although she had been reasonable at the time, if she saw him again and recalled the past acting on impulse, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this thought, Wang Jinxiang quickly lowered his head and squeezed further back into the crowd. But what he feared came to pass. Despite his efforts to hide, they proved utterly futile. Upon arriving at the square, Yin Qingxian had a clear target. Her gaze bypassed the crowd entirely and landed on Wang Jinxiang. Feeling her stare, his body went rigid. Fortunately, Yan Qingxian seemed unwilling to dredge up the past. Her gaze lingered on him only briefly before shifting away. Wang Jinxiang let out a long sigh of relief. "Senior brother, why are you sweating so much?" At that moment, Wang Yuyao noticed the sweat pouring down Wang Jinxiang's face and looked puzzled. The weather is really hot today." Wang Jinxiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly wiped away the sweat, pretending to be overheated. Wang Yuyao was taken aback, her confusion lingering. Hot? Wasn't it winter? Even in summer, as a cultivator, shouldn't she not feel hot? She was about to say something more, but fortunately Yun Zhongque's voice rang out, saving Wang Jinxiang. "Everyone is here, prepare to depart." Yun Zhongque waved his hand, sending a streak of light shooting into the air, which transformed into a jade-like great ship. A restrained yet vast aura radiated outward. "This is the Jade Dragon boat, the artifact we shall take for this journey." Everyone board immediately. With that, he and Yan Qingxian flew into the vessel. "Is this an artifact?" The crowd gazed at the Jade Dragon boat, all revealing expressions of awe. Wang Jinxiang also looked up at the jade ship in the sky, his countenance shaken. Magical instruments were merely tools of the Tao used by qi refining cultivators. Above them existed spiritual instruments which could only be wielded upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Artifacts, however, required at least a golden core cultivator to employ. This was the first time he had witnessed an artifact with his own eyes. Though its aura was suppressed, it still instilled in him a sense of oppression, as if facing the vastness of the ocean. He had no doubt that if this artifact unleashed its full presence, its mere aura would be enough to crush every disciple present. Swish, swish, swish. As figures flew into the Jade Dragon boat one after another, Wang Jinxiang looked at Wang Yuyao. "Let us ascend as well." With that, the two soared into the air and entered the Jade Dragon boat. The Hehuan Sect and the falling snow mountain were separated by 100,000 li. Even for a perfected qi refining cultivator, ignoring consumption and flying tirelessly without rest, it would take at least a month. Yet under the Jade Dragon boat's speed, they reached falling snow mountain in just a single day. The entrance to the secret realm has arrived. Within the Jade Dragon boat, Yun Zhongque waved his arm. The vessel was retracted. Wang Jinxiang felt a flash before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he found himself atop a great mountain. Snowflakes drifted ceaselessly in the sky. Gazing afar, every corner of the mountain was blanketed in perennial pristine white snow. Yan Qingxian. I never expected the Hehuan Sect to be led by you and Taoist Yun Zhongque. A surprised voice suddenly rang out. Wang Jinxiang turned toward the source of the voice. Not far from them, another group was waiting. These people, both men and women, were all robustly built with bulging muscles. The speaker was the leader of this group, an old man with graying hair. He appeared advanced in years, his decrepitude rivaling Wang Jianqiang's, as if on the verge of death. Yet the skin on his body bore not a single wrinkle. His exaggerated muscles stretched his robes high, the loose garments clinging tightly to his form, revealing astonishing elasticity. It was as if an old man's head had been affixed to a young fitness coach's body, utterly incongruous. The four great cultivation forces of the northern frontier, Hehuan Sect, Xianqing Palace, 10,000 Swords Sect, and Jingyan Sect. Rumor had it that Jingyan Sect disciples primarily cultivated their physiques. With such exaggerated bodies, these individuals must hail from Jingyan Sect. Wang Jinxiang observed them, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yan Qingxian turned to the muscular elder, her voice cold and clear from beneath her veil. "Jiao Wenchang, are you surprised to see me?" "Indeed, somewhat surprised." The muscular elder Jiao Wenchang seemed unsurprised by her tone, smiling nonchalantly. Fairy Qingxian was once the foremost prodigy of the Hehuan Sect, renowned across the northern frontier. Yet for reasons unknown, you haven't left the sect since 70 years ago. Rumors outside say you suffered severe injuries beyond recovery, some even claim you perished. Now it seems the rumors are somewhat untrue. Yan Qingchuan's eyes flickered, but she offered no response. Jiao Wenchang chuckled, then turned his gaze to Yun Zhongque. "Elder Yun Zhongque, the last time the secret realm opened, you and I led the teams. 30 years have passed in a blink, and here we meet again." Yun Zhongque responded with a smile, and the two began to converse. In contrast to the harmony between the leading elders, the atmosphere between the disciples of the two sects was entirely opposite. All were acutely aware that once inside the cold pool secret realm, they would become rivals fighting for survival. Their exchanged glances were rife with provocation, as if sparking flames. Wang Jinxiang stood among the crowd, sizing up the Jingyan Sect disciples. Beware of the two behind Jiao Wenchang. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Wang Jinxiang was startled and glanced at Yan Qingxian at the front of the group. She did not look back, as if the telepathic message had not come from her. Wang Jinxiang smiled and turned his attention to the Jingyan Sect formation. Behind Jiao Wenchang stood a man and a woman. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, his body covered in exaggerated, powerful muscle lines. The woman was half a head taller than the man with delicate features, yet her muscles rivaled his, the exaggerated bulk straining her dress. Then their attribute panels appeared in his mind. Name Yang Yun, gender male, cultivation Qi refining perfection, age 29, bone root, earth water dual spirit root, good evil value 50. Name Su Su, gender female, cultivation Qi refining perfection, age 28, bone root, wood dual spirit root, good evil value 50. Unsurprisingly, both had reached Qi refining perfection. Their true combat prowess was likely no less than that of Yi Ling Yun and his ilk. Moreover, as top-tier outer sect prodigies, their accumulation at the Qi refining stage was probably sufficient, and they surely carried foundation establishment pills. Though currently at Qi refining, they would undoubtedly break through to foundation establishment swiftly upon entering the secret realm. As for the good-evil value, he was not surprised. After all, once inside the secret realm, they would be adversaries fighting to the death. It would be strange if there were any goodwill. Just as Wang Jinxiang looked at the two, they seemed to sense his gaze, their eyes like lightning turning to him in unison. Such keen perception, truly formidable. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow and subtly averted his gaze. The woman is called Su Su, the top-ranked disciple in this Hehuan Sect outer sect competition. The man is Yang Yun, the runner-up. Yan Qingchuan's voice echoed in his mind again, pointing out the top 10 of the Hehuan Sect's outer sect competition one by one. Wang Jinxiang looked at each of them, committing them all to memory. Whoosh! Just then a piercing sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A colossal sword shot toward them and halted above the crowd. The next moment, dozens of figures leaped down from the giant blade. Each of these individuals exuded a sharp aura like peerless divine swords, unmatched in keenness. Though Wang Jinxiang did not recognize them, their traits were too distinct. In an instant, he deduced their origin. The 10,000 Sword Sect. Haha, Daoist Qingfeng, you are a bit late this time. Zhao Wenchang acted like a social butterfly. As the 10,000 Sword Sect members descended, he laughed heartily and looked their way. The leader of the 10,000 Sword Sect was a middle-aged man in blue robes. Hearing this, he turned to Zhao Wenchang and nodded. Daoist Jia, Daoist Qingfeng. After Zhao Wenchang spoke, Yin Zhongqua also smiled at Qingfeng. Daoist Yin Zhongqua. Qingfeng nodded to Yin Zhongqua. When he spotted Yin Qingxian beside Yin Zhongqua, his expression showed the same surprise as Zhao Wenchang's. Daoist Yin, I didn't expect you to join this expedition to the Cold Pool Secret Realm. If I recall correctly, this is the first time you have left your sect in nearly a decade, isn't it? Yin Qingxian nodded coldly without speaking. However, the next moment a reminder from Yin Qingxian echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. That woman is called Lu Qing'er, the top disciple of this 10,000 Sword Sect outer sect competition. The one carrying twin swords is Jian Jiu, ranked second. Wang Jinxiang followed Yin Qingchuan's guidance, looking at each of them. His gaze lingered on Lu Qing'er for a moment. She was unexpectedly young, only 18 years old. Though she did not carry a flying sword like other 10,000 Sword Sect disciples, and her aura was less sharp, a careful observation revealed a restrained, latent edge within her. This edge seemed to harbor a will to sever all things astonishingly formidable. As for her good-evil value, it was also merely 50. Whoosh! As Wang Jinxiang studied the 10,000 Sword Sect disciples, another sound of breaking air echoed. Everyone looked up. A magnificent palace flew toward them. Seeing this palace, Zhao Wenchang laughed. The Xianqing Palace has arrived. Now everyone is finally here. As he spoke, the palace hovered above their heads. The next moment, the palace flashed and vanished. Dozens of figures appeared in midair, then descended slowly. The leader was a palace-dressed, beautiful woman. Her gaze swept over the crowd. When she saw Yin Qingxuan, her pupils contracted. Yin Qingxuan, you are still alive. The palace-dressed beauty wore a severe expression, her tone aggressive and overbearing. Yin Qingxuan, upon hearing this, showed no change in her expression. She cast a cool glance at her and said, Song Qiuyue, you, my defeated opponent from years past, are still alive. How could I possibly die before you? Something going on. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept between the palace-dressed beauty and Yin Qingxuan, a look of interest flickering in his eyes. There seemed to be a story between these two. Moreover, from the conversation, it appeared that Yin Qingxian had the upper hand. Thinking this, he recalled that he had never actually looked at Yin Qingchuan's information, and he couldn't help but focus his gaze. The next moment, a light curtain displaying Yin Qingchuan's information appeared in his mind. Name Yin Qingxian. Gender female. Cultivation late core formation. Age 170 years. Root bone fire element heavenly spirit root. Good evil value 10. Another heavenly spirit root. And her cultivation was so formidable. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Wang Jinxiang the most. What astonished him most was that Yin Qingchuan's good evil value towards him was actually positive. On the other side, Song Qiu's expression turned cold upon hearing Yin Qingchuan's words. Just as she was about to continue, Jia Wenchang suddenly interrupted her. Alright, you two. Today we are here for the Cold Pond Secret Realm. Don't let the juniors see a farce. Song Qiuyue snorted coldly, but ultimately said no more. Yan Qingxian smiled nonchalantly. Secretly, she began introducing the top 10 of the Xianqing Palace Grand Competition to Wang Jinxiang. Lin Xiener first place in the Xianqing Palace Outer Sect. Xiao Wuya second place in the Xianqing Palace Outer Sect. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept over the crowd from Xianqing Palace, finally resting on a woman in a white dress. The woman had long jet black hair reaching her waist, her white dress fluttering. Her stunning face was full of an ethereal aura. Her only flaw was being too arrogant, as if she looked down on everyone else. These four major cultivation forces all seemed to have more yin than yang. Coming back to his senses, Wang Jinxiang thought of the Hehuan Sect's competition rankings and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since everyone has arrived, let us open the secret realm. At a certain moment, Elder Qingfeng of the 10,000 Swords Sect looked at the other leading elders and spoke. All right. Yan Qingxuan, Jiao Wenchang, and Song Qiuyue all nodded. Then the four each took out a jade token and tossed it into the air. They each formed hand seals, injecting spiritual power into the tokens. The four tokens burst forth with four beams of light shooting into the sky. At the intersection of the four beams, space twisted, and then a pitch-black spatial rift slowly opened. The entrance to the Cold Pond Secret Realm has appeared. Disciples of Xianqing Palace enter quickly. Disciples of Joyous Sect enter quickly. Disciples of 10,000 Swords Sect enter quickly. Disciples of Hehuan Sect enter quickly. The four spoke almost simultaneously. The next moment, disciples from the four sects simultaneously rushed towards the entrance. Wang Jinxiang mixed in with the Hehuan Sect. Disciples flew into the rift along with Wang Yuyao. Upon entering the spatial rift, Wang Jinxiang felt his vision go black. Then he felt his body being pulled by an invisible force. Before he could react, his vision cleared, and he found himself in a strange space. He looked around. There was no one else. As expected, the teleportation point within the secret realm was random. In the sky, snowflakes fell, never ceasing. The ground was covered in ice and snow, a vast expanse of white as far as the eye could see. The plants were all made of crystal ice. Strangely, these plants were not lifeless. He could clearly feel the presence of life within them. Even more astonishingly, some large trees were in full bloom, and some even bore fruit. He couldn't help but go forward to examine them. After confirming these plants were not spirit herbs, he picked a direction and walked forward. A sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly reached his ears. He flicked his finger, and a small seal instantly materialized. A golden light burst from the small seal, enveloping him. The next moment, a giant ice bird shot over its beak, a full zhang long pecking at the golden light. The golden light was completely unscathed. The giant ice bird, however, let out a mournful cry and shattered against the golden light. Just a bird at the fifth layer of qi condensation. Seeing this, Wang Jinxiang felt a bit embarrassed. His combat experience was severely lacking. He had overreacted. He had actually directly summoned the perfect mystic light seal. Wasn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? He waved his hand, retracting the perfect mystic light seal, and looked at the shattered ice on the ground that was once the bird. Within the ice, shards an ice ball the size of a dragon's eye sparkled with a crystalline luster. This object was called a cold pearl, a unique item of the Cold Pond Secret Realm. The secret realm got its name precisely because of the cold pond at its core. At the bottom of the cold pond lay numerous precious spirit herbs and treasures. However, the water of the cold pond possessed a powerful corrosive force. Only by holding a cold pearl could one resist this corrosive force. Otherwise, even a core formation cultivator would instantly turn into an ice sculpture upon entering the cold pond. Cold pearls were obtained by killing creatures within the cold pond secret realm. Multiple cold pearls could be fused to create a higher quality cold pearl. The higher the quality of the cold pearl, the longer one could resist the cold pond's erosion. To gain something from the cold pond, the more cold pearls one collected, the better. Wang Jinxiang picked up the cold pearl from the ground and continued forward unhurriedly. The secret realm was open for a full year this time, so there was plenty of time. The Cold Pond secret realm was unexpectedly vast. A full half-month had passed, and Wang Jinxiang had not encountered a single person on his journey. He had, however, encountered many secret realm creatures. He had gained dozens of cold pearls, and his combat experience had greatly improved. Besides that, he had also harvested several types of medicinal herbs, though their value was only average. As far as he knew, the further one went into the Cold Pond secret realm, the smaller the area became, and the probability of encountering others increased significantly. Here, danger came not only from the secret realm itself, but also from disciples of the other three sects and fellow sect brothers. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. A few li ahead, an astonishing wave of scorching heat erupted like a volcanic explosion. So hot. How could such a blazing aura suddenly erupt in this world of ice and snow? Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow and sped up towards the source. At this moment, Wang Jinxiang was not the only one who noticed the light. A fire attribute aura completely opposite to the climate here appears in this cold pond's secret realm. Interesting. Feeling the scorching aura rushing towards him, a burly man raised an eyebrow and swiftly headed towards the place where the aura erupted. A fire attribute aura. Could a treasure be appearing? It seems my luck is good. A figure flying on a sword smiled and then quickened their pace. A treasure emerging. It seems to be several tens of li away. This scorching aura can travel such a great distance. This treasure must be extraordinary. A group of 4 looked into the distance. The leader waved his hand, and a bronze leaf flew out, expanding to several zhang in size. Get on quickly. We must seize such an opportunity. Under Wang Jianqiang's full-speed flight, he soon crossed several li. The next moment, he halted midair looking down. The ice and snow in this area had long since melted away. The plants had all dissolved. The scorching aura had turned the earth into a charred wasteland with thick smoke rising everywhere. In the center of this scorched earth, a jade the size of a fist floated silently. The surface of the jade was smooth as a mirror, oval-shaped like a goose egg. Through the surface, one could see a cluster of cyan flames burning within. A terrifying temperature continuously radiated outward. Though he was uncertain of its true nature, a mere piece of jade capable of producing such extraordinary phenomena was undoubtedly no ordinary object. He did not rush forward. The temperature radiating from the jade was too terrifying to approach. Yet he could sense that the heat emanating from within was slowly receding. Once its temperature dropped to a manageable level, he could claim it. After waiting for a moment, he suddenly turned his gaze backward. Several auras were rapidly approaching from behind. Are there others nearby? It seems acquiring this treasure will require some effort. A gleam flickered in his eyes, yet he remained motionless, standing guard in midair. Moments later, a burly figure flew over. What a fine treasure! Upon arrival, the newcomer immediately fixed his gaze on the jade, delight spreading across his face. Only then did he turn to glance at Wang Jinxiang. Sensing the thick aura of decay emanating from Wang, a trace of disdain flickered across his features. Old man, I recall you. You're from the Joyous Union Sect, aren't you? I wonder what your sect was thinking letting a decrepit waste like you enter the secret realm. Isn't that just squandering a precious slot? I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a chance. Get lost now, and this treasure is mine. Wang Jinxiang squinted at the hulking man before him. Outside the secret realm's entrance, Yan Qingxian had mentioned this man when introducing the top 10 outer disciples of the 3 great sects. From the Sunblaze sect, Wu Yan ranked 10th among the outer disciples. What? Refused to leave. Seeing no reaction from Wang, a fierce glint flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Wang noticed his karma value had dropped from 50 to 70. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden sound of something piercing through the air came from afar. Wu Yan frowned and halted his attack. Wang, sensing something as well, turned to look behind him. A razor-sharp flying sword was hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. An instant ago, it was 100 zhang away. The next it had arrived before the two. Standing atop the flying sword was a young man. He first glanced at the jade below, his eyes lighting up. Then his gaze swept over Wang Jinxiang. Perceiving that Wang was merely a decrepit waste on the verge of death, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes before he turned to look at Wu Yan. Seeming to recognize him, a hint of wariness appeared on his face. It's him. At the same time, Wu Yan stared intently at the newcomer, his own expression turning cautious. He clearly recognized the other's identity, and ignoring Wang, focused all his attention on the threat. As the two locked eyes, the overlooked Wang Jinxiang studied them both. Wu Feng ranked 9th among the outer disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect. His gaze fell on the man standing on the flying sword as the identity flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After half a month in the secret realm without encountering anyone, the first people he met were both among the top 10. He discreetly scanned the two. Both were clearly wary, poised to strike, yet unwilling to make the first move. For a time, the situation reached a stalemate. As for him being ignored, he became an outsider. As time passed, the jade's temperature continued to drop, until finally the jade's temperature fell to a tolerable level. This seemed to be a signal to break the deadlock. Wu Feng and Wu Yan moved instantly, both charging toward the jade. Wang did not rush to act, calmly observing their struggle from the sidelines. In terms of speed, Wu Feng was clearly faster, reaching the jade first. Just as he reached out to grab it, Wu Yan let out a thunderous roar, his body expanding to over 10 zhang in height, like a giant. He threw a punch. The terrifying force compressed the air, shooting toward Wu Feng like a cannonball. Wu Feng's expression changed, forcing him to abandon the jade as he pointed a finger, sending a streak of sword chi flying. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, exploding on impact. Wu Feng was blasted far away. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yan rushed to the jade, his giant hand reaching for it. Get away! Wu Feng pointed, and the flying sword beneath him shot forth. As it flew, the sword split into 2, then 4. Startled, Wu Yin quickly withdrew his hand, retreating, while a blinding blood light erupted from his body. The blood light condensed rapidly, forming a blood-colored armor that covered him. "Break!" he roared and punched out. 3 of the 4 flying swords shattered, and the main sword was sent flying back. Wu Feng's face turned pale as he was thrown back dozens of zhang. Wu Yin was not unscathed either. Though the terrifying sword qi was shattered by his power, residual fragments pierced through the blood armor and entered his body. He coughed up blood, quickly channeling spiritual energy to suppress the sword qi within. Just as the two were about to fight to the death, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Startled, they ceased their attack and looked toward the jade. There a figure had appeared without their notice. That figure was none other than Wang Jinxiang. Sensing their gazes, he froze for a moment, then let out an awkward chuckle. "You two go on fighting, don't mind me. You old bastard, how dare you steal the prize?" "Stop!" Their faces contorted with fury. They had never taken Wang Jinxiang seriously. In their eyes, only the top 10 disciples of the 4 sects were worthy of their attention. This old man wasn't even in the top 10. On the verge of death, he was weaker than ordinary elite disciples. A complete waste, the lowest of the low among those who entered the secret realm. To them, such a cultivator was utterly insignificant. They didn't believe he would dare snatch the treasure from under their noses after witnessing their strength. But reality proved them wrong. Wang Jinxiang paid no heed to their hysterical roars. Without a pause, he grabbed the jade in his hand. "You're asking for death." Seeing this, Wu Yin and Wu Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. Like enraged bulls, they charged at him. "Farewell, then." Wang chuckled and was about to leave when he suddenly realized that his spiritual energy was suppressed by more than half. What the hell? This jade can suppress spiritual energy. His expression changed, and his first instinct was to store the jade in a prepared empty storage pouch. But the next moment his face darkened. It couldn't be stored. Seeing Wu Yin and Wu Feng already charging at him, Wang sighed. "I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary man, but you leave me no choice. Final come clean." He pointed a finger. Dozens of emerald green sword qi streaks shot out, merging into the void. The next moment, a grand formation materialized, trapping Wu Yin and Wu Feng inside. Boom, boom. Their attacks struck the formation, causing it to shudder violently and crack like a broken porcelain. But then a flash of emerald light swept across the formation, and all the cracks vanished. Seeing this, Wang couldn't help but shake his head. With 70% of my spiritual energy suppressed, my strength is too compromised. Otherwise, those 2 small fries wouldn't have been able to crack my wooden sword formation. Wang Jinxiang initially intended to kill the 2. Although his cultivation was suppressed, it would not be difficult to slay them. However, he changed his mind. These disciples entering the secret realm had considerable backgrounds. It would be better to take this opportunity to attract more. Then, with this thought, Wang Jianqiang's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at the 2 raging in the formation, let out a hearty laugh, and deliberately shook the jade stone in his hand. "Gentlemen, this treasure shall be accepted by me, and I will take my leave now." Upon finishing, without waiting for their response, he slowly flew away. That old Wang bastard. They watched as their chance was taken away so brazenly. The 2 were immediately infuriated. Wu Yin nearly shattered his steel teeth, his massive body trembling. Wu Feng's expression was dark, his sword aura swirling uncontrollably, shooting wildly around. "Break it for me." The 2, like they had received a shot of adrenaline, frantically attacked the great formation. Unfortunately, while the formation appeared to be on the verge of collapse, each attack left it riddled with cracks, yet it remained unbroken. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the formation shattered like a mirror. Wu Yin and Wu Feng's bodies stiffened simultaneously. They exchanged glances, their faces devoid of any joy, instead pale with despair. The reason the formation shattered was not due to their attack. It was because that old man had left, and without the continued input of spiritual power, the formation had exhausted its strength and collapsed on its own. It was like 2 people playing rock, paper, scissors, where one continually lost, their face swollen from slaps. Just when you gathered enough strength to try and win a few rounds, the one who kept winning casually says, "You're too weak, I won't play with you anymore." Isn't that infuriating? Wu Feng and Wu Yin were nearly driven mad. "Old bastard Wang, I will make you suffer 1,000 arrows through your heart. I will crush your eggs." Both shouted in furious roars, chasing after him at full speed. After they left, the heavens and earth returned to silence. Not long after, 4 figures appeared in this realm, 3 men and 1 woman. One of them scanned the scorched earth with a regretful expression. "We are late, the treasure has already been taken by someone else. It is indeed a pity to miss the treasures here, but for us the greatest opportunity lies not in this treasure." The leader smiled and turned to the silent man and woman behind him. "Brother Niu, what you mentioned earlier is true." "Brother Liang, you've asked me this many times already," Niu Shorin replied with a wry smile. You are the fifth in the outer sect competition, I wouldn't dare deceive you even if I were given several more guts. So you mean Wang Jinxiang indeed has a method to allow people to advance rapidly in cultivation? Liang Chen pondered. Absolutely. Niu Shuren nodded. You must know the woman named Wang Yuyao, right? The ninth place in the outer sect competition, Wang Yuyao. Liang Chen raised an eyebrow. Niu Shuren nodded. That's right, it's her. You might not know, but I happened to hear about her a year ago. Half a year ago, she was just a sixth-layer qi refinement cultivator coveted for her beauty by Bu Yue, and her name was quite the topic in the small circle I was in. However, ever since she came into contact with Wang Jinxiang, her cultivation has skyrocketed. In just 6 months, she broke through from the sixth layer of qi refinement to the peak of qi refinement. Liang Chen was greatly shaken upon hearing this. Such a significant breakthrough in just half a year. Are you sure? Wasn't this akin to enjoying the path of immortality? Because such a speed in cultivation was filled with joy and devoid of hardship. He then furrowed his brow. However, if Wang Jinxiang truly has such abilities, why has he been stuck at the third layer of qi refinement for years? It's absolutely true. Niu Shuren nodded. My Dao partner often visits Wang Jianqiang's residence and has encountered Wang Yuyao several times. Liang Chen turned to the woman beside Niu Shuren. You often go to Wang Jianqiang's residence. For what? Chen Jiaojiu's expression became a bit unnatural upon hearing this. Just as she was about to fabricate a reason, the clever Niu Shuren jumped in to answer. Jiao was once considered Wang Jianqiang's goddaughter. Although he has never helped her, she is very loyal and often goes to assist him. However, that Wang Jinxiang is too shameless, often asking for more than he gives. Jiao could no longer endure it and ultimately decided to sever ties with him. After speaking, he subtly gestured to Chen Jiao, seemingly saying, Look, your husband is quite clever. He speaks half-truths, making it hard to discern what's real and what's not. Heaven knows Niu Shuren genuinely thought that what he said was half true and half false. But he did not realize that the first half, which he believed to be truth, was actually a lie. Liang Chen did not dwell on this. He was not concerned about Chen Jiaojiu's relationship with Wang Jinxiang. Nevertheless, he confirmed that Wang Jinxiang indeed had a method for rapid breakthroughs. However, it seemed to have restrictions, otherwise he wouldn't have been stuck at the third layer of qi refinement for so many years. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether this method was only applicable to the qi refinement stage. Even if there were indeed these restrictions, the value of this method would be unimaginable. If they could acquire it, they would strike it rich. With this thought, he felt a sense of urgency growing in him. Very well, if we can capture Wang Jinxiang, there will be plenty of benefits for you and your wife. Thank you, Brother Liang. Niu Shuren was delighted, then added. But Wang Yuyao seems to have a very close relationship with Wang Jinxiang. We need to be well prepared beforehand. As he spoke, a hint of reluctance emerged in his heart. It was precisely because he feared Wang Yuyao that he had told Liang Chen about this matter. Otherwise, if it were just about dealing with Wang Jinxiang, he would have acted long ago, so why let others take the lion's share? Rest assured, we were able to gather quickly because we prepared the 1,000 miles tracking talisman in advance and were fortunate enough to be transported to a relatively close location in the secret realm. It would be difficult for them to come together in such a short time. Liang Chen said, sneering. Moreover, even if they do gather, so what? A mere 9th place in the outer sect is nothing. I alone am more than enough to handle it, not to mention I have brother Qinyu assisting. Qinyu, the man standing beside him, was also the 7th place in the outer sect competition. Hearing Liang Chen's words, Qinyu smiled confidently. The 9th place in the outer sect, and also gained by relying on external help, is not to be feared. While the three of them were talking, Chen Jiaojiu's expression was filled with hesitation. She bit her lip and finally couldn't help but speak up. Brothers, could you spare Wang Jianqiang's life after obtaining the breakthrough method? Jiao, why are you speaking up for him? Before Liang Chen and Qinyu could respond, Niu Shuren couldn't help but scold. That Wang Jinxiang clearly has a method to allow rapid breakthroughs, yet he doesn't even help you, his own goddaughter. A selfish person like him should have died long ago. Chen Jiaojiu's expression changed several times, and she sighed. But he was once my goduncle. This. Seeing Chen Jiaojiu's insistence, Niu Shuren couldn't help but glance at Liang Chen and Qinyu. Wang Jinxiang is just a worthless life, letting him live is not a problem. Liang Chen said indifferently. Thank you, Brother Liang. Chen Jiaojiu smiled, her expression visibly relaxing. Let's set off to find Wang Jinxiang. Liang Chen's gaze turned forward, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Wang Jinxiang was unaware that he had already become someone else's prey. At this moment, he was flying forward at full speed. Behind him, more than 10 figures radiating murderous intent were lagging far behind. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations generated by these people gathering together, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but swallow hard. Had he bitten off more than he could chew? He had initially planned to rely on the treasure in his hand to attract some more targets for harvesting. However, he had seriously overestimated his luck. He hadn't gotten far before running into several groups of people. Moreover, each of them was formidable. Among these 10 or so people behind him, at least 5 were from the top 10 of their respective sects, and the rest, though not in the top 10, were still among the elite. Furthermore, the aggro effect of the wooden sword formation exceeded his expectations. As he cast out a few wooden sword formations, these people were like they had received a shot of adrenaline, and no matter how fast he accelerated, they kept the aggro. Each of them exuded murderous intent as if their mothers had been dishonored by him. Especially Wu Yin and Wu Feng. Their hatred for Wang Jinxiang had reached its peak. The two led the charge, racing ahead of everyone. It felt as if they had a deep-seated grudge against him. Just as Wang Jinxiang was contemplating whether to end the fishing and start harvesting, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. "It's my brother Wutong from the Xianqing Palace." A voice of surprise rang out among the pursuers. "Brother Wutong, this person possesses a heavy treasure. Quickly stop him." 5th place in the outer sect competition of Xianqing Palace. Wutong. Hearing the voice behind him, Wang Jinxiang looked ahead and raised an eyebrow. This was a big catch. Swish. Just as his thoughts flickered, the person ahead had already made a move. Wudong waved his hand and a small compass flew out swiftly, arriving above Wang Jianqiang's head where it hovered in midair. The next moment, boundless spiritual light burst forth, radiating outward from the compass, enveloping an area of nearly 100 zhang around Wang Jinxiang. Standing within the spiritual light, Wang Jinxiang felt a tremendous force pressing in from all directions, attempting to pin him in place. His speed instantly slowed by more than tenfold. "He's trapped by senior brother Wudong. Kill him now." The Xianqing Palace disciple who had called out to Wudong rejoiced and launched the first attack. The others reacted swiftly as well, following suit. In an instant, over a dozen formidable attacks converged. Water sword formation. Wang Jinxiang pointed his fingers repeatedly, and streaks of sword shadows merged into the void. It was as if waves surged across heaven and earth, sealing the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the attacks descended. In the void, the sound of waves echoed endlessly, as if massive billows were crashing down upon those attacks. One after another, the attacks were annihilated in midair. The water sword formation was unceasing and relentless. But at this moment, Wang Jinxiang was suppressed by 70% of his spiritual energy and caught off guard by Wudong seizing the initiative. In the end, he failed to block all the attacks and suffered a minor setback. Rumble. Amidst the roaring echoes, Wang Jinxiang was blasted away. His withered white hair instantly became disheveled, and his robes were tattered. "You leaks have angered your grandpa." Wang Jinxiang pointed his fingers repeatedly. As sword shadows flickered, another grand formation materialized. This formation was entirely different from the previous one. It was filled with countless sharp swords, each so keen it chilled the heart, their blades coated with blazing flames. Swish, swish, swish. Endless sword chi, as if sentient, locked onto every individual with precision. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically as they moved to defend. Wang Jinxiang flicked his fingers again. A beam of spiritual light merged into the formation. Within the formation, gravity instantly surged 100-fold. Except for Wudong, who was merely bent over, everyone else was forced to their knees, and some even collapsed flat. The next moment, a series of screams rang out in succession. Apart from Wutong, Wu Yin, and Wu Feng, who barely managed to fend off the assault, the rest were sliced apart by the swords, shattered into countless pieces, dead beyond recovery. Among the 3 survivors, only Wudong was in slightly better shape. Wu Yin and Wu Feng had both suffered severe injuries. How can this old geezer be so powerful? Wu Yin and Wu Feng were utterly bewildered. Wudong was also somewhat stunned. The aura of decay on Wang Jinxiang was too heavy. He clearly appeared to be on the brink of death. By this stage, most people's chi and blood would have begun to decline, causing a sharp drop in combat power. Why was his strength so exaggerated? Flee. At that moment, the 3 made a unanimous decision. They soared into the air, scattering in 3 directions to escape. Trying to run. Forcing me to get serious, huh? Too late. Wang Jinxiang snorted coldly. He pointed at the formation. A jade-green light merged into it. Meanwhile, the 3 had reached the edge of the formation and simultaneously struck it with all their might. Boom. The formation trembled, but then showed no further reaction. Once the complete lesser 5-element sword formation takes shape, it's not just a simple fusion of traits. Wang Jinxiang sneered at the sight. The lesser 5-element sword formation could be divided into 5 subformations: the metal sword formation, wood sword formation, water sword formation, fire sword formation, and earth sword formation. Each subformation had its own characteristics. For instance, the wood sword formation specialized in trapping enemies, while the metal sword formation focused on slaughter. When the 5 subformations merged, they formed the complete lesser 5-element sword formation. Once the lesser five-element sword formation was fully integrated, it could not only possess the traits of all five subformations simultaneously, but also through its endless cyclical operation greatly amplify the power of each trait. In his current suppressed state, if he had only used the wood sword formation, he might not have been able to trap the three. But with the lesser five-element sword formation, his trapping ability was more than doubled. With the strength of these three alone, they couldn't break the formation. Gentlemen, rest in peace. Wang Jinxiang pointed at the formation. Countless flame-wreathed swords rampaged. Horror had just dawned on their faces when the swords pierced through their bodies, splitting them into halves then quarters. Seeing that the three were dead beyond doubt, Wang Jinxiang waved his hand and dispelled the formation. He then gathered all the valuables from the corpses. After a quick inspection, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of delight. Not to mention other things, he had harvested 15 foundation establishment pills alone. Murder and arson lead to riches. How true that is. This harvest of leeks was well worth it. After stowing away the spoils, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He tossed the jade stone back and forth between his hands, preparing to study it closely. After all, this object was too conspicuous. If he couldn't store it in his storage pouch, it would be a great hassle. So absorbed in examining the jade, he failed to notice that the blood on his fingers was being absorbed into the stone the moment it touched it. Then the entire jade stone melted into his palm, forming an egg-shaped pattern on his skin. What the hell is going on? Wang Jianqiang's heart jolted in alarm. Before he could react, a massive suction force suddenly erupted from the egg-shaped pattern. The spiritual energy within his body uncontrollably surged into the pattern. How can this be? Wang Jinxiang was horrified. He tried desperately to control his spiritual energy, but still couldn't stop it from being devoured. Fortunately, just as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, whether due to a change of heart or having had its fill, the egg-shaped pattern finally ceased its consumption. Wang Jinxiang let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his hand to examine his palm on the verge of tears. This thing was no treasure, it was a tyrant. Its usefulness was yet to be seen, but it sure knew how to cause trouble. He swallowed a rejuvenation pill and shook his head. Without a calm environment to refine it, the pill's effects would be greatly diminished, slowing his recovery. But this place had just witnessed a fierce battle, easily attracting others or secret realm creatures. Clearly not a safe spot to recover. Forget it, I'll find a secure place to restore my spiritual energy first. At the moment, his spiritual energy was less than 10%, leaving him with almost no combat power. If he encountered others or a powerful secret realm creature, he'd be in trouble. With that thought, he dashed forward quickly. He chose not to travel through the air, not only because it consumed more energy, but more importantly, the open sky made him too easy to spot. A huge risk in his current state. Yet things rarely go as planned. He had barely traveled a few li when four figures suddenly appeared from the side. Startled, he immediately distanced himself. The four seemed equally alarmed by the sudden apparition, leaping backward without hesitation. After steadying himself, Wang Jinxiang focused on the four. Then he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Liang Qianyu. Both were among the top 10 outer disciples of the Hehuan Sect, whom he recognized from the outer sect competition. But how had Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao ended up with them? Then, recalling how Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao had severed ties with him earlier, a realization dawned. So they'd found new patrons, no wonder. As Wang Jinxiang scrutinized the four, they also spotted him. Wang Jinxiang. Then four voices, as if discovering a rare treasure, rang out simultaneously in delight. Liang Chun, Qianyu, Niu Shorin, and Chun Jiaojiao stared intently at Wang Jinxiang. Their eyes were filled with greed, as if they had spotted a walking vein of spirit stones, their excitement uncontainable. After leaving the site where the jade emerged, they journeyed onward. Not long ago, they had suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a great battle. The faintly transmitted aura was immensely powerful, causing even Liang Chun and Qianyu to feel a trace of alarm. Mindful of their own safety, the four had no desire to be embroiled in a conflict of such magnitude, and thus decided to take a detour. They deliberately circumvented the battlefield. Yet to their surprise, no sooner had they rounded the rear of the battlefield than they encountered Wang Jinxiang. Truly, they had sought him far and wide, but found him with no effort at all. It seemed even the heavens were aiding them. What do you want? Seeing the malicious expressions of the four, Wang Jinxiang furrowed his brow and took a step back. Wang Jinxiang, you probably don't know yet, do you? Your secret has been exposed. Niu Shorin sneered coldly. Exposed secret? Wang Jinxiang was taken aback. His first thought was of the system. Then he quickly reconsidered. No, that couldn't be it. The system was inside his mind, no one else could see it. Moreover, even if he wanted to show it to others, they couldn't perceive it. How could it be exposed? Could it be? His affair with Chun Jiaojiao had been discovered. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Chun Jiaojiao. Then he dismissed the possibility. If his affair with Chun Jiaojiao had been discovered, how could Niu Shorin remain so calm? Even if he were broad-minded, he wouldn't mention it publicly, would he? Though his name was Niu Shorin, it didn't mean he was a bovine-headed man. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's utterly bewildered expression, the sneer on Niu Shorin's face grew even more pronounced. Wang Jinxiang, your acting skills are quite good, but your assistance in Wang Yuyo's breakthrough has long been known to me. Denial is useless. If you honestly hand over the method for rapid breakthroughs, we might consider sparing your life. Wang Jinxiang was stunned once more. Then his expression turned peculiar. He looked at Chen Jiaojiao. Undoubtedly the matter of Wang Yuyao must have been leaked by her. She and Wang Yuyao often visited him. Though they had never competed on the same field, they had crossed paths a few times, and she must have deduced something from that. Sensing Wang Jianqiang's gaze, a flicker of hatred flashed across Chen Jiaojiao's face. That's right, I was the one who leaked your secret. Wang Jinxiang, you clearly have a method for breakthroughs, yet you refused to help me, your nominal niece, and instead favored that outsider Wang Yuyao. You've gone too far. Too far. Wang Jinxiang cast her an indifferent glance, deigning not to retort. All right, this reminiscing ends here. Just then Liang Chun suddenly spoke. He glanced at Chen Jiaojiao and Niu Shorin. This place is too close to the battle zone. We shouldn't linger. Let's get to the main business. With that, he turned to Wang Jinxiang. You know our purpose. Now hand over the breakthrough method. If I hand over the breakthrough method, will you let me leave unscathed? Wang Jinxiang said. Liang Chun chuckled lightly. Your worthless life isn't worth much. If you cooperate, obediently sparing your life is not out of the question. Wang Jinxiang nodded. The method is simple alchemy. I am a highly talented alchemist. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Liang Chen's expression instantly darkened. You mean to say that Wang Yuyao broke through from the 6th layer of qi refining to qi refining perfection in half a year by consuming pills you refined? Are you taking me for a fool? He felt Wang Jinxiang was mocking him. A notorious waste of the outer sect claiming to be a highly talented alchemist. Who would believe that? He would sooner believe a mortal pig could cultivate to immortality than such nonsense. Chen Jiaojiao and Niu Shorin also sneered repeatedly. They naturally knew Wang Jinxiang could refine pills, but his paltry alchemy skills were utterly unremarkable, and certainly incapable of such astonishing effects. Not to mention pills refined with his meager skills, even the finest first-grade pills in the world could never possess such efficacy. This old man seems a bit dishonest. Qianyu chuckled softly. A wave of spiritual pressure instantly enveloped Wang Jinxiang. Ordinarily, spiritual pressure at the qi refining perfection level could not affect him. But now his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it difficult to resist for a time. His face paled and his back bent. This sight matched the impression of the sect's waste perfectly in the eyes of the four. Qianyu gazed lightly at Wang Jinxiang. He'll give you one more chance to rephrase your words. I've told nothing but the truth. Wang Jinxiang straightened up with difficulty and smiled. These days, even the truth finds no believers. His ability to refine perfect first-grade pills was no secret. However, no one had deliberately spread the word. Only Dong Yue, Wang Yuyao, and Su Yutong among a few others knew of it. Qianyu shook his head and smiled at Liang Chun. This old man is quite stubborn. Liang Chun sneered. Stubborn? Then he'll see which is harder, his bones or his mouth. With that, he slowly raised his palm. Old man, since you insist on seeking death, he'll have to slay you and personally refine your soul. As he spoke, a ball of spiritual light rapidly gathered between his fingers. Senior brother Liang Chun, no. Seeing this, Chen Jiaojiao's face twisted in struggle. Gritting her teeth, she stepped in front of Liang Chun. Senior brother Liang Chun, you promised to spare his life. Liang Chun cast her a cold glance. Get lost. Chen Jiaojiao's face paled. Senior brother Liang Chun. Get lost. Liang Chun snorted coldly, his spiritual energy imbued in his voice, striking Chen Jiaojiao like a heavy hammer. Her face turned white, and she was sent flying. Jiaojiao. Niu Shorin's expression shifted as he hurried forward to help her up. What are you doing? That old man's death is none of your concern. Die. Meanwhile, without Chen Jiaojiao's obstruction, Liang Chen's hand shot out directly. A palm print formed of spiritual energy tore through the air. Seeing this, Chen Jiaojiao's expression was complex. She had only wanted to seize the breakthrough method. How had things come to this? Thinking of Wang Jianqiang's impending demise under this strike, she closed her eyes in reluctance. On the other side, the spiritual palm print swiftly crossed the air and appeared before Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jianqiang's expression turned grave as a flash of spiritual light flickered over him. An exquisite long dress was already draped over his body. On the dress, ripples of water undulated, and a crescent moon shadow emerged. Radiant moonlight shone from within the dress, enveloping his form. Under the bright moonlight, his silhouette was hazy. The scene was quite poetic, save for the somewhat jarring sight of an old man in a dress. A perfect mid-grade magical artifact not only boasted power rivaling high-grade artifacts, but also had another advantage: low consumption. Its energy drain was comparable to that of ordinary mid-grade artifacts. Wang Jianqiang's remaining spiritual energy was insufficient to activate a perfect high-grade artifact, but he could barely manage a perfect mid-grade one. Yet it was only a strained activation of its full power could not be unleashed. Bang! As the palm print met the moonlight shattered inch by inch. Blood spilled from Wang Jianqiang's mouth as he was sent flying backward. That's Wang Yuyo's high-grade magical artifact. She even lent you her high-grade artifact. Seeing the exquisite dress on Wang Jinxiang, Liang Chun, and Qian Yu were not amused by the jarring sight, but instead revealed expressions of astonishment. How precious were high-grade magical artifacts. Even the two of them possessed only one each. And Wang Yuyao was willing to lend hers out. A high-grade artifact, so what? No matter how powerful the artifact, it relies on the user's strength. As weak as you are, how much of its power can you display? Today you still won't escape death. Liang Chun sneered, striking out with his palm once more. A more condensed spiritual palm print shot toward Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang said nothing, waving his hand. A pair of shoes flew out, one toward Liang Chun, the other toward Qian Yu. The next moment, he activated his mind. Both shoes were detonated simultaneously. That wretch Wang Yuyao actually lent him this pair of high-grade magical artifact shoes. As their eyes fell upon the familiar footwear, the same thought surfaced in the minds of Liang Chun and Qian Yu. The next instant, both shoes detonated simultaneously. A violent tempest of power erupted, engulfing the two of them in an instant. Liang Chun, having been shielded momentarily by a palm seal of spiritual energy, suffered lighter injuries. Qian Yu, however, fared far worse. He was blasted away entirely. His garments hung in tatters upon his body, and his skin was charred black. As for the weakest of the group, Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao, shielded by Liang Chun and Qian Yu at the front, they bore the least of the brunt. They were merely flung back by the storm's aftermath unharmed. When the tempest subsided, the four regrouped. Gazing ahead, Wang Jinxiang had vanished without a trace. The expressions of Liang Chun, Qian Yu, and Niu Shorin darkened. Chun Jiaojiao, however, inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Liang Chun, Qian Yu, is it? Your grandfather remembers you. And those two ingrates, Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao. Over 10 li away, Wang Jinxiang concealed his aura, weaving through a forest of icy flora. After the recent battle, the last vestiges of spiritual energy within him were utterly depleted. He popped a rejuvenation pill into his mouth. His spiritual energy recovered at a glacial pace. No, I must find a place to recover in peace. Otherwise, in my current state, even the slightest danger would spell my doom. Wang Jinxiang swept his gaze across the surroundings, then fixed his eyes upon a mound of ice ahead. His eyes lit up. The ice mound stood over 10 zhang tall, its base overgrown with ice grass as tall as a man. Behind the grass yawned a pitch-black cave entrance. Had his vantage point not been so perfect, he would never have spotted it. He'll recover here. Wang Jinxiang made his decision and quickened his pace into the cave. The cave's mouth was less than a zhang in diameter, narrow and cramped. But once he ventured inside, he found the space surprisingly spacious, as large as an ordinary room. What astonished him further was the presence of an array laid within the cave. Yet it seemed long dormant, covered in a thick layer of dust. Wang Jinxiang tentatively fed some spirit stones into the array's core. To his surprise, the array activated successfully. It still works. And it's a concealment array. A gleam of joy flashed across Wang Jianqiang's face. Under the array's shroud, the cave entrance vanished entirely. The cave now seemed isolated, a world unto itself. Even a cultivator at the pinnacle of qi refinement, using their full spiritual perception, could not detect its existence. With this array, the cave's safety was vastly enhanced. The tension that had gripped his nerves finally eased. He sat cross-legged, swallowed another perfect rejuvenation pill, and began to recover. As he focused on refining it, the pill's medicinal power rapidly dissolved, a cool stream flowing through his limbs and bones. Where it passed, strands of spiritual energy swiftly sprouted. Within his once empty meridians, spiritual energy surged back. The recovery rate was over 30 times faster than before. 2 hours later, Wang Jianqiang's closed eyes slowly opened. His spiritual energy was now fully restored. At the thought of Liang Chun and Qian Yu, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. A gentleman repays a grudge. He was no saint. Earlier, when he had self-destructed his artifacts, he had already tampered with them. A wisp of his spiritual sense had mingled with the explosion's force, attaching itself to the two of them. Guided by that wisp, as long as they remained within a certain range, he could clearly perceive their location. They could not hide. You dared to scheme against me. He'll make sure you don't live to see another day. While Wang Jinxiang hid in the cave, recovering, Liang Chun and his group had scoured the entire area for dozens of li. Yet due to the concealment array, the four failed to discover Wang Jianqiang's hiding place. Impossible. That old geezer is too weak to have fled far. Niu Shorin said, his voice tinged with reluctance. Liang Chen was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao, lingering on the latter for a while. His eyes were lecherous and unbridled, causing Chun Jiaojiao immense discomfort. She frowned, instinctively hugging her chest and stepping back. Liang Chen shot Chun Jiaojiao a meaningful smile before shifting his gaze to Niu Shorin. Yet the fact remains that Wang Jinxiang has escaped. Liang Chen's gaze at Chun Jiaojiao was utterly undisguised. Niu Shorin, standing nearby, saw it all. His expression stiffened. He subtly stepped in front of Chun Jiaojiao and forced a smile. Brother Liang Chen, don't fret. The secret realm has only been open for a month. We'll have plenty of chances later. Liang Chen grinned eerily. Indeed, Brother Qinyu and I have plenty of chances. But whether you two have any depends on how sensible you are. What do you mean by that, Brother Liang Chen? A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Niu Shorin's heart. Brother Niu, why play dumb? Liang Chen snorted derisively, his gaze raking greedily over Chun Jiaojiao. If not for your stunningly beautiful Dao companion, do you think a weakling like you would warrant Brother Qinyu and me associating with you? Our preferences are no secret. I refuse to believe you, Niu Shorin, are ignorant of them. Knowing this, you still accepted the pills we offered. Isn't that tacit consent? You accepted their pills. Chun Jiaojiao stared at Niu Shorin in disbelief at Liang Chen's words. She had not known Liang Chen and Qinyu well before, nor their true natures. She only knew that her husband had suddenly befriended them not long ago. She had thought it would pave her way to glory, never realizing such a vile, ulterior motive lay beneath. Niu Shorin looked at Chun Jiaojiao, his face a mask of turmoil. Jiaojiao, you have to believe me. I did take their gifts, but I never intended to betray you. Ridiculous. Liang Chen sneered coldly. Since you knew our ways, if you weren't willing, why accept our pills? Were you trying to take us for fools? Do you even know how to spell death? Niu Shorin opened his mouth. He indeed knew their reputation. But they had offered him so much, and they hadn't made their intentions explicit, merely saying they wished to be friends. So he had accepted, clinging to a sliver of wishful thinking. It was thanks to those pills that his cultivation had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yet he never imagined it would bring such calamity upon him. As Niu Shorin hesitated, Liang Chen's voice continued. They'll give you two choices now, either die or step aside and enjoy the show. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Liang Chen, a chill ran down Niu Shorin's spine. Between death and his Dao companion, he ultimately chose submission. Seeing Niu Shorin retreat, Chun Jiaojiao was filled with despair. Niu Shorin, with my looks, I could easily have found a qi refinement peak cultivator as a Dao companion. But I didn't. Every time I got resources from Wang Jinxiang, I shared half with you. Be honest, without me, would you be where you are today? I was faithful to you, yet you sold me out for a pittance of profit. You'll die a miserable death. At this moment, she suddenly thought of Wang Jinxiang. In the past, she had despised Wang Jinxiang as a worthless man with a tarnished reputation. But now, upon reflection, he had never treated her poorly. It was only her excessive behavior later that had driven him to change. Now she too had tasted betrayal. She finally understood Wang Jianqiang's pain. Her heart was filled with regret. She should never have cut ties with him nor schemed against him. But everything seemed too late. As Liang Chen and Qinyu drew closer, a look of resolve flashed in her eyes. She had her pride. Though no paragon of virtue, she was determined not to let these schemers have their way. With a flip of her hand, a flying sword appeared in her palm. Then she drove it fiercely into her chest. A chime rang out. The flying sword in Chun Jiaojiao's hand had just pierced her chest when a sudden burst of energy struck her wrist. Her wrist went numb, and the flying sword clattered to the ground. Liang Chen's cold voice followed. Want to die? Without my consent, you can't even die. Chun Jiaojiao's expression shifted, and her spiritual sense burst forth from her body without hesitation. The flying sword on the ground, as if gripped by an invisible hand, shot up and drove straight toward her own chest. Get lost. Liang Chen frowned and roared. A formidable force carried along with his shout, and the flying sword was knocked away before it could pierce Chun Jiaojiao's body. As Chun Jiaojiao prepared to pursue further, Liang Chen appeared beside her like a specter. In the next instant, her neck tightened, and she was lifted by the neck with a single hand. Her fair neck instantly turned red and purple. A powerful force invaded her body, suppressing all her spiritual energy. With her power suppressed, she became like an ordinary person. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free by even a fraction. Liang Chen scanned her body, his lecherous expression growing more intense before his gaze fell on her delicate face. I told you, without my consent, you can't even die. Qianyu laughed heartily as he stepped forward. Haha, we've put in so much effort. If you killed yourself, wouldn't that be a huge loss? I think you two had better consider your own situation first. As Qianyu's words fell before they could make another move, a voice suddenly came from behind them without warning. The sudden voice startled the two. As if scalded, they instantly shot forward, dozens of zhang, forgetting even to restrain Chun Jiaojiao. Only after confirming that the person behind hadn't followed did they breathe a sigh of relief and turn back with dark expressions. Wang Jinxiang, it's you. When they saw who it was, both were stunned, hardly believing their eyes. Wang Jinxiang had actually delivered himself to their doorstep. Was he insane? Did he have a death wish? Then they came to their senses. Wang Jinxiang, you fool, I was just worrying about finding you, and here you come to die. Haha, this saves us a lot of trouble. Liang Chun stared at Wang Jinxiang with ill intent, his expression brightening. Qian Yu said nothing, but the greed and murderous intent in his eyes said it all. Pathetic. Seeing the two acting as if they had already won, Wang Jinxiang sneered and wasted no more words. He pointed a finger, and a verdant sword chi merged into the void. Silently, a grand formation enveloped the two. A formation? No, it should be a spell. Liang Chun and Qian Yu were stunned, then found it hard to believe. How could this old waste possess such a profound technique? After the wood sword formation took shape, Wang Jianqiang's attack didn't stop. He continued, pointing his finger. A blaze of firelight merged into the formation. In the next moment, the wood formation was engulfed in a sea of flames, the scorching fire enveloping the two inside. Only now did they finally react. The agonizing pain twisted their faces into grotesque masks, and shrill screams echoed through the air. Impossible, how can you be this strong? Aren't you a Chi refining layer 3? You've been hiding your strength. No, we were wrong, spare us. Grandfather. Within the formation, the screams grew weaker. Wang Jinxiang watched coldly until the two were completely incinerated in the sea of flames. Earlier, even with his power suppressed, he had easily dealt with Wu Yin and Wu Feng. Although Liang Chun and Qian Yu were stronger, he no longer had the jade suppressing him. With his full strength unleashed, it took only two overlapping formations to effortlessly kill them. Crack! Just then a sound came from behind. Wang Jinxiang turned around. Niu Shorin was fleeing in panic into the distance. The noise had come from him stepping on and shattering an ice grass in his haste. Nephew-in-law, where are you off to in such a hurry? Don't you want to greet your uncle? Wang Jinxiang pointed a finger, and the perfect cloud-water cold light sword shot out, catching up to Niu Shorin in just a few breaths. The sword tip pointed at Niu Shorin, blocking his path. Though its power lay hidden, the naturally emanating cold air stiffened Niu Shorin's body, covering his skin with a layer of frost. Niu Shorin was terrified. He knelt on the ground in panic, knocking his head like a pestle. Uncle Wang, spare me. Uncle Wang, have mercy. For the sake of my being your nephew-in-law, just let me go like a fart. I want dare again. Wang Jinxiang sighed softly. Shorin, it's great that you can recognize your mistakes and correct them. Your uncle is pleased. Niu Shorin sensed a softening in Wang Jianqiang's tone and saw an opportunity, his eyes lighting up. But there's a principle I hope you understand. Just then Wang Jinxiang continued. Uncle Wang, please speak. Shorin will surely follow. Niu Shorin quickly responded eagerly. Wang Jinxiang nodded. The principle is simple, no matter who, if they make a mistake, they must bear the consequences. Do you understand? I understand, Uncle Wang, I understand. Niu Shorin nodded frantically. I will always remember this principle from now on. No, you don't understand. Wang Jinxiang shook his head and pointed a finger. A flash of sword light. Niu Shorin's chest was instantly pierced, and a terrifying cold erupted. Before blood could even flow from his wound, his entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Within the ice, his face still bore a trace of despair, lifelike. You've committed a mortal sin. How can you still talk to me about the future? Shorin, you are so confused. Wang Jinxiang coldly glanced at Niu Shorin in the ice sculpture and kicked it over. The ice sculpture, along with Niu Shorin frozen inside, shattered into dozens of pieces. After killing Niu Shorin, Wang Jinxiang turned to look at Qin Jiaojiao. Throughout, Qin Jiaojiao had stood frozen in place. Only when she sensed Wang Jianqiang's gaze did she snap out of her daze. Why didn't you run? Wang Jinxiang asked coldly. Qin Jiaojiao gave a bitter smile. If you don't want me to live, even if I run, I can't escape. Wang Jinxiang stared at her for a moment, then raised his hand and waved. Bang! An invisible force struck Qin Jiaojiao. She groaned, spat blood, and flew back dozens of zhong before crashing heavily to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, and her aura instantly weakened to its limit. Wang Jinxiang did not attack further. Take care of yourself. He gave her a faint glance, then turned and left. Qin Jiaojiao had greed, but no murderous intent. Though her death sentence was commuted, her suffering was unavoidable. After this blow, if she survived, their grievances were settled. If she died, it was an end to it all. Behind him, Qin Jiaojiao watched the departing figure. There was no anger on her face, nor any resentment toward Wang Jinxiang. Only endless regret. But as Wang Jinxiang had said, everyone must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Since she had taken that step, there was no going back between her and Wang Jinxiang. Above the endless snowy plains, a disheveled figure was fleeing. Behind her, 6 figures chased with murderous intent. Wang Yuyao hand over the artifact. Such an artifact is not for you. Wang Yuyao ignored the threats from behind, gritting her teeth as she sped through the air. But among the pursuers, one was clearly much stronger and was rapidly closing in on her. Half an instant stick later, that person was less than 30 zhang away from Wang Yuyao. She pointed a finger, and a bird's cry echoed through the sky. A lifelike ice bird instantly condensed, and in the blink of an eye crossed dozens of zhang to appear behind Wang Yuyao. Sensing the icy aura behind her, Wang Yuyao's expression shifted. The Xian water ring on her finger flared, and with a tap of her foot on the flying sword beneath her, the perfect cloud water cold light sword shot forth instantly. Ding! The next moment, the sword rebounded. Wang Yuyao let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from her mouth, and nose, her already pale face growing even more pallid, devoid of any color. Yet leveraging the recoil force, she once again widened the distance from her pursuer. She stuffed an Earth Emperor pill and a rejuvenation pill into her mouth and fled forward. In such a state, she clearly could not focus on refining the medicinal power. Using pills in this manner was an extremely wasteful act, with over 80% of the potency lost. Wang Yuyao was well aware of this, but at the moment she had no choice. Both her injuries and spiritual energy were nearing their limits. Had it not been for the constant support of the pills, she would likely have been slain by the enemy behind her. Before entering the secret realm, senior brother Wang had given her 10 rejuvenation pills, 10 Earth Emperor pills, and 1 bloodburst pill. Now 9 rejuvenation and Earth Emperor pills had already been consumed. Once these 2 types of pills were exhausted, she would inevitably be unable to hold on any longer. Could it be that she would have to use the bloodburst pill? The bloodburst pill had severe side effects. If used without resolving the issue, she would inevitably fall into a deathly peril. And that was under normal circumstances. Her current condition was extremely poor. Once used, her body might even collapse outright. But she was already cornered with no other choice. With that thought, she hesitated no longer. Just as she took out the bloodburst pill and prepared to swallow it, she suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from the bracelet on her wrist. Senior brother Wang is nearby. Her eyes lit up. This bracelet was also a gift from senior brother Wang. There was a pair of them, with senior brother Wang wearing the other. As long as the two were within 10 li of each other, they could sense each other's position through the bracelet. At this moment, she could already faintly perceive senior brother Wang's location. Moreover, it seemed senior brother Wang had also sensed her position and was rushing toward her. With that in mind, she flipped her palm and put away the bloodburst pill. Gritting her teeth, she flew in the direction where Wang Jinxiang was. Others might not know, but she was well aware that senior brother Wang was not the useless good-for-nothing the rumors painted him to be. On the contrary, she had always felt that senior brother Wang was unfathomably deep. As long as she could reunite with him, the trouble behind her would surely be resolved easily. In the sky, Wang Jinxiang, while traveling, had already furrowed his brow. Not long ago, through the silver light bracelet, he had sensed Wang Yuyao's location and began moving toward her. But gradually he started to notice something amiss. Wang Yuyao's speed was too frantic. It seemed as if she was rushing recklessly at full speed. This was hardly like traveling, or it was more like fleeing. With that thought, his heart sank and his speed instantly burst to its peak. Puffed. Wang Yuyao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling through the air once more. She stuffed 2 pills into her mouth. These are the last 2. Her expression was tinged with worry. The pills were utterly exhausted, but according to her senses, the distance to senior brother Wang was still about 5 li. Could she hold on in her current state? 4 li. 5 li. 3 li. After a moment, in the distant sky, a blurry figure was faintly visible. Though she couldn't make out his features, Wang Yuyao was certain it was senior brother Wang. Yet there was no joy on her face, only helplessness. In the end, it was still too late. The pursuer had caught up and launched another attack at her. A powerful icy aura swept in. The cold air cleared her mind. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed the bloodburst pill in one gulp. The next moment, she felt the blood within her body suddenly boil. It was like scalding water brought to a furious boil. Crimson blood energy rose from her blood, seeping through vessels and merging into her spiritual energy, dyeing it a bloody hue. The once gentle spiritual energy instantly turned savage. At the same time, Wang Yuyao's appearance underwent a drastic change. Her black hair instantly turned blood red, and a blood light swirled in her pupils. She pointed a finger. The cloud water cold light, sword shrouded in blood light, clashed with the ice bird that struck from behind. With a resounding boom, the ice bird shattered, and the blood light around the sword faded. Oh, a pill that boosts strength. You really do carry quite a few good things. A woman in a white dress appeared less than 10 zhang from Wang Yuyao. She looked very young, around 20 years old. Her features were delicate, her figure slender and graceful. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Yuyao were filled with surprise. Then she laughed again, but it seems the side effects of this pill are not insignificant. You can't keep up this state for long, can you? Wang Yuyao said nothing, turning to flee once more. She naturally understood her current condition. The blood energy within her was raging wildly. Wherever it passed, it tore through fascia, flesh, and even bones. She was already severely wounded. If she couldn't escape this state in time, she would likely die. Trying to flee, the woman chuckled softly and flicked her finger. A burst of energy shot forth. Wang Yuyao had no choice but to turn and defend. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air came, and the woman blocked her path. Turning her head to look into the distance, a figure was drawing nearer. You were trying to meet up with him. Do you really think that joining him will save you from danger? Wang Yuyao stared at her coldly, saying nothing. The woman shook her head with a smile. Though I'm curious why this person gives you such confidence, I want no surprises. So, dot. With those words, the woman pointed a finger. A sharp flying sword shot through the air. Wang Yuyao also summoned her sword, enhancing it with the power of the perfect Xian water ring as it shot forth. Ding! The two flying swords clashed. Wang Yuyao recoiled, spitting blood, but she managed to block the woman's strike. Such a significant boost. This pill's potency is indeed impressive. The woman marveled, then once again directed her sword toward Wang Yuyao. Gritting her teeth, Wang Yuyao blocked again. An even greater force struck her, as if she had been hit by a massive mountain. The blood-colored spiritual energy around her dispersed, and she was sent flying helplessly. At this moment, Wang Jinxiang was less than 1 li from the battlefield and saw it all clearly. It's over. The woman looked up at Wang Jinxiang, a mocking smile curling on her exquisite face. As if to say, you're too late. Then she waved her hand, and the flying sword thrust out again. Seeing this, Wang Jianqiang's gaze turned icy cold. A cyan light suddenly flared beneath his feet. As a powerful fluctuation spread, a whirlwind instantly enveloped his entire body. Carried by the whirlwind, Wang Jinxiang crossed the O'Neilly distance at an inconceivable speed. In the instant before the woman's flying sword struck Wang Yuyao, he stood in front of her. Scram! In his icy voice. The flying sword rebounded. Wang Jianqiang's voice, infused with spiritual energy, surged forth violently. Even after repelling the woman's flying sword, it did not dissipate, but seemingly inexhaustible, continued to sweep outward. The woman's expression shifted as she retreated over 10 zhang in succession. This fellow. At this moment, the ease and mockery on her face vanished, replaced by profound solemnity. Before entering the secret realm, she had memorized the top 10 outer disciples of the other 3 major powers, as reminded by Elder Song. This man was clearly not among them, so why was his strength so formidable? A hum vibrated through the air, as in the moment of her distraction, Wang Jianqiang's attack descended once more. An emerald radiance enveloped the woman, and a sword formation instantly materialized, trapping her within. Her expression shifted as she commanded her flying sword to strike the formation. Boom! The sword formation trembled slightly, then settled into stillness. So sturdy. Her expression changed again as she launched another attack. The grand formation remained utterly unscathed. At this moment, terror finally surfaced on her face. After trapping the woman with the wood sword formation, Wang Jinxiang ceased to focus on her. He flickered and caught Wang Yuyao just as she was about to fall to the ground. Senior brother. Seeing Wang Jinxiang, a faint smile crossed Wang Yuyao's pallid face. But her injuries were too severe. The mere utterance of 2 words aggravated her wounds. A torrent of blood gushed from her mouth, and her consciousness darkened as she fell into a coma. Wang Jianqiang's expression flickered as he tapped several acupoints on her body. The residual potency of the bloodburst pill within Wang Yuyao dissipated instantly, and her hair reverted to black. He then examined Wang Yuyao's injuries, and his heart sank. She was already grievously wounded, and the bloodburst pill had compounded the damage. Her body teetered on the brink of collapse. He quickly produced a perfect Rehmannia pill and fed it to her. Tapping her chest, he channeled spiritual energy into her to help refine the medicine. For such severe injuries, an ordinary Rehmannia pill would be useless, but the perfect one could still provide some benefit. As the medicine's power spread, her injuries finally stabilized. Wang Jinxiang sighed in relief, administered another perfect Rehmannia pill, and let its effects diffuse naturally. He then turned his gaze to the woman in the wood sword formation. He recognized this woman. A Xinqing Palace disciple ranked 4th among the outer disciples, Yiqingxua. Just then he heard the sound of tearing air approaching from afar. Turning his head, he saw 5 figures rapidly approaching at the edge of his vision. In a brief moment, they appeared on the battlefield. Upon seeing the woman trapped in the wood sword formation, they all started in alarm. Senior Sister Qingxue is trapped. Help her break free. Before the words faded, they immediately attacked the wood sword formation. The woman inside, seeing reinforcements, felt a surge of spirit. She coordinated with those outside to assault the formation. Boom! The wood sword formation shuddered and several cracks splintered across its surface. The formation is breaking. Strike with all our might to shatter it. All 6 rejoiced. But just as they prepared to continue, a flash of green light swept across the formation and the cracks vanished completely. Their expressions froze. This formation has immense regenerative power. Forcing it open is impractical, Yi Qingxue said gravely. Upon hearing this, the five seemed to have an idea and turned their gazes to Wang Jinxiang. He cast this formation. Kill him, and it will dissolve on its own, one of them said with a sinister tone. Excellent idea. The other four's eyes lit up. The next moment, all five charged forth with murderous intent. Yi Qingxue watched them rush at Wang Jinxiang, her expression shifting, but she did not intervene. Among the five, two were in the top 10 of Xianqing Palace's outer disciples, and the remaining three, though not in the top 10, ranked within the top 20. Their combined strength might rival hers. This old man was formidable, but he had to maintain the formation. She doubted he could withstand them all at once. As the five figures descended, Wang Jinxiang remained calm. The 10th and 8th of Xianqing Palace's outer disciples, and 3 minor lackeys who didn't even make the top 10. Today you have all earned your deaths. Wang Jinxiang clenched his fist. Golden sword chi materialized, but did not merge with the void. Instead, it condensed around his fist. At that moment, his fist became a metal sword formation. Boom! The void resounded with thunder. As golden sword chi rampaged, the five figures spat blood and flew backward at even greater speed. Impossible! Yi Qingxue stared in utter disbelief. Then realization dawned and horror flickered across her face. Flee! He cannot be defeated, Hedan. He has reached the third spiritual rotation realm. The third spiritual rotation realm. At Yi Qingxue's words, the five were terrified. They turned without hesitation and fled. On the other side, Wang Jinxiang was startled. He had never heard of the third rotation realm and wondered what it was. But seeing the five about to escape, he set aside his confusion for the moment. He threw a punch. Countless golden sword chi rained down on the five, engulfing them completely. They struggled to defend themselves. But the sheer volume of sword chi was overwhelming, and they could not hold out. One by one, their bodies were pierced. Moments later, as the golden sword chi dissipated, all five lay dead. Wang Jinxiang opened his palm, and the sword formation on his fist dissolved. He turned his gaze back to the wood sword formation and pointed at it. The earth sword formation merged with the wood sword formation. Instantly, the gravity within the formation multiplied. Yi Qingxue cried out in shock, pinned to the ground, unable to move. Wang Jinxiang stepped into the formation. Looking down at Yi Qingxue, he said calmly, "Tell me, what is the third spiritual rotation?" Hearing his question, Yi Qingxue was stunned. He didn't know about the third spiritual rotation realm. Was he not at that level? But if he wasn't, how could he be so strong? Speak. Wang Jianqiang's face showed impatience as Yi Qingxue remained silent. Feeling the chill emanating from him, she trembled and quickly began to explain. Soon after, a look of comprehension dawned on Wang Jianqiang's face. The third spiritual rotation realm was not a cultivation realm per se, but a stage leading to foundation establishment. Foundation establishment, simply put, involved transforming gaseous spiritual energy into liquid form. After reaching the peak of chi refining, a cultivator must compress their spiritual energy to attempt foundation establishment. Each compression constitutes one rotation. After 4 compressions, the spiritual energy fully liquefies, marking the cultivator's transformation into a foundation establishment cultivator, a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Thus, the third rotation realm was the pinnacle before foundation establishment. Those who attained it were, without exception, the paramount figures at the chi refining stage. He had long wondered why Yi Lingyun by Shirao and Mu Lingxi were so much stronger than ordinary cultivators despite being at the same chi refining peak. Now he finally understood. They must have embarked on the path of spiritual energy compression. With his doubts resolved, Wang Jinxiang looked at Yi Qingxue. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "He'll give you 2 choices now. Submit. Or die." "What? You dare to demand my submission?" Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Yi Qingxue's heart surged with boundless humiliation. She was the 4th prodigy of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace, the goddess of countless disciples. And this ugly, decrepit waste dared to demand her submission. How could this be? "So you choose the path of death?" Wang Jianqiang's icy voice cut through her indignant words. The cloud water frost sword materialized in his hand as he thrust it toward her heart. Before the blade reached her, the frigid aura emanating from it sent a shiver through Yi Qingxue. She snapped back to reality. "Wait. I submit. I am willing to submit." As if fearing Wang Jinxiang might not react in time, she repeated herself in frantic haste. Wang Jianqiang's flying sword halted instantly, its tip already having grazed her skin. A wave of cold enveloped her, forming a layer of frost on her fair complexion. Fortunately, Wang Jinxiang withdrew in time. Had he been a 10th of a second slower, her heart would have been pierced. Yi Qingxue's face turned deathly pale. Once she believed herself proud and pure beyond any stain. But in that moment when death loomed, she suddenly realized that dignity, innocence, all of it was worthless. Only living mattered. Fortunately, her self-reflection came in time. Wang Jinxiang sheathed his flying sword and said flatly, "Since you've agreed, open your mind. You want to control me." Yi Qingsu's expression shifted. If her soul were controlled, she would lose even her sense of self, becoming a mere puppet. If that were the case, she would rather die. "No, just leave a mark in your soul, see." Wang Jinxiang shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue let out a long sigh of relief. Being marked on the soul meant her life was perpetually in his hands, but at least her personality would not be manipulated. "You'd better be telling the truth, or I'd sooner self-destruct my soul than yield." "Oh, quite defiant. You still seem unclear about your situation." Wang Jinxiang slapped her hard across the face, leaving a vivid red handprint on her pale skin. Yi Qingsu's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shame and fury. "Open your mind," Wang Jinxiang commanded, sending a thread of spiritual sense into her brow, imprinting a mark upon her soul. Thus, with a mere thought, the mark would detonate, and Yi Qingsu's soul would shatter with it. Oblivion. Then, with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the formation. Yi Qingxue felt relieved and leaped up from the ground, instinctively retreating several steps. Realizing her life and death now rested in this old man's hands, her face was a tapestry of emotions. Resentment, shame, but above all fear and caution. "Call me master." Wang Jinxiang cast her a casual glance. Her expression flickered, and finally, she uttered softly, "Master." "That's more like it." Wang Jinxiang smiled and walked over to Wang Yuyao. The pill he had placed in Wang Yuyao's mouth had already dissolved on its own, fully stabilizing her injuries, though she would need time to awaken. With that thought, he hoisted Wang Yuyao onto his back, and with a wave of his hand drew 5 storage pouches into his palm, all belonging to the Xianqing Palace disciples. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth, but ultimately dared not speak. Wang Jinxiang glanced at her. "Follow me." With that, he sped off in a direction. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and followed closely. Half an hour later, Wang Jinxiang returned to the cave, took out some spirit stones, and activated the formation within. He laid Wang Yuyao on the ground and made her swallow a perfect Huangdan pill. Pressing his finger against her chest to help refine the medicinal power, he then turned to the silent Yi Qingxue. "What cultivation stage are you at now?" Yi Qingxue looked at him. "First turn." Wang Jinxiang nodded. "And Lin Xiener and Xiao Wuya. Both of them like you are at the 3rd turn." Though from Wang Jianqiang's words he did not seem like a 3rd turn spiritual power cultivator. Yet given his strength, Yi Qingxue ultimately concluded he must be at the 3rd turn. Otherwise his overwhelmingly powerful combat prowess would be inexplicable. Only Wang Jinxiang knew that his extraordinary combat ability stemmed from the perfected lesser 5 elements sword formation. But he saw no need to explain to Yi Qingxue and merely nodded. Thus it seemed the outer sect 1st and 2nd ranks of the 4 major cultivation forces were all at the 3rd turn. As for the 3rd rank, it was uncertain. With this thought, a new doubt arose in Wang Jianqiang's mind. How does one compress spiritual power? Since entering the cold pool secret realm, he had not deliberately cultivated. But his occasional cultivation during rest had steadily improved his cultivation, now nearing the peak of qi refining. Since he now knew of the 3 turns, he naturally needed to ask about the method of compressing spiritual power. Yi Qingsu's expression froze as she looked at him incredulously. "You really haven't compressed your spiritual power yet? What if I said no?" Wang Jinxiang shrugged. Yi Qingxue swallowed hard. Before she might have doubted it. But now she was somewhat convinced. Wang Jinxiang shook his head. "You haven't answered my question." Yi Qingxue snapped back to reality and gave Wang Jinxiang a deep look. "There is no method for compressing spiritual power. The only way is to take foundation establishment pills." "Oh." Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow. "So each foundation establishment pill taken completes 1 compression. How could that be?" Yi Qingxue shook her head. "Compressing spiritual power carries a high risk of failure. Some exceptionally talented individuals might manage 1 compression with a single pill, or even establish their foundation with just 4 pills, but that's an ideal scenario most cannot achieve." Hearing her explanation, Wang Jinxiang nodded in understanding, though a hint of embarrassment crept in. Earlier, fearing that Wang Yuyao's breakthrough after taking a foundation establishment pill would prevent her from entering the cold pool secret realm, he had advised her against it. It turned out he had been mistaken. Had Wang Yuyao taken the pill then and completed the 1st turn of spiritual power compression, perhaps they wouldn't have been hunted to such an extent today. With this thought, he looked at Wang Yuyao. Just then she awoke. "How are you?" Wang Jinxiang approached her. "Senior brother Wang." Wang Yuyao tried to rise upon seeing him. Wang Jinxiang immediately stopped her. "You've just woken up, you're still weak. Don't move." Wang Yuyao nodded. Just then she noticed Yi Qingxue approaching, and her expression shifted. "Why are you here?" Before Yi Qingxue could respond, a voice reached her ears. She has been marked with a soul imprint and is now my soul slave. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Wang Yuyao was utterly stunned. It wasn't his power that shocked her, for she had always known him to be enigmatic and formidable. What truly astonished her was his audacity. Yi Qingxue was the fourth-rank prodigy among the outer disciples of Xianqing Palace. How could he dare to make her his slave? Wasn't this akin to slapping Xianqing Palace across the face? If this were ever exposed, Xianqing Palace would surely fight him to the death. Even the Joyous Union Sect might not protect him then, and they certainly wouldn't go to war with Xianqing Palace over him. Alright, don't overthink it. Rest and recover. Wang Jinxiang could guess her thoughts. He tossed her some Earth Sovereign pills unconcerned. He had his own reasons for choosing to enslave Yi Qingxue. With his soul control, he was confident she would never reveal this matter. After all, if he died, Yi Qingxue would perish with him. Moreover, cultivation was about defying the heavens. How could one cultivate while being afraid of everything? Seeing Wang Jianqiang's expression, Wang Yuyao said nothing more. She swallowed an Earth Sovereign pill and began healing her injuries. Now that she had regained her autonomy, her recovery speed had greatly increased. In just 5 days, her wounds were completely healed. During this time, Wang Jinxiang cultivated continuously within the Qianyuan spirit array. His cultivation base was already very close to the Qi refining perfection stage, and on the day Wang Yuyao recovered, he achieved Qi refining perfection. Wang Yuyao, upon recovering, immediately went into seclusion. She swallowed a foundation establishment pill and began compressing her spiritual energy. Unfortunately, her talent was merely average, and she ultimately failed to break through to the first revolution stage. Failed breakthroughs are common, don't be discouraged. Seeing Wang Yuyao's dejection, Wang Jinxiang smiled reassuringly. I understand, senior brother. Wang Yuyao nodded softly and resumed cultivation. After several days of practice, she finally succeeded in compressing her spiritual energy, once reaching the first revolution stage. You broke through. As Wang Yuyao opened her eyes, she saw Wang Jinxiang beaming. She nodded. Wang Jianqiang's smile widened. Good, cultivate diligently and strive to reach foundation establishment soon. Yes, senior brother. Wang Yuyao clenched her jade-white hand and nodded earnestly at Wang Jinxiang. She then resumed cultivation. Each time spiritual energy was compressed, it became more refined, but its total quantity decreased. The next step was a process of accumulation until the total spiritual energy was restored to its original state before the next compression. Wang Yuyao was now in the accumulation phase of the first revolution stage. Wang Jinxiang gifted her the Qianyuan spirit array and a large number of perfect cloud mist pills. With such ample resources, her cultivation base was advancing at an astonishing speed. Yi Qingxue witnessed every step of Wang Yuyao's breakthrough. Wang Jianqiang's generosity made her intensely envious. She was an ambitious cultivator. She too yearned for rapid progress. She wanted to advance. One day she finally couldn't resist seeking out Wang Jinxiang. Master, how can I become like her? She stammered, looking at Wang Jinxiang. Speaking so humbly to someone was highly uncomfortable for her. Oh, Wang Jianqiang's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. That depends on your resolve. I swear by my Tao heart to be forever loyal to you, Master. May inner demons plague me, and my Tao foundation collapse, if I am false. She gritted her teeth and resolutely made the vow. That's not enough. Wang Jinxiang shook his head with a grin, catching the implication in his expression. Yi Qingxue bit her red lip and moved closer to Wang Jinxiang. Moments later, Wang Jinxiang nodded with satisfaction. Good, well done. With a flip of his palm, he produced a pill and casually tossed it to her. This foundation establishment pill is for you. Thank you, Master. Yi Qingxue caught it swiftly, the lingering reluctance in her eyes instantly clearing. Unlike Lin Xiener and Xiao Wei, who had deep backgrounds, she couldn't obtain a foundation establishment pill so easily. Otherwise, why would she abandon her dignity to curry favor with Wang Jinxiang? In truth, her cultivation accumulation was already sufficient. She remained at the first revolution stage only due to the lack of a foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill she had earned during the outer sect competition was already refined, yet she was still half a step away from the second revolution stage. With this new pill, she was certain to break through to the second revolution. With that thought, she eagerly swallowed the foundation establishment pill. Seeing Yi Qingxue enter a cultivation state, Wang Jinxiang withdrew his gaze. Ordinary foundation establishment pills were useless to him. Rather than keeping them, it was better to strengthen the team's power. Now that Yi Qingxue was marked with his soul imprint, her life and death were entirely in his hands. He had no fear of her betraying him. If he could push her all the way to the foundation establishment stage, he would have a foundation establishment level enforcer at his disposal. His goal for this journey was to gather the raw materials for refining foundation establishment pills, which could only be found at the bottom of a cold pond. There he would inevitably cross paths with the most talented outer disciples of various sects. These individuals were already at the third revolution stage before entering the secret realm and would likely attempt to reach foundation establishment within it. He feared no one at the chi refining stage. But what about foundation establishment cultivators? Though only a few among them would succeed, that would still cost him the initiative. He disliked ceding control to others. Hence he conceived the plan to subdue Yi Qingxue and help both Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue break through to foundation establishment. After several recent battles, he had accumulated 21 foundation establishment pills. After giving one to Wang Yuyao and another to Yi Qingxue, he still had 19 left. Such a quantity should be enough to supply their foundation establishment needs. If not, he could always seize more. 5 days later, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as he looked up at Yi Qingxue. You broke through. Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, a flash of joy crossing her face. In response to Wang Jianqiang's query, she nodded. Rising, she bowed deeply to him. Thank you for the pill, master. Otherwise, I know not when I would have broken through. As long as you are truly loyal to me, you will not lack for benefits. Wang Jinxiang smiled. He handed Yi Qingxue several bottles of pills. These are cloud mist pills for accumulating spiritual energy. The second revolution stage was still within the chi refining realm, so the perfect cloud mist pills remained highly effective. Then he pointed to where Wang Yuyao was. Don't swallow them directly. There's an auxiliary cultivation array there. Both of you can cultivate inside it together. As Yi Qingxue took the pills, she sensed their extraordinary quality. Though they were also cloud mist pills, those Wang Jinxiang gave her were far more potent than ordinary ones. Upon entering the array, she was even more astonished. The array was suffused with the medicinal power of cloud mist pills. What amazed her was the sheer intensity of this power, unprecedented in her experience. Even more shocking was that this medicinal power contained not a trace of pill toxicity. In such an environment, cultivation speed was already astonishingly fast. Combined with the absence of toxicity concerns, it was unimaginable how swift cultivation would be here. With that thought, she cast an envious glance at Wang Yuyao. This girl with only average talent had reached chi refining perfection so quickly, surely all thanks to Wang Jianqiang's aid. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret for not having met Wang Jinxiang earlier. Half a month later, Wang Yuyao completed her first revolution accumulation. After consuming 4 foundation establishment pills, she succeeded in breaking through to the second revolution stage. The very next day, Yi Qingxue also finished her second revolution accumulation. Her talent was clearly far superior to Wang Yuyao's. Using only 2 foundation establishment pills, she reached the third revolution stage. After the two broke through, they continued their arduous cultivation within the Qianyuan spirit formation to accumulate their cultivation base. During this period of seclusion for their breakthroughs, Wang Jinxiang alternated between alchemy and artifact forging, significantly enhancing his medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and cultivation points. On this day, he ceased his crafting and decided to venture outside to hunt for some cold pearls. No sooner had he left the cave than a searing pain erupted in his palm. He grunted, lifting his hand to examine it. The egg-shaped mark in his palm was glowing with a cyan light. The cyan light was intensely hot, instilling in him a profound sense of terror. Had the light not been restrained to its utmost, even a wisp of its released energy would have been enough to incinerate him to ashes. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Wang Jinxiang felt as if his palm were melting. The excruciating pain nearly made him grind his teeth to dust, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. This burning pain is too terrifying. If this continues, he'll be tortured to death. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to sever his arm, the cyan light in his palm suddenly broke free. Beneath the cyan radiance, an egg-shaped jade was faintly visible. However, Wang Jinxiang had no time to observe it. He hastily retreated, trying to put distance between himself and the object. But the next moment he was stunned. Unbeknownst to him, the surroundings had transformed into a sea of cyan flames. The very earth had been scorched into bubbling magma. Thick rolling smoke rose incessantly, resembling the end of the world. Holy shit! After a brief moment, Wang Jinxiang finally came to his senses. His face turned pale as he frantically summoned the mysterious light seal. A flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and the perfect water moon dress draped over his body. Subsequently, he compressed the wooden sword formation onto his body surface as a third layer of defense. Instantly, the earth, water, fire, and metal sword formations merged into it, enhancing the defensive power of the wooden sword formation to its peak. Something's not right. Wang Jinxiang, who was busily preparing, suddenly paused. He had been startled earlier and hadn't had time to think it through. It was only now that he suddenly realized he didn't seem to feel any sensation of being burned. He instinctively looked down at his body. Then he noticed that he too was covered in a layer of cyan light. This layer of light was extremely faint, barely visible unless one looked closely. Although the cyan light appeared fragile, the terrifying heat around him, which could melt magical artifacts, was completely blocked outside upon contact. What's going on? Wang Jinxiang was bewildered. Crack. At that moment, a sound like shattering glass or stone rang out. Wang Jinxiang instinctively looked at the jade. He then saw a crack had appeared on its surface. Crack, crack. With the first crack, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction as one crack after another appeared in succession. In the blink of an eye, the entire jade shattered completely. As pieces of broken jade fell to the ground, Wang Jinxiang was astonished to discover that the jade was hollow. Even more shocking was that there was a chicken inside the jade. So this thing wasn't just shaped like an egg, it really was an egg after all. Wang Jinxiang stared mouth agape at the cyan-furred chick that emerged from the jade. Just as Wang Jinxiang was examining the chick, it seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly looked back at him. With a cheerful chirp, a streak of cyan light flashed past. Before Wang Jianqiang's eyes could register, the chick had already darted into his arms. Wang Jianqiang's entire body stiffened. Though the creature was only the size of his palm, the thought that it as an egg had created such a terrifying scene made him tremble inwardly. However, to his surprise, after scurrying into his embrace, the cyan chick did not attack, but instead nuzzled affectionately against his chest. He let out a long sigh of relief, his heart easing considerably. He tentatively stroked the chick's head. The soft down felt very pleasant to the touch. Not only did the chick show no sign of impatience, but it also happily rubbed against his finger. Seeing this, Wang Jinxiang finally relaxed completely. He looked at the jade fragments on the ground, well, eggshells. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the shells. After the chick's birth, the fire-attributed power within the eggshell had not dissipated, but had completely concealed itself. It should be quite effective if used for artifact forging. 2 hours later, Wang Jinxiang returned to the cave. Glancing at the little cyan creature on his shoulder, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This little one seemed to have fixated on him. No matter how he tried to hide, it could easily find him, and he couldn't shake it off. Even now, he had no idea of its origin. However, after some investigation, he hadn't come away empty-handed. Through careful examination, he discovered that the little creature wasn't a chicken, but a bird, though its fluffy down made it look rather chicken-like. Furthermore, the little one was female. What's this? Wang Jianqiang's entry into the cave caught the attention of the two women inside. When they saw the cyan bird on Wang Jianqiang's shoulder, they couldn't hide their astonishment. Found it outside. Wang Jinxiang, too lazy to explain, answered casually. Found it. There are indigenous creatures of flesh and blood in this secret realm. The two were startled, but seeing that Wang Jinxiang had no intention of elaborating, they didn't press further. 10 days later, Wang Yuyao completed her accumulation for the second revolution realm. After failing 6 times in a row, she finally became a third revolution realm cultivator. A few days later, Yi Qingxue completed her accumulation for the third revolution realm. Breaking through the threshold of foundation establishment was far more challenging than before. Even with Yi Qingxue's talent, it took a full month and a half and the consumption of 5 foundation establishment pills before she finally succeeded in establishing her foundation, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. By now, Wang Jinxiang had only 2 foundation establishment pills left. The consumption had exceeded his expectations. The remaining 2 pills were clearly far from sufficient for Wang Yuyao's foundation establishment needs. Continuing seclusion was pointless. Wang Jinxiang immediately decided to leave. 3 days later, the 3 of them walked out of the cave. Currently, Wang Yuyao had reached the third revolution realm. Yi Qingxue had already established her foundation and become an early foundation establishment cultivator. With 1 at the third revolution realm, 1 at foundation establishment, plus himself, a seasoned schemer, and an unfathomably powerful firebird. The strength of their group was quite formidable. At this thought, Wang Jinxiang felt a surge of heroic spirit. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, "Let's go." The trio and the bird soared into the air, shooting towards the direction of the cold pond. Wang Jinxiang had initially planned to find a few unlucky souls along the way to borrow some foundation establishment pills so that Wang Yuyao could also complete her foundation establishment. But whether it was because everyone had already headed to the core region or simply due to poor luck, they encountered no one. Until they reached the core region, they hadn't laid eyes on a single soul. Is this the cold pool, eh? At the core region, Wang Jinxiang, Wang Yuyao, and Yi Qingxue gazed ahead. 100 zhang away lay a pool of water about 3 zhang in diameter. The water was crystal clear, shrouded in mist. This mist was not steam, but vaporized cold air. Even from 100 zhang away, the 3 could barely withstand the chill. Take these. Wang Jinxiang produced 3 cold pearls, keeping 1 for himself, and handing the other 2 to Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue. Throughout their journey, they had hunted numerous native creatures, and these 3 cold pearls had long been fused to their highest level. Holding the cold pearls, the biting cold instantly vanished. Wang Jinxiang glanced at the cyan bird perched on his shoulder. "Little chicken, you wait outside. Little Chicken was the name he had given the cyan bird. Initially, Little Chicken had fiercely resisted the name, but in the end it couldn't defy Wang Jianqiang's tyranny. As Wang Jianqiang's words fell, Little Chicken nodded with human-like understanding. It loathed the aura of the cold pool. Had Wang Jinxiang not brought it, it wouldn't have even approached this place. Upon receiving Wang Jianqiang's command, it didn't hesitate to fly toward a distant ice peak. Wang Jinxiang and the two women then arrived at the edge of the cold pool and leaped in. The three dove downward continuously. The cold pool seemed bottomless. After diving for most of a day, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Fortunately, the cold pearls not only warded off the pool's frigid power, but also allowed them to breathe normally underwater, while even the water's crushing pressure was kept at bay. Otherwise, even if the pressure didn't flatten them, they would likely have suffocated long ago. After all, they couldn't hold their breath indefinitely like core formation cultivators. Though they could hold their breath for extended periods, they couldn't manage without air for nearly a day. After another day of diving, they finally reached the bottom of the cold pool. The cold pool was shaped like a trumpet. The entrance was narrow, but it grew wider the deeper they went. At the bottom, it was as vast and boundless as a small world. Wang Jinxiang surveyed his surroundings somewhat troubled. He had thought the cold pool was limited in size, and that finding herbs for foundation establishment pills at its bottom would be easy. Little did he expect it to be so immense. He looked at Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingshui. I need to gather some herbs for foundation establishment pills. Do either of you have any clues? Yi Qingshui pondered for a moment. I can find them. Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her. Little Snow is truly remarkable, both capable and efficient. Yi Qingshui's face flushed, and she pretended not to hear, taking out a palm-sized compass to orient herself. Follow me. With that, she led the way in one direction. Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao immediately followed. Several days later, a plaza paved with green stone appeared ahead. The green stone ground was cracked and worn, exuding an ancient aura. At the center of the plaza stood a pitch-black stone stele. Around the stele, dozens of figures were locked in chaotic combat. They're fighting over the meditation cushions, Yi Qingshui asserted, observing the battle from afar. Cushions. Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao scanned the area around the stele. They noticed that around the stele were 18 raised platforms, some bearing worn meditation cushions. The battle in the plaza appeared chaotic. But in reality, it all revolved around the platforms with cushions. What use are these cushions? Wang Jinxiang asked Yi Qingshui. The cushions are keys to the medicine garden. By sitting on one and using your spiritual sense to communicate with the stele, you can be teleported into the garden, Yi Qingshui explained. Hearing this, Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted. What is the medicine garden? Yi Qingshui replied. It's a peculiar space where various spiritual herbs are cultivated, rumored to be a relic left by an ancient power. Does it contain herbs for foundation establishment pills? Yes, and many other precious herbs as well, Yi Qingshui nodded. Wang Jianqiang's eyes gleamed, but he didn't rush into the plaza. Instead, he carefully assessed the battle situation. Disciples from the 4 major powers were present, including several from the top 10 rankings. However, he found it strange that none of the top 2 elite disciples from each major power were in sight. Could they not have found this place? That seemed unlikely. If 1 or 2 missed it, that could happen, but all of them? That would be too much of a coincidence. Seeing the confusion on Wang Jianqiang's face, Yi Qingshui seemed to read his thoughts. There are 18 platforms in the plaza, so there should be 18 cushions. Now only 8 platforms still have cushions. The other 10 have likely been taken. You mean the top disciples of the 4 powers have already entered the medicine garden? Wang Jinxiang realized. No wonder the top 2 from each sect were missing. They had already entered the garden. Let's go. We'll grab a few spots ourselves. Wang Jinxiang told the 2 women, and then moved first toward one of the raised platforms. Beside the platform, 7 figures were locked in battle. Amid an explosion, one person was sent flying. Fuming, he was about to charge back when he suddenly noticed a hunched figure exuding a thick aura of decay approaching. Old man, at your age, you still come out to take risks. He sneered and charged murderously. Having just been beaten, his anger was boiling over, and this old man looked easy to bully, perfect for venting his frustration. As Wang Jinxiang neared the platform, a figure suddenly attacked him. His expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even make a move. Yuyao, he's yours. As his calm words fell, a magnificent flying sword, as if forged from crystal, shot forth from behind him. With a sharp sound, the charging figure stiffened as his chest was pierced. Cracking sounds followed as his body froze instantly, then crashed to the ground, shattering into a dozen pieces. Though the skirmish was brief, the sudden burst of icy aura caught the attention of the 6 still fighting near the platform. 2 disciples from the Joyous Union Sect recognized Wang Jinxiang and were stunned. It's that waste Wang. How did he get into the cold pool and make it here? Then they spotted Wang Yuyao behind him. So Wang Yuyao is helping him. No wonder. Who knows what Wang Yuyao is thinking, dragging along such a dead weight. But regardless of their thoughts at this critical moment, they didn't show it. Instead, they addressed Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, how about joining us to fight for this cushion? We'll share the spoils from the medicine garden. Of the remaining 4, 2 were from the 10,000 Sword Sect, and 2 from the Hehuan Sect. The 3 factions had been evenly matched. If the Joyous Union Sect suddenly gained an extra person, they could overpower the other 2. Thus, upon hearing the Joyous Union disciples' proposal, the other 4's expressions darkened. Sorry, but we don't want to join forces. We prefer to have it all to ourselves, Wang Jinxiang said with a smile. At his words, the Joyous Union disciples' faces fell. Waste One, who do you think you are? Who asked for your opinion? No sooner had they spoken than a frigid voice cut through. His decision is mine. Also, your mouths are too foul. They'll tear them apart for you. An icy, bone-chilling aura erupted. The 2 disciples' expressions changed drastically. With sharp whistling sounds, 2 icy sword energies streaked through the air. Blood splattered as their shoulders were instantly pierced, forcing them to stagger back. Simultaneously, a terrifying cold spread from the wounds, threatening to freeze their bodies. Their faces twisted in horror as they desperately channeled their spiritual energy to suppress the invading chill, barely managing to subdue it. When they lifted their heads to look at Wang Yuyao, their faces were etched with terror. Wang Yuyao, how dare you strike a fellow disciple? Aren't you afraid of sect punishment? Wang Yuyao remained silent, spiritual light flickering at her fingertips as she prepared to tap the exquisite cloudwater cold light sword before her once more. Wait! Just then a hand grasped her wrist. Wang Yuyao looked at Wang Jinxiang. He shook his head at her. It's not worth losing your life over these 2. The Hehuan Sect strictly forbade disciples from killing each other. With so many eyes here, if Wang Yuyao truly killed them, the matter would inevitably be exposed. According to sect rules, killing a fellow disciple required a life for a life. Right, waste. No, Wang Jinxiang is right. You're a top 10 outer sect genius. We're only 18th and 20th. It's not worth losing your life for us. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, the 2 clung to them like a lifeline, speaking urgently. Wang Yuyao ignored them, merely nodding to Wang Jinxiang. He'll listen to you. At her words, believing they had suppressed her with sect rules, their eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, then looked back at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, attacking us earlier already violated sect rules. Once we report this to the sect, you will face severe punishment. We can give you a chance. Help us seize the meditation cushion on this platform, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Seeing the 2 audaciously turn the tables to threaten her, Wang Yuyao's expression turned icy. Wang Jinxiang patted her shoulder, signaling her to stay calm, then looked at the 2 with a faint smile. So you mean? You want us to cooperate with you? Cooperate? They sneered. Didn't you hear? We want her to snatch the cushion for us. Times have changed. Now we don't want to cooperate, and you're not qualified to cooperate with us. They turned to Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, if you don't want sect punishment, you'd better obey. Hearing this, anger flickered across Wang Yuyao's face. Wang Jianqiang's expression remained unchanged, his faint smile still in place. I was already willing to let you 2 off. Why must you push so hard? Waste One, don't make it sound so noble. They laughed coldly. Kill us. Do you dare? Wang Jinxiang sighed. Since you force my hand, I have no choice but to slay you both. Otherwise, people might think Wang Jinxiang is a pushover. Though his tone was gentle, the 2 tensed up, staring fixedly at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, think carefully. Is it worth throwing away your life for a word from Waste Wang? Without a moment's hesitation, spiritual light flickered at Wang Yuyao's fingertips as she prepared to strike them down. Wang Jinxiang stopped her again. Wang Yuyao looked puzzled. These 2 must die, but not by your hand, Wang Jinxiang said softly. Wang Yuyao seemed to understand. Then Wang Jinxiang turned to the 2, grinning. The Hehuan Sect's rules can bind its own disciples, but I wonder if they can bind those from other factions. The 2 were bewildered, not grasping his meaning. Wang Jianqiang's smile slowly faded, and his voice turned icy. Little Schwer, why haven't you struck yet? With a whoosh, 2 inconspicuous streams of spiritual energy shot forth. Before the 2 could react, the energies pierced through their foreheads. The 4 disciples from the 10,000 Sword Sect and Hehuan Sect who had been watching grew wary and began to retreat upon seeing the Hehuan Sect disciples' deaths. Since you 4 have seen this, you'll have to stay as well. Wang Jinxiang cast a casual glance at them. In the next instant, 4 condensed streams of spiritual energy streaked through the air, piercing their heads. Their faces froze instantly as they fell to the ground as corpses. Seeing Yi Qingxue slaughter the 6 like chickens without even revealing herself, Wang Jinxiang marveled at the might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Though only a step away, the gap between Qi refinement perfection and foundation establishment was as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. Before a foundation establishment cultivator, a Qi refinement perfection cultivator was as fragile as paper, even a 3-turn cultivator. He turned to Wang Yuyao. Yuyao, go retrieve the cushion. She nodded and flew upward. Soon the cushion was in hand. Wang Jianqiang's gaze fell upon another platform with a cushion. Keep seizing. For people were locked in fierce combat beside this platform. 2 were from Xianqing Palace, 1 from 10,000 Swords Sect, and 1 from Hehuan Sect. Waste Wang and Yi Qingxue. Seeing them, the Hehuan Sect disciples' expression shifted. The 10,000 Swords Sect disciples' face flickered, but remained silent. The 2 from Xianqing Palace were blunt. Scram, this place is ours. They outright ignored Wang Jinxiang. Such an aged man reeking of decay. Clearly a waste whose potential was spent and whose end was near. But when they looked at Wang Yuyao, a hint of caution appeared. As for Yi Qingxue, a foundation establishment cultivator, could easily conceal herself from their perception. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept over the 4, finally resting on the 2 from Xianqing Palace. The same goes for you. Scram. Your grandpa here wants this cushion. At this, murderous intent flashed across their faces. They had been dominating this battlefield, and without interference the cushion would surely be theirs. Wang Jianqiang's arrival introduced a variable. Already irritated, his arrogant attitude pushed them over the edge. Their killing intent could no longer be restrained. You're asking for death. With a cold snort, they drove their flying swords at Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao. Wang Jinxiang remained calm, glancing at Wang Yuyao. She was about to strike when 2 streams of spiritual energy suddenly shot through the air. The heads of the 2 Xianqing Palace disciples were instantly pierced, their life force extinguished. Wang Jinxiang was startled, looking back. Does Xianqing Palace allow disciples to kill each other? The next moment, Yi Qingxu's voice echoed in his mind. No. Then how dare you kill? I've already scouted. There are no other foundation establishment cultivators in this square. No one can discover I killed them. Hearing this, Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. No other foundation establishment cultivators. That meant they were invincible here. With this thought, his gaze swept over the dozens of figures in the square. How about we go big? How big? Yi Qingxue was taken aback. Kill them all. Yi Qingxue. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's telepathic message, Yi Qingxue fell silent for a long while. She considered herself quite bold, else she wouldn't have dared to strike down a fellow disciple. Yet Wang Jinxiang proved even bolder. No, he was more reckless. The disciples who could enter the secret realm were the elite outer disciples of each sect, the future backbone of their respective sects. The death of a few might be a minor sting one the sects would overlook. But if all were slain, the losses would be catastrophic. At that point, not just the leading elders outside the secret realm, but even the rulers of the 4 great powers would likely lose their minds. Coming back to her senses, her ethereal voice drifted into Wang Jianqiang's ears. The leading elders are stationed outside the secret realm. The methods of core formation cultivators are beyond our comprehension. We might not be able to conceal it then. I see. A flicker of regret crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. Then let it be. With that, he glanced at the 2 remaining individuals who were watching him warily. Kill these 2 as well. Yi Qingxue seized her telepathy. 2 streams of condensed spiritual energy shot forth, piercing through their heads. Wang Jinxiang had Wang Yuyao collect the meditation cushions while he gathered 4 storage pouches. His gaze then shifted to the 3rd platform. Moments later, the 3rd cushion was easily secured and Wang Jinxiang had gained 6 more storage pouches. Next, let's enter the medicinal garden. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yuyao. She understood and produced all 3 cushions, placing them on the ground before sitting on one. Wang Jinxiang also took a seat on a cushion. Yi Qingxue materialized and sat on the 3rd. Together they extended their spiritual senses to commune with the stone steel. The cushions beneath them erupted with a burst of spiritual light. The next instant they, along with their cushions, vanished. In an ancient bronze hall, a flash of light and 3 figures materialized simultaneously. Is this the medicinal garden? Wang Jinxiang looked around bewildered. Wang Yuyao also turned to Yi Qingxue with confusion. This place hardly seemed suitable for growing spirit herbs. This should be a transfer point. Yi Qingxue surveyed the area, pondering for a moment before speaking. A transfer point. Indeed. She nodded, pointing around. Do you see these doors? Wang Jinxiang and Wang Yuyao nodded. They had already noticed the 9 doors evenly spaced along the hall's walls. Strangely, though the hall was brightly lit, the doorways were pitch black, revealing nothing beyond. Entering these doors leads to a trial space. Passing the trial will teleport you to the medicinal garden, Yi Qingxue continued. Wang Jinxiang nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let's go. He chose a door at random and stepped in. Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue followed. As they crossed the threshold, an irresistible force pushed them back. What's happening? Startled, Wang Yuyao looked at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue frowned deeply, then, as if struck by a realization, her expression shifted. Damn, I forgot something. What? Wang Yuyao stared intently at her. Each door can only admit 3 people per trial period, and the difficulty is set based on the first entrant. What? Wang Yuyao's face drained of color. That meant two people had already entered this door before Senior Brother Wang, and they hadn't yet passed the trial. If that were the case, wouldn't Senior Brother Wang have to undergo the trial alongside them? If those two were merely chi refining, it might be fine. But if a foundation establishment cultivator had entered first, wouldn't that mean Wang Jinxiang would face a foundation establishment level trial? After stepping through the door, Wang Jianqiang's vision went black. When it cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Noticing Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue were absent, he frowned. What's going on? Where are Yuyao and Xiaoxue? Did we get separated, or did they fail to enter? Just then a whiff of blood reached him. Wang Jinxiang snapped back to reality and moved forward. Soon several enormous carcasses came into view. 4 massive bird corpses, each over 10 zhang tall, lay before him. Their bodies were covered in wounds that cut deep to the bone. Strange, these injuries don't seem from beast combat, but rather from cultivators. Wang Jianqiang's eyes narrowed. Could someone have entered here before me? He pondered for a moment before continuing forward. The moment he entered this space, the trial's information had appeared in his mind. His goal was to reach the core of this space, where a teleportation array would take him directly to the medicinal garden. The direction he headed was precisely toward that core. Along the way, he encountered over a dozen beast corpses, all seemingly slain by those who had entered before him. This both alarmed and relieved him. What alarmed him was the strength of that person. Among the fallen beasts, several were exceptionally terrifying. Even in death, their lingering aura sent chills down his spine. The oppressive feeling was akin to Yi Qingxue after her breakthrough. To have slain several such powerful beasts consecutively spoke volumes about the cultivator's might. They were undoubtedly a top prodigy from one of the sects, and like Yi Qingxue, had successfully reached foundation establishment. Fortunately, because that person was so formidable, they had eliminated all the beasts along the path. Thus he could travel safely. Had he encountered those foundation establishment level beasts himself, it would have been a disaster. 2 days later, a powerful tremor of battle suddenly emanated from ahead. Is that person fighting a beast? Wang Jinxiang tensed, halting immediately. The one who had entered before was at foundation establishment. Not knowing their identity, meeting them rashly would only put him in danger. Only after the battle's vibrations ceased did he condense a wooden sword formation, adhering it to his body like a garment. Confirming his aura was suppressed to the extreme, he slowly crept toward the source. Soon from within a patch of overgrown weeds, Wang Jinxiang gently parted the obstructing vegetation, revealing a battlefield before him. A massive beast carcass lay on the ravaged ground. The lingering potent aura on the corpse reminded him that it too had been a foundation establishment beast in life. As he studied the carcass, a male voice suddenly rang out. We've killed 7 foundation establishment beasts in total now. This trial is truly insane. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept to a corner of the battlefield where a man and a woman came into view. The man was strikingly handsome and distinguished. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful with a slender figure and an ethereal aura. The moment he saw them, 2 names sprang into his mind. Lin Xiener, Xiao Huaiye. Upon seeing these 2 figures, Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat. As the foremost and second-rank prodigies among the outer disciples of Xianqing Palace, their talents were beyond doubt. Having now established their foundations, their auras rivaled that of Yi Qingxue. He instinctively shrank back. Yet his concerns proved unnecessary. The grand completion wooden sword formation concealed his presence far beyond his expectations. Even these 2 foundation establishment cultivators failed to detect even a trace of his aura. With 2 foundation establishment cultivators entering one gate, it's only natural the trial is tougher. But Brother Wuyo need not worry too much. I still have hidden cards to play. Passing this trial should be no issue. Hearing Xiao Huaiye's words, Lin Xiener chuckled softly. Before joining Xianqing Palace, her family and Xiao Huaiye had been close for generations, and they had known each other since childhood sweethearts. Xiao Wuyo was 3 years her senior, and she had always called him Brother Wuyo before joining Xianqing Palace. Even now, as the foremost outer disciple with strength surpassing his, she still affectionately addressed him as Brother Wuyo. Hearing Lin Xiener's words, Xiao Wuyo cast a fond glance at her. What are you thinking, girl? I'm not worried about this trial. And even if we truly encounter danger in the secret realm, how could I let you take the lead? Lin Xiener stuck out her tongue in response. That charmingly playful demeanor stood in stark contrast to her usual haughtiness. Since Brother Wuyo isn't troubled by the trial, could it be Elder Song's orders? Exactly. Xiao Wuyo nodded. This trial has already lasted half a month, and with only 3 months left before the secret realm closes, we still need to enter the herb garden. Time is too tight, I fear. Brother Wuyo need not worry. Lin Xiener smiled. In my eyes, those so-called elite outer disciples of the Joyous Union Sect are nothing but a joke. Even a decrepit old man on the verge of death managed to secure a spot in the secret realm. Just imagine how worthless this batch of Joyous Union Sect disciples is. Dealing with them is simple, hardly a waste of time. Hearing this, Xiao Wuyo also smiled. He had some recollection of that old man reeking of decay. If such a worthless creature could join their ranks, the quality of this Joyous Union Sect batch was indeed poor. Regardless, caution is always wise. Let's continue on and finish this trial quickly. Xiao Wuyo rose to his feet. All right, his brother Wuyo says. Lin Xianer pouted and stood up. You girl. Xiao Wuyo shook his head helplessly. Moments later, the two shot away. Wang Jinxiang emerged from the weeds, lost in thought. The elder song they mentioned must be Song Qiuyue. Daring not to confront Yan Qingxian directly, Song Qiuyue had ordered Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuyo to target the Joyous Union Sect disciples likely to spite Yan Qingxian. He wished to intervene. But as a mere chi-refining cultivator, even mastering the lesser 5 elements sword formation to perfection was no match for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Especially against 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators. He shook his head, suppressing the thought, and followed along. For safety, he kept a great distance behind them. Half a day later, Wang Jinxiang suddenly halted, staring solemnly at the sky ahead. In the sky, a massive black-green bird, nearly 20 zhang long, roared across the heavens. Its feathers seemed forged from refined iron, and lightning coiled around its entire body. The bird's speed was astonishing. In a flash of lightning, it appeared before Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuyo. With a beat of its wings, bolts of lightning rained down, striking the two to the ground. A fierce battle ensued. As a lightning attribute spirit beast, the black-green bird possessed devastating power. Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuyo were driven back step by step, soon sustaining injuries. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Xianer flipped her palm and produced a jade talisman. With a flick of her finger, the talisman transformed into a jade-white flying sword, shooting toward the black-green bird. A white rainbow flashed, and the black-green bird screeched as a bloody wound appeared on its body. Yet Lin Xianer's face showed no joy. Her sword had aimed for the bird's head, but the creature's speed was too great. It dodged at the last moment, suffering only a superficial wound. Xianer will trap it. Just then, Xiao Wuyo's eyes flashed with determination as he too went all out. He flipped his palm and produced an emerald green jade talisman. With a flick of his finger, the emerald talisman turned into a streak of light, shooting toward the black-green bird. Sensing the danger, the bird flapped its wings to evade. But in that instant of evasion, the emerald light exploded, coating the surrounding space in a green membrane. In moments, an area spanning hundreds of zhang was sealed within a green prison. Inside, green light surged, and a crushing force converged upon the black-green bird. Sienna now. Xiao Wuyo, drenched in sweat from the immense exertion, urged anxiously. Lin Xianer immediately directed the jade-white flying sword. The sword shot toward the bird's head. In its moment of life and death, the black-green bird went berserk. Thick bolts of lightning leaped from its metallic feathers, transforming it into a thunderbird. Under the lightning eruption, the green prison's suppression shattered. With a flash, the black-green bird burst free. The jade-white sword struck empty air. Damn it! This bird is nearing the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, and with its lightning attribute, its attack power and speed are monstrous. We too are no match. A flicker of terror crossed Xiao Wuyo's face. Brother Wuyo, rest assured. Even if we can't defeat this beast, it can't stop us if we choose to leave. At this point, Lin Xianer's expression had calmed. A flash of spiritual light in her hand produced a talisman paper. 1,000-mile divine movement talisman. Xiao Wuyo's face lit up. Lin Xianer nodded as the talisman blazed with spiritual light, swirling into a vortex that formed a spinning passage. The passage connected to the void, its destination unknown. Crackle. Just as the passage formed, several lightning bolts descended. Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuyo's expressions shifted. Entering the talisman's teleportation passage required a brief moment, and the passage itself was extremely fragile. That time was enough for the lightning to destroy it. Realizing this, they didn't enter, but instead flashed above the passage to block the lightning. With a thunderous roar, the two landed, bleeding from the mouth and battered. Though battered, they had preserved the passage. Xiao Wuyo glanced at the black-green bird. Xianer, go first. We'll trap this beast. With that, he flicked his finger. The green prison contracted, turning back into a streak of light, hurtling toward the bird. The bird, too close to react, was ensnared again. Relieved, Lin Xianer stepped into the passage. Her form gradually faded, vanishing into the passage. Crackle. After her departure, the black-green bird erupted once more. A beast is always a beast, easily outwitted. I'm done playing with you. Xiao Wuyo sneered and calmly stepped into the passage. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the green prison before the bird could break free. The emerald talisman materialized and flew back to his palm. The black-green bird roared in fury. Lightning rained from the sky. But Xiao Wuyo, now within the passage, had begun to blur. In the next moment, he would be fully teleported away. It seemed too late. Beast, will deal with you another day. Xiao Wuyo looked up, sneering. Crack. But as his words fell, a shattering sound rang out. The passage collapsed. Xiao Wei's fading form solidified once more. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face, then turned grim. The passage had been destroyed. His teleportation had failed. Boom. Several lightning bolts as thick as a bowl struck the ground. Thunder flashed, and the earth cracked. A figure spat blood, flew dozens of zhang in a sorry state, and crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao Wuyin scrambled to his feet, but instead of looking at the cyan-black giant bird, his gaze immediately fell on a flying sword wreathed in icy aura not far away. The next moment, a look of madness twisted his face as he swept his murderous glare around. "Who is it? How dare you ambush me? Show yourself." His cold voice echoed, yet there was no response. Xiao Wei's eyes turned bloodshot. It was that very flying sword that had shattered the teleportation passage, cutting off his escape route. He knew he had no hope of fleeing from the cyan-black giant bird, and his sole desire was to find the hidden assailant and drag them down with him. But no matter how he probed with his spiritual sense, he could detect nothing amiss. He, the second prodigy of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace, was about to be killed by a sneak attack without even knowing who his enemy was. What utter disgrace! At this moment, the indignation in his heart even outweighed his fear of death. As the cyan-black giant bird lunged at him again, he ignored it entirely, darting back and forth in a frantic search for the attacker. But he was doomed to fail. Right after the successful ambush, Wang Jinxiang had quietly dug a hole and buried himself. With the wood sword array concealing his aura, he only needed to avoid Xiao Wei's eyes. In the end, Xiao Wuyin never found the attacker and was turned into charcoal by bolts of lightning in endless frustration. After slaying the intruder on its territory, the cyan-black giant bird circled the area a few times before flapping its wings and departing. After a while, Wang Jinxiang quietly pushed aside the dirt covering his face. Seeing that the giant bird had left, he let out a long sigh of relief. To be safe, he did not dispel the wood sword array. With the wood sword array sealing his aura, the giant bird could not sense his presence. He glanced around, then looked at a charred corpse. The corpse had been completely reduced to charcoal. From the countless wounds on its body, it was clear the deceased had suffered greatly before death. He rummaged through the charred remains and retrieved a storage pouch. After inspecting it, a flash of light appeared in his palm, and a green jade talisman materialized. This was the talisman treasure that could briefly trap the cyan-black giant bird. Previously retrieved by Xiao Wuyin, it now belonged to him. Aside from that, Xiao Wei's storage pouch also contained 6 foundation establishment pills and many spirit stones, an absolute fortune. After examining his spoils, he did not linger. Identifying the direction of the core area, he cautiously crept forward. Inside a dilapidated building, a glimmer of spiritual light suddenly appeared, then blazed brightly. A figure emerged from within the light. As the figure appeared, the light quickly faded and vanished. "Where is this?" Lin Xiener's face showed a hint of vigilance. Sensing no danger around her, her expression relaxed somewhat. She felt no concern whatsoever that Xiao Wuyin had not appeared with her. The thousand-league divine travel talisman's teleportation was random. It was normal for them not to land in the same spot. Given Xiao Wei's skills, escaping before the talisman's passage dissipated was a trivial matter. In her mind, Xiao Wuyin had surely escaped safely by now. After careful observation, her gaze settled on a staircase leading upward. After a moment's hesitation, she walked toward the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she immediately sensed an intense, almost fog-like concentration of pure spiritual energy. Her eyes then fell upon a pool about 10 feet in diameter. This is a spirit pool formed from liquefied spiritual energy. A joyful expression crossed Lin Xiener's face, and she involuntarily walked toward the pool. If she could refine the spiritual water in the pool, her cultivation would surely advance tremendously. Swoosh! Just as she reached the pool's edge, a palm-sized green snake shot out from the water. The snake moved with astonishing speed. Before Lin Xiener could react, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder as the snake bit her. Startled, she channeled her spiritual energy, repelling the snake with a tremor. "Beast, you seek death." She glanced at the wound on her shoulder, pointed a finger, and a flying sword shot forth. Clang! Sparks flew. The green snake was sent flying, its scales so hard that her attack left not a single mark. Hissing. Stung by the pain, the snake lunged ferociously again. Lin Xiener's expression turned icy as she directly activated a jade talisman. A flash of light, and the talisman transformed into a jade white sword. A white streak. Thud. The green snake was split vertically from head to tail. Seeing the snake dead, Lin Xiener breathed a sigh of relief. Holding her wound, she was about to step forward when a sudden burning sensation flared in her shoulder. Within moments, the heat spread throughout her body. Even her clothes could not withstand the temperature, silently dissolving into powder. Her consciousness began to blur. Damn, that snake was poisonous. Alarmed, she hastily summoned all her strength to suppress the toxin. Then her expression changed. Her power could not contain the poison. In panic, she thought of the spirit pool before her and leaped into it without hesitation. The dense spiritual energy entered her body, bringing a cool sensation that revitalized her. It's working. Hope flickered in her heart. But the snake's venom was more potent than she imagined. It seemed to be a peculiar fire poison. Not only did it generate scorching heat like real fire enough to incinerate the flesh, but it also stirred ethereal flames, amplifying all her emotions boundlessly. Even with her utmost effort bolstered by the cold pool's spiritual spring, she could barely hold back the poison's erosion. Fortunately, the poison within her had no roots. If she could sustain this consumption, it would eventually be worn away. But she had to maintain this fragile balance. With the wood sword array masking his aura, Wang Jinxiang evaded several Foundation establishment spirit beasts. In just one day, he had safely crossed over 1,000 li and arrived at the core area of the trial space. Is this the final place of the trial? Looking at the dilapidated building before him, Wang Jinxiang fell into thought. It was a 3-story pavilion. The pavilion seemed to have weathered endless ages, every brick and tile imbued with an ancient aura. After a moment's thought, Wang Jinxiang cautiously approached the pavilion's main door. As he stepped through the door, his vision blurred. When he came to, he found himself inside a building. He turned to look. Behind him was a wall, at the entrance had vanished. A flicker of panic arose, but he quickly calmed down. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell on the staircase leading upward. Is this the only way? After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously ascended the stairs. Soon he tiptoed onto the second floor. He couldn't help but pause. Before him was a pool about 10 feet in diameter. The spiritual energy in the pool was astonishing. Upon closer inspection, he realized the water was formed from pure liquefied spiritual energy. But what surprised him was not the pool itself. It was the figure soaking in the pool, its back turned to him. In the pool, thick spiritual energy swirled like mist above the water's surface. Amidst the hazy mist, a figure stood within the pool. The water in the pool was shallow, only reaching her waist. Her slender bare back revealed an almost perfect silhouette in the misty haze. Lin Xiener. Even without seeing the person's face, Wang Jinxiang instantly recognized her identity. His heart jolted, and his first instinct was to flee. Just as he instinctively turned to descend the stairs, he noticed something amiss with Lin Xiener. Then his gaze shifted to the pool's edge, where he spotted a palm-sized snake corpse. A thought suddenly struck him. Could she be poisoned? If so, this must be her weakest moment. With this notion, Wang Jianqiang's eyes flickered. Since Lin Xiener had already received Song Qiu's orders, she would inevitably target the disciples of the Hehuan Sect. She might become his enemy in the future. Now that she was heavily poisoned, wasn't this the perfect chance to eliminate her? With this thought, Wang Jinxiang gritted his teeth and cautiously approached the pool. Lin Xiener was entirely focused on resisting the fire poison within her body. Moreover, Wang Jianqiang's aura was concealed by the wooden sword array. Even when Wang Jinxiang reached the pool's edge, she remained completely unaware. At that moment, Wang Jinxiang confirmed his earlier suspicion. She must be deeply poisoned. Otherwise, even if she couldn't sense his presence, how could she not hear his footsteps so close? Thinking this, his courage grew. His gaze became bolder. Upon reaching the spiritual pool, the view within became clearer. Unfortunately, he could only see her back, not her front. Moreover, everything below her waist was hidden beneath the spiritual water. After a moment, Wang Jinxiang quickly snapped back to reality, a cold glint flashing across his face. He raised his hand, spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips. He was about to strike. But his attention was entirely on Lin Xiener, and he failed to notice a wisp of green-red energy silently drifting out from the spiritual pool, mingling with the spiritual mist, landing on him and seeping into his body through his pores. This wisp of green-red energy was a trace of fire poison that Lin Xiener had unknowingly expelled from her body. It had been mixed in the spiritual water until now, when it finally floated out. Compared to the fire poison within Lin Xiener, this trace was less than 1%. Such a faint poison wouldn't threaten Wang Jianqiang's life, but its property of amplifying emotions subtly influenced him. Initially, Wang Jinxiang had no other thoughts, only wanting to kill this potential threat as quickly as possible. But after the poison entered his body, his thoughts began to stray. She's so beautiful. How about I take this chance? The moment this thought surfaced, Wang Jinxiang himself was startled. This was a formidable enemy who could kill him at any moment. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel this audacious thought. But instead of fading, it grew stronger, as if it had become a second personality, tempting him with words. What are you hesitating for? She's the #1 goddess of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace. She's now afflicted with severe poison and powerless to resist. Meanwhile, his reason transformed into another voice. No, absolutely not. One wrong move could cost you your life. It's too risky. However, his reason didn't persist for long before gradually being led astray. If it's too much, just look a little longer before killing her. How about? Give it a try. In the end, his reason completely surrendered. He cautiously stepped into the spiritual pool and was about to make a move. Suddenly, Lin Xianer stirred. Startled, Wang Jinxiang thought quickly and said, "Xianer, don't turn around. It's me, Wu Yich." After this period of detoxification, Lin Xianer had mostly refined the fire poison. However, the prolonged detoxification had left her consciousness somewhat groggy. But upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's voice, she instantly became alert. She and Xiao Wuyan had grown up together. How could she not recognize Xiao Wuyan's voice? This voice was completely wrong. It was definitely not Wu Yich's. Moreover, Wu Yich had always respected her. When would he ever commit such an insolent act? She abruptly opened her eyes. Sensing the person behind her, an intense killing intent erupted from her. Damn! Feeling this killing intent, Wang Jianqiang's body chilled, and he snapped back to his senses. He jumped to the shore as fast as he could. At that moment, Lin Xianer turned around sharply to look at him, and a frigid killing intent burst from her stunning eyes. "It's you." Lin Xianer instantly recognized him. Wasn't this the old waste from the Hehuan Sect who was nearing his end? At this thought, her expression turned grim. She was the #1 prodigy and goddess of the outer sect of Xianxing Palace, noble in status, pure and pristine. And she had been taken advantage of by a despicable old man. If this got out, wouldn't her reputation be ruined? How could she hold her head high again, and how could she face Wu Yich? With this thought, her killing intent surged to its peak. Wang Jianqiang's heart turned cold, and he suddenly widened his eyes, looking behind Lin Xianer. "Xiao Wuyan, what are you doing here?" Startled, Lin Xianer instinctively turned to look. Seizing the moment, Wang Jinxiang leaped out of the spiritual pool and fled. Only then did Lin Xianer realize she had been tricked. "You shameless old bastard, I'll kill you." She pointed a finger forward. A jade talisman shot out, and with a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a white jade flying sword. That talisman treasure. Seeing the white jade sword, Wang Jinxiang felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen its power before. It had cut through that foundation establishment stage, cyan black giant bird like tofu. If it landed on him, wouldn't he be in pieces? With this thought, he didn't hesitate and activated the perfect wind-chasing boots. Amidst a swirling gale, he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor at an astonishing speed. Clang! The razor-sharp white jade flying sword missed Wang Jinxiang by a hair's breadth, striking the staircase corner. This ancient building appeared old and dilapidated, with cracks covering the walls, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet after being struck by the sharp white jade sword, it bore not a single scratch. Instead, the white jade sword, like an egg hitting a stone, chipped at one corner and reverted to a jade talisman that fell to the ground. A long, thin crack appeared on the jade talisman. Lin Xianer flew out of the spiritual pool, and with a flash of light, she donned a pristine white dress. Without bothering to check the talisman treasure, she charged murderously toward the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor of the ancient building, Lin Xianer rushed in and immediately looked towards the center. There stood an ancient altar, now covered in fine cracks due to the erosion of time. A faint spiritual light was fading on the altar. Her expression changed as she hurried to the edge of the altar. After a moment of inspection, her expression darkened. It is indeed a teleportation array. She glanced around the altar and noticed several depressions coming into view. The spirit stones embedded within had been drained of their spiritual energy, reduced to mere powder. She waved her hand, clearing the powder from the depressions, and took out the spirit stones to embed them back in. In the next moment, the teleportation array on the altar lit up once more. But it only lit up for an instant before the spirit stones in the depressions suddenly shattered the array patterns, once again sinking into the altar. Are the spirit stones of insufficient quality? Lin Xianer's expression changed. According to legend, in ancient times, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich and pure. Back then, there were abundant spirit stone veins. Spirit stones were classified into 4 grades based on the strength of the contained spiritual power: supreme, high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Yet today, due to the changes in the world, the cultivation environment is far inferior to that of ancient times. Not only have spirit stone veins become extremely rare, but the spirit stones produced are mostly low grade. It was evident that this altar was a relic left behind from ancient times. The array could not be activated with low-grade spirit stones. She doubted that the old man possessed high-grade spirit stones. The only possibility was that the altar originally had spirit stones embedded within, and the remaining spiritual energy had been completely depleted. The thought made her expression even more grim. If low-grade spirit stones couldn't activate the array, how would she leave? In the end, she couldn't think of a solution and could only return to the 2nd floor. The spiritual pool on the 2nd floor could help her improve her cultivation. For now, she could only take one step at a time. However, every time she thought of that old man, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Lin Xianer's guess was quite accurate. Wang Jinxiang indeed did not have high-grade spirit stones, but activated the array using the spirit stones originally on the altar. Now he had arrived outside a medicinal garden. Although it was called a medicinal garden, the area was astonishingly vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, with various precious herbs growing wildly like weeds. Wang Jinxiang walked eagerly into the medicinal garden. As soon as he entered, he saw dozens of Xian Yu ginseng growing in the distance. Xian Yu ginseng was the core material for refining the foundation establishment pill. Wang Jinxiang immediately walked over ready to harvest. Just as his hand was about to touch one of the Xian Yu ginseng, a burst of spiritual light suddenly erupted beside it. Wang Jinxiang felt his hand being obstructed, and before he could react, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an empty space. A mass of spiritual light materialized before him, transforming into a solid figure in an instant. The figure made of spiritual light looked exactly like Wang Jinxiang, even possessing the same cultivation level. Is this the test for harvesting spiritual herbs? Wang Jinxiang gazed at the identical figure before him, his heart stirring. At that moment, the figure of spiritual light suddenly attacked him. Wang Jinxiang focused his mind, summoning the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and easily shattered the attack of the spiritual figure. The cloud water cold light sword paused for a moment, then continued to slice through the air, piercing the spiritual figure. The figure shattered. Wang Jinxiang blinked and found himself back in the medicinal garden. It truly is a test. Wang Jinxiang thought to himself as he reached out his hand again towards the Xian Yu ginseng. This time he encountered no obstruction and easily harvested it. Afterward, he continued to pick 9 more Xian Yu ginseng. Just as he was about to harvest the 11th one, a familiar spiritual force appeared again. Wang Jinxiang raised an eyebrow and did not dodge. In the next moment, he was pulled back into the test space. Amidst the flashing spiritual light, a figure identical to him reappeared. The figure maintained the same cultivation level as him. After appearing, it pointed a finger, and a cold, menacing flying sword shot towards him. Seeing the familiar flying sword, Wang Jinxiang showed a surprised expression. The cloud water cold light sword. This spiritual figure actually wielded the cloud water cold light sword. Wang Jianqiang's figure flashed as he dodged the attack of the flying sword, looking thoughtfully at the spiritual figure. Instead of shattering the spiritual figure immediately, he engaged it in combat. After a moment, he summoned the perfect Xian water ring, enhancing the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and with one strike shattered the spiritual figure. As his vision blurred upon returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Jinxiang continued to harvest Xian Yu ginseng one after another. It wasn't until he reached the 21st that another spiritual light appeared. Indeed, every 10 herbs marks a boundary. Exceeding this boundary will activate the test. Wang Jinxiang felt a stir in his heart. When he came to his senses, he found himself once again in the familiar empty space. Spiritual light flashed, and the spiritual figure materialized. This time the figure began attacking as soon as it appeared. A chilling flying sword shot towards him. Wang Jianqiang's body flashed with light as he donned the perfect water moon skirt. The moonlight radiated out. Ding! The flying sword struck the moonlight, causing it to vibrate violently. Wang Jianqiang's expression hardened as he activated the perfect Xian water ring to empower the perfect water moon skirt. The reflected moonlight surged forth, barely blocking the sword strike from the spiritual figure. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the finger of the spiritual figure, noticing a familiar ring on it. The perfect Xian water ring. Indeed, the difficulty of this test was gradually increasing. As he revealed more of his capabilities, the next time the test came, the spiritual figure would employ more tactics, thus raising the test's difficulty. If this continued, eventually the spiritual figure would learn all his techniques, leaving him with no chance to pass the test. Having figured out the pattern of the medicinal garden's test, Wang Jinxiang no longer wasted time. Utilizing the combination of the perfect cold light cloud water sword, perfect Xian water ring, and perfect water moon skirt, he swiftly defeated the third spiritual figure. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Jinxiang harvested the remaining 6 Xian Yu ginseng. He glanced at the other types of herbs not far away, contemplated, and chose not to pick them. Instead, he moved towards a more distant area thick with herbs. There more Xian Yu ginseng also grew. According to the rules of the medicinal garden's test, everyone's quantity of harvested herbs was bound to be limited, although the amount varied according to each person's abilities. Xian Yu ginseng was the primary material for refining the foundation establishment pill, and it was the rarest in the formula. Other ingredients could be bought in the outside world. Yet he didn't know how many perfect foundation establishment pills he would need. In any case, it would not be a small number. To be safe, he decided to only gather Xian Yu ginseng. Although there were certainly many more precious herbs in the medicinal garden, if he couldn't establish his foundation, no matter how precious those herbs were, they would be useless. When he harvested the 41st Xian Yu ginseng, he was pulled into the test space for the 4th time. This time he intended not to use many artifacts, relying merely on his combat instincts against the spiritual figure. He aimed to reduce the difficulty of the fifth test. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Although the spiritual figure lacked intelligence, its combat experience exceeded his expectations, and within a few moves he was forced to retreat. Left with no choice, Wang Jianxiang summoned the perfect small Qianshan seal, smashing it directly. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, he continued to harvest Xianyu ginseng. After harvesting the 51st, he faced the 5th test. After a fierce battle, he relied on the explosive speed of the perfect chasing wind boots to defeat the spiritual figure. Not long after the 6th test began. After a grueling battle, he summoned the perfect Xian light seal and achieved a hard-fought victory. The 7th test. He finally resorted to his trump card, the small 5 elements sword formation. Under the triple sword formation, he broke through the spiritual figure's artifact defenses and shattered it. In the 8th test, he used a quadruple sword formation. After consuming a lot of time, he finally managed to defeat the spiritual figure with great difficulty. The 9th test. He exhausted all his efforts employing a 5-fold sword formation and unleashed the complete small 5 elements sword formation to slay the spiritual figure. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Jianxiang harvested another 10 Xianyu ginseng. As he looked towards the next Xianyu ginseng, he hesitated. If he harvested this one, he would certainly be pulled into the test space. The spiritual figure of the 10th test already possessed all of his techniques and had superior combat experience. If he entered again, there was almost no hope of passing. Just as he was preparing to give up on continuing to harvest herbs, a bolt of inspiration struck his mind, and a thought surfaced. It seemed he still had a trump card he hadn't used. While Wang Jianxiang was frantically collecting Xianyu ginseng, other individuals in different parts of the herb garden were also gathering medicinal herbs. The trial of this herb garden escalates in difficulty based on the strength demonstrated by the entrant. Unfortunately, I revealed too many of my abilities from the start, making subsequent trials exceedingly difficult. I could only pass 3 trials. Su Yutong gazed at the boundless herb garden, her face filled with chagrin. Damn it, this wretched trial gave no hint at all. Yi Lingyun's eyes were bloodshot, his heart seething with fury. Not long ago, he was pulled into the trial space while collecting his first herb. Eager to vanquish the luminous figure as swiftly as possible, he unleashed his full power, sweeping through it with the utmost might of a supreme expert. As a result, in the second trial, the luminous figure had learned too many of his techniques. He had to exert every ounce of his strength and barely passed at the cost of severe injuries. Only then did he fully grasp the rules of the herb garden trial, and he dared not accept any further challenges. This also meant his harvest in the herb garden had come to an end. Apart from Su Yutong and Yi Lingyun, Su Su and Yang Yun of Jinyang Sect, Lu Qing'er and Jianjiu of 10,000 Sword Sect, as well as Bai Shira and Mu Lingxi, were all undergoing the herb garden trials. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue and Wang Yuyao had also passed the qualification assessment to enter the herb garden and stepped inside the second floor of the ancient building. Lin Xiener sat cross-legged in the spirit pool, completely unclothed. The spirit water that once filled the pool had been fully refined, revealing the flawless, exquisite form that had been submerged within. With a hum, at a certain moment, Lin Xiener's body trembled. A formidable aura erupted instantly, filling the entire second-floor space. Foundation establishment, middle stage. Lin Xiener opened her eyes, her expression exultant. She had never imagined the spirit pool water could aid cultivation so astonishingly. A month ago, she had only just stepped into the early stage of foundation establishment. Yet after merely a month of cultivation, she had already broken through to the middle stage. Quickly, she calmed herself down. Even with this breakthrough, what good was it? If she couldn't activate the teleportation array on the altar, she would be trapped here until she perished. At that thought, the image of an aged figure surfaced in her mind. She gritted her teeth in fury. It was this old wretch who had not only robbed her of her purity, but also imprisoned her within this ancient edifice. After a long while, she regained her composure. As she prepared to leave the dried-up spirit pool, she suddenly noticed a layer of jade-white spirit stones lining the bottom. Startled, she picked one up. After examining it, a look of delighted surprise spread across her face. High-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy within was so pure and abundant. These were undoubtedly high-grade spirit stones. Then a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. With these high-grade spirit stones, I can activate the teleportation array on the altar and leave this place. Old wretch, your doom is nigh. In the empty trial space, Wang Jianxiang materialized. Ultimately, he had chosen to continue the trial. With a hum, a burst of spiritual light coalesced into the luminous figure for the 10th trial. As it appeared, its fingers shimmered with spiritual radiance as it reached forward to grasp. The small 5 elements sword array materialized instantly, trapping him within. Wang Jianxiang had grown accustomed to the figure's habit of attacking without warning. As the figure struck, he unhesitatingly condensed the small 5-element sword array around his fist and threw a punch. Small 5 elements sword array versus small 5 elements sword array. Boom. The sword array surrounding him shattered with a resounding crash. The terrifying power flowing through Wang Jianqiang's fist also collapsed simultaneously. He staggered backward, and before he could steady himself, he willed the perfect cloud water-cold light sword to shoot forth. Simultaneously, the luminous figure also unleashed the perfect cloud water-cold light sword. The two swords did not clash, but passed each other, one flying toward the figure, the other toward Wang Jinxiang. Facing the incoming flying sword, Wang Jinxiang advanced instead of retreating. The perfect wind-chasing boots on his feet flashed, allowing him to dodge perilously before surging forward like a gale toward the luminous figure. On the other side, as Wang Jianqiang's flying sword approached, a long dress materialized on the luminous figure. Moonlight radiated from it. Clang! The flying sword was blocked by the moonlight, unable to advance an inch. Seeing this, Wang Jinxiang was not dismayed but elated. He waved his arm, and a mountain-like seal platform crashed down, enveloping the luminous figure in an oppressive force that rendered it immobile. The perfect, profound water ring on the figure's finger gleamed. The moonlight around it intensified, and the pressure eased. With a flash of light at its feet, it evaded at astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-like seal platform descended. The luminous figure ultimately failed to dodge completely. The moonlight around it shattered along with the perfect water moon dress it wore. Yet the figure itself was not gravely injured. As it flew backward, it waved its hand, conjuring a massive seal platform to smash toward the charging Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang gritted his teeth fiercely. He summoned the perfect water moon dress and empowered it with the perfect profound water ring. Moonlight radiated from the dress, forming a defensive barrier around him. At the same time, the perfect wind-chasing boots blazed with light. Instead of evading like the luminous figure, he accelerated toward the massive seal. At the moment of collision with the seal platform, he abruptly changed direction, nimbly bypassing it, intent on charging straight at the luminous figure. But as he rounded the seal, a suppressing force suddenly erupted from it, having his speed. Bang! The next instant, the seal platform shifted direction and slammed violently into his back. Wang Jinxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, and several of his bones were broken. Yet he paid it no heed, using the impact of the seal to propel himself even faster toward the luminous figure. Size manipulation enlarged. A mad gleam flashed across his face. His entire body swelled, transforming in an instant into a giant over 10 feet tall. Fly for me. He threw a punch. A fist the size of a cauldron slammed into the luminous figure's face, sending it hurtling through the air. Die. After that strike, he immediately activated the perfect lesser Thousand Mountain Seal. The mountain-like seal platform crashed down, and the luminous figure exploded into fragments. Wang Jinxiang let out a long breath, glanced at the scattered motes of light from the shattered figure, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. The next moment his vision blurred, and when it cleared, he was back in the herb garden. After recovering somewhat, he resumed gathering herbs. He collected 10 more Xianyu ginseng before stopping. He cast a reluctant look at the boundless herb garden, a hint of regret in his heart. If he could plunder this place entirely, it would more than suffice, not just for foundation establishment resources, but even for core formation and nascent soul. Alas, that was clearly a mere fantasy. Surviving the 10th trial was his limit. The 11th. Entering would be suicide. He raised his hand to look at the circular mark on the back of it. That mark was formed from the cushion he had sat on upon entering. Activating the cushion mark would allow him to leave the herb garden. He took one last look at the dense array of herbs, shook his head, and activated the mark. The next instant, his figure vanished from the herb garden. In the very next second, a woman in a white dress, ethereal as an immortal, appeared in the herb garden. Her features were exquisite, her figure slender. It was Lin Xianer, who had just escaped. By coincidence, she appeared less than 10 zhang from where Wang Jinxiang had departed. Finally out, Lin Xianer surveyed her surroundings, a chill flashing in her eyes. Wang Jinxiang, just you wait. A month had passed since the battle for the meditation cushions. The once bustling bluestone square was now empty and desolate, devoid of any figure. At a certain moment, a space beside the stone tablet suddenly rippled like water, and a figure materialized. As the figure appeared, a beam of spiritual light shot out from the rippling space, transforming into a worn-out meditation cushion beneath his feet. Wang Jinxiang immediately cast a wary glance around him. Sensing the square was empty, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, a streak of spiritual light shot out from the cushion beneath his feet and merged into the pitch-black stone tablet. In the next instant, a piece of information suddenly emerged in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Having undergone 10 trials of the medicine garden and earned an excellent rating, you may enter the Great Wilderness Steel to select one cultivation technique or spell. Wang Jinxiang was taken aback. Before he could react, a dark light suddenly shot out from the stele enveloping him. The dark light was inconspicuous, yet it contained a vast and mighty power. Before this power, Wang Jinxiang felt like a single drop of water in a vast ocean, utterly powerless to resist. Not only his body, but even his thoughts seemed frozen. The next moment, the dark light retracted into the stele. Wang Jinxiang was swept up by the light and flew toward the stele, merging into it. The instant he entered the stele, he felt as if he had stepped into a world of darkness. He could see nothing, and even his spiritual sense was sealed within his body, unable to leave. Just as he felt a bit lost, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. "Trial taker, I am the spirit of this great wilderness stele. You merely need to display your abilities in turn, and the techniques and spells suited for you will be drawn here. Remember, you have only 1 hour to make your selection. When the time is up, whether you have found anything or not, you will be sent out. Now, the selection begins." Hearing the spirit's words, a flicker of interest crossed Wang Jianqiang's face, displaying his own strengths to attract suitable spells. What an odd method. He tentatively extended his hand. In his palm, a miniature wood elemental formation coalesced. After a moment, clusters of green light suddenly floated out from the far end of the dark world, rapidly approaching him. At a glance, there were dozens of them. These clusters varied in brightness. Some were faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if they might go out at any moment. Others blazed intensely, dazzling to the eye. The brightness of a cluster should be proportional to the power of the technique or spell it contains. Wang Jinxiang swept his gaze over the clusters, lost in thought. He did not make a hasty choice. With only one chance to pick, he naturally had to be careful. Next, he successively displayed the metal sword formation, water sword formation, fire sword formation, and earth sword formation, attracting a multitude of colorful clusters. Afterward, he fused the 5 formations into the small 5 elements sword formation. The darkness fell silent for a moment, and then 3 clusters drifted slowly forward. Each emitted a resplendent 5-colored light. Their brightness was astonishing, far surpassing all the clusters that had appeared before. Yet, even among these 3 5-colored clusters, there was a distinction of strength. The one in the center blazed the brightest, like a small sun, seemingly overshadowing the other 2. Gazing at this sun-like 5-colored cluster, an intense yearning instinctively arose in Wang Jianqiang's heart. Driven by this desire, he involuntarily reached out his hand. The next moment, he bit his tongue. The pain from his tongue restored clarity to his eyes. "No, I still have means I haven't used." He slowly withdrew his hand. Size manipulation. With a silent shout, his body instantly doubled in size. The moment he executed size manipulation, thousands of white clusters surged forth from the darkness in waves. The brightest among them rivaled that sun-like 5-colored cluster. Seeing that brightest white cluster, another powerful yearning surged within Wang Jinxiang, even stronger than before. This is the one. Just as he made up his mind and was about to choose it, an unremarkable gray cluster drifted lazily and slowly over. The gray cluster was not bright. Yet the moment it appeared, all other clusters simultaneously dimmed their light, even the 2 brightest ones. Not only that, but after the gray cluster drifted in, all the others parted to the sides, creating a path. On this path, the gray cluster, unhurried and composed, floated right in front of Wang Jinxiang. Seeing this, Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. According to the stele's rule, the cluster that attracted him most strongly contained the technique or spell most compatible with him. Although this gray cluster's entrance exuded overwhelming superiority, it held no allure for him at all. A normal person would surely choose compatibility over raw power. What use is a powerful technique if you can't learn it? Moreover, the most compatible cluster wasn't weak either. But Wang Jinxiang was not normal. He was a man with a system. So what if it wasn't compatible? With cultivation points, how could he fear not learning it? As long as it was strong enough. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose the gray cluster. The moment his hand touched the gray cluster, the spirit's voice suddenly rang out. Selection complete. As the words fell, a dark light emerged and sent Wang Jinxiang out of the great wilderness stele. Back at Bluestone Square, Wang Jinxiang stood motionless, stunned. The instant he touched the gray cluster, a flood of information poured into his mind. He was now reading the information. Time, epic sacred body. No restrictions on bone talent or comprehension, all beings may learn it. Rest, creation from heaven and earth shine alongside time itself. 1 year, 1 spirit pattern. Overwhelm all laws with sheer force. After reading the information, Wang Jinxiang finally understood what the time epic sacred body was. In simple terms, despite the grandiose description, it boiled down to one word: survival. The longer you lived, the stronger you became. Cultivators of the time epic sacred body could condense 1 spirit pattern each year. Each pattern not only enhanced physical strength, but also added 30 gene of force. Take a millennium, for example. 1,000 years would yield 1,000 spirit patterns, increasing strength by 30,000 gene. Yet, even a nascent soul cultivator only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. For nascent soul cultivators who could move mountains and drain seas with ease, a mere 30,000 gene of force was negligible, probably less than the force of a single fart. Even core formation cultivators could casually unleash hundreds of thousands of gene of force. For ordinary cultivators, this so-called time epic sacred body was nothing but a useless chicken rib. But Wang Jinxiang was different. He had cultivation points, so he didn't need to wait. One cultivation point represented a year of hard training. In other words, 1 point could generate 1 spirit pattern. If he had enough cultivation points, he could amass a vast number of spirit patterns in a very short time. 1,000 spirit patterns might mean little to a nascent soul or even a core formation cultivator. But what about at the foundation establishment stage? At this thought, a look of exhilaration flashed across Wang Jianqiang's face. This was a path of endless growth with no bottlenecks or limits, perfectly tailored for him to become stronger. Just as Wang Jinxiang was immersed in the joy of acquiring the time epic sacred body, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation nearby. He instinctively looked over and saw a figure step out of the rippling space. His expression stiffened. Lin Xiener. How did this woman break free? Wang Jinxiang happened to be standing directly opposite Lin Xiener. The moment Lin Xiener stepped out of the spatial teleportation, she saw him first with no chance to avoid him. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. You old scoundrel, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are delivering yourself to my doorstep. With these icy words, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Xiener, sweeping forth like a hurricane. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted. He instantly summoned the perfect mystic light seal, suspending it above his head. A pale golden light burst from the seal, forming a protective barrier around him. Then he pressed his palm forward. 5-colored spiritual light flickered on his fingers as the small 5-element sword array took shape, compressed into a barrier that became his second layer of defense. Not stopping there, he also brought out the perfect small 1,000-mountain seal, pressing it before him as a third layer of protection. Next, he draped the perfect water moon gown over himself, amplifying its power with the perfect profound water ring to form a fourth layer of defense. Even after all this, he still felt no sense of security. Without pause, he activated the perfect wind-chasing boots, fleeing toward the plaza's exit at top speed. The moment Wang Jinxiang turned, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy struck. The perfect mystic light seal was sent flying, and the pale golden barrier shattered into fragments. The once invincible small 5-element sword array, now facing a foundation establishment cultivator, lost its edge and was instantly destroyed. The towering perfect small 1,000-mountain seal was then blown away like a toy. By then, Wang Jinxiang had barely escaped a mere dozen zhang. The next moment, the storm behind him caught up. The moonlight aura outside his body flickered and dimmed in an instant. With a crack, the perfect profound water ring split in two. The perfect water moon gown was also left tattered and torn. Wang Jinxiang was hurled through the air like a rag doll. After flying several dozen zhang, a flash of spiritual light appeared beneath his feet. The perfect cloud water-cold light sword materialized, barely halting his retreat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of horror flashing across his face. It was merely a burst of spiritual energy, not even a full-fledged attack, yet it had shattered every defensive measure he had deployed. Was this a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator? How could it be so exaggerated? He instinctively used the system to check Lin Xiener's information. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Upon discovering her cultivation level, his heart jolted once more. Lin Xiener had broken through again. No wonder her strength was so terrifying. With his current strength, he might have a slim chance of escaping a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator. But against a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he would surely die. He had to increase his power. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment. With a flicker of his will, he poured all his cultivation points into the epic sacred body. Ding! Epic sacred body realm increased. Current spiritual pattern count, 480. As the system notification sounded, Wang Jianqiang's body was suddenly traversed by countless slender lines of light. With these light lines crisscrossing, his physical defense was greatly enhanced. Moreover, his physical strength also surged to a remarkably formidable level. Before Wang Jinxiang could savor the joy of his enhanced physique, a whistling sound suddenly descended. He snapped back to reality and saw a palm imprint of spiritual energy over 10 zhang in diameter hurtling toward him. Even before the palm imprint arrived, its terrifying aura had already reached him. Wang Jinxiang felt his body grow heavy, and every movement became exceedingly difficult. This was with the boost of 480 spiritual patterns. Had he not upgraded his epic sacred body, the sheer oppressive force of this aura alone would have pinned him to the ground, impossible to pry loose. Size manipulation. Wang Jianqiang's expression grew grave as he uttered a silent command. In the next moment, his form doubled in size, and his bodily density increased twofold. The power of his original 480 spiritual patterns was now doubled, equivalent to 960 patterns. The oppressive aura that had previously made it hard for him to breathe now felt like a gentle breeze, offering no hindrance whatsoever. Break. He punched out, unleashing the full force of power equivalent to 960 spiritual patterns. Boom. The spiritual energy palm imprint shattered instantly. A powerful shockwave invaded Wang Jianqiang's body through his fist. However, against his formidable physical defense, this backlash caused no damage. Leveraging the force of the rebound, Wang Jianqiang fled the Bluestone Plaza at astonishing speed, racing upward against the current of the cold pond. How is this possible? On the other side, Lin Xianer stood stunned. She was a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even a casual palm strike would have forced any ordinary early Foundation Establishment cultivator to brace themselves. Yet Wang Jinxiang was merely at the peak of qi refinement. It was already astonishing enough that he hadn't been immobilized by the pressure of her attack, but he had also neutralized her strike without a scratch. Was this something a qi refinement cultivator could achieve? If she couldn't clearly sense his cultivation level, she might have suspected he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator in disguise. The next moment, Lin Xianer snapped back to reality. "You old scoundrel, you want to escape," she snorted coldly, dashing out of the plaza and chasing upward. Outside, with her mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation, she could have caught Wang Jinxiang in an instant. But within the cold pond, the water hindered movement. The faster one moved, the greater the resistance. The speed gap between them was significantly narrowed. Despite this, within just a quarter of an hour, she still caught up to him. Go. Having learned from the previous lesson, she no longer underestimated Wang Jinxiang. She directly used a talisman treasure. A jade-white small sword materialized, piercing through the water toward him. Sensing the sharp aura approaching from behind, Wang Jianqiang's expression turned grim. He tossed out several perfect magical artifacts in succession and detonated them. The immense explosive force slowed the jade-white sword, while Wang Jinxiang, propelled by the blast, surged ahead, widening the gap with Lin Xianer once more. Lin Xianer's expression darkened as she recalled the talisman treasure with a wave of her hand. Under the erosion of the cold pond's water, the talisman treasure's power was greatly suppressed, unleashing only slightly more force than her own. Continuing to use it would only waste its charges. Shortly after, she caught up to Wang Jinxiang again. Bind. This time she extended her hand and shot out a stream of spiritual energy. As it neared Wang Jinxiang, it suddenly transformed into thousands of hair-thin threads of spiritual energy winding toward him. Wang Jinxiang, without looking back, hurled several more perfect magical artifacts downward. Boom, boom. Amidst consecutive explosions, the spiritual energy threads, though incredibly resilient and undestroyed, were severely obstructed and could barely advance. By the time the explosive force subsided, Wang Jinxiang had long since escaped the thread's attack range. "Let's see how many magical artifacts you have left to self-destruct," Lin Xianer sneered, continuing her pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the chase had lasted an entire day. They were nearly out of the cold pond, yet Lin Xianer still hadn't caught Wang Jinxiang. She was beginning to doubt her own existence. If she remembered correctly, in this one day of pursuit, Wang Jinxiang had self-destructed nearly 100 magical artifacts. On top of that, he had consumed dozens of replenishing spirit pills. How could a decrepit old man on the verge of death possess so many high-grade magical artifacts and elixirs? Even the personal son of the Harmony Sect sect leader couldn't be this extravagant. Splash. Just then, a sound of breaking water came from above. Lin Xianer looked up. Wang Jinxiang had already burst out of the cold pond. Seeing this, instead of urgency, a cold smile crept onto her face. Within the cold pond, the stronger one's cultivation, the more their speed was suppressed. Once outside, without the water's hindrance, with her mid-stage Foundation Establishment speed, she could catch that old scoundrel in an instant. Wang Jinxiang burst out of the cold pond and reached down towards it. The five-element sword formation instantly transformed into a barrier enveloping the cold pond. Then he unleashed his full speed, charging towards a distant range of snowy mountains. A death struggle. Under the cold pond, Lin Xianer let out a cold laugh, pointing a finger downwards. The five-element sword formation immediately collapsed, and then shot out of the cold pond, relentlessly pursuing Wang Jinxiang. After leaving the cold pond, Lin Xianer unleashed her mid-Foundation Establishment speed. Like a long rainbow cutting through the sky, she instantly appeared behind Wang Jinxiang. She pressed her palm down. A massive spiritual power hand came crashing down. Wang Jinxiang had no choice but to stop fleeing and countered with a punch. Boom! After a loud bang, blood spilled from Wang Jianqiang's mouth as he continued to approach the ice mountain. Lin Xianger's expression was icy as she once again caught up to him. Boom! With another resounding crash, Wang Jinxiang was propelled backward again, but he forcefully controlled his body midair and flew towards the ice mountain. So resilient. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xianger's face, followed by a cold laugh. I want to see just how long you can endure. As she sneered, she once again chased after Wang Jinxiang. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing chase was filled with constant roaring sounds. Wang Jinxiang was sent flying backward in a flurry of crashes. Even though his physique could match 960 spirit patterns, he still couldn't fully withstand the impact. As his injuries continued to accumulate, they became increasingly severe. Meanwhile, he was also getting closer to the edge of the snowy mountain range. Boom! After another loud bang, Wang Jinxiang heavily fell at the foot of an ice mountain. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xianger caught up. Are you finally unable to hold on? Her white dress fluttered as she looked down at Wang Jinxiang, like a celestial being, her face filled with hatred. Old man, die. Her fingertips shimmered with spiritual light, preparing to unleash a lethal strike on Wang Jinxiang. Just then, the once frigid world suddenly became scorching hot. Lin Xianger was taken aback, her figure flashing. In the next moment, a ball of flame whizzed past her. Though she wasn't touched, she still felt a searing pain in her body, as if her spiritual power was about to ignite. Just as Lin Xianger managed to stabilize her position, a sound of breaking air suddenly reached her ears. Looking up, she saw a blue light diving towards her at an astonishing speed. Within the blue light was a palm-sized blue bird. The bird appeared frail, seemingly posing no threat. However, its terrifying speed and the scorching aura that accompanied its approach reminded Lin Xiang. This bird was terrifying. Whoosh! As Lin Xianger assessed the blue-feathered bird, it had already reached her. Lin Xianger's heart raced as she quickly dodged. Boom! The ground trembled, and a mass of blue flames spread out. The ice and snow-covered ground quickly turned into scorched earth. At that moment, Lin Xianger suddenly turned her head. She discovered that Wang Jinxiang was attempting to escape. Her expression turned cold as she prepared to chase after him. Caught just as she was about to pursue, a clear melodious cry suddenly came from the ground. In the next moment, a wave of blue flames descended upon her like a sea of fire. Her heart skipped a beat. She had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Wang Jinxiang and fully focus on resisting the flames' assault. However, the power of the blue flames exceeded her expectations. Every defense she attempted against the blue flames was as fragile as a bubble instantly dissolving away. What kind of spiritual beast is this so formidable? A wave of horror coursed through her heart as she hurriedly dodged. Just as she narrowly escaped, another wave of flames surged toward her, forcing her to awkwardly evade once more. But this time she was unable to evade completely. A thin strand of flame clung to her shoulder. The skin on her shoulder instantly charred black, and the searing flames rapidly spread outward from that point. Lin Xianger was startled and quickly gathered her spiritual power to suppress it. Although she managed to extinguish the flames with great difficulty, she suffered no serious injuries. However, her spiritual power had diminished by a full 10% in that moment. This wasn't from consumption, but rather from the flames that had clung to her and burned away. Lin Xianger was horrified. Such a terrifying fire was something she had never heard of. She dared not linger with the blue-feathered bird any longer and turned to flee. However, the bird seemed intent on pursuing her, refusing to relent. This made her anxious while also feeling a sense of imbalance in her heart. Just moments ago, she was not alone here. That old man was also present. Why was this strange bird fixated solely on her? Was she really that unlucky? A mid-foundation establishment cultivator was fast, but the blue-feathered bird was equally swift, if not faster. After a series of chases, not only did Lin Xianger fail to escape, but she was also struck by the blue flames several times. Her clothes were tattered and her internal spiritual power was depleted by over 80%. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the blue-feathered bird suddenly crashed into her. The speed was so fast that Lin Xianger didn't have any time to react before being struck. Lin Xianger spat out a mouthful of blood, flying far away. After falling to the ground, she disregarded her injuries and used the remaining 2% of her spiritual power to extinguish the blue fire clinging to her. However, as the blue fire was extinguished, her internal spiritual power was completely depleted. Not only that, she was severely injured from the previous collision, now left with barely any strength. Just as despair settled in her heart, she suddenly heard a loud roar coming from the distance. The blue-feathered bird seemed to be drawn away, no longer pursuing her, but instead turned to fly towards the source of the sound. Seeing this, Lin Xianger let out a long sigh of relief. She had no idea what the earlier commotion was, but regardless, she was fortunate that the strange bird had been distracted. Otherwise, she would surely have faced certain doom today. Just as she intended to leave this place and find a safer spot to heal and recover, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Lin Xianger looked up, her expression freezing. Wang Jinxiang. At the same time, Wang Jinxiang also looked down at her. Upon seeing her, he seemed somewhat surprised, instinctively wanting to flee, but then he seemed to notice something and dove down in front of Lin Xianger. Lin Xianger, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. You don't seem to be in great shape. Lin Xianger felt a bitter pang in her heart. This was like escaping from a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. In her current state, even an ordinary Qi refinement completion cultivator could easily defeat her. Facing this old man, she had no chance of victory. What's wrong? Weren't you pretty impressive before? No words now. Wang Jinxiang looked at Lin Xianger with mockery. Lin Xianger snorted coldly. Cut the nonsense, what do you want? Wang Jinxiang sized her up with a grin. Guess. You despicable wretch. How dare you? As if struck by a sudden realization, a flicker of terror glimmered in Lin Xianger's eyes. Wang Jinxiang sneered at the sight. I was merely jesting. I never resort to coercion in such matters. Besides, with your profound hatred for me, do you truly believe I would keep an enemy by my side? A murderous intent flashed across his countenance. A glimmer of spiritual light flickered before him, and the perfect cloud-water cold light sword materialized. Just then an untimely voice echoed from afar. Oh, there's another disciple of the Joyous Union Sect here. Wang Jinxiang furrowed his brow. He refrained from slaying Lin Xianger outright. Turning his gaze, two robust figures came into view. The pair, one male and one female, possessed imposing physiques. Spotting their signature bulging muscles, Wang Jinxiang instantly recognized their origin, the Hehuan Sect. I thought we'd be scolded for letting one escape, but fate has delivered another to us. Our luck is rather splendid. The woman among them smiled at Wang Jinxiang, her eyes gleaming with a chilling edge. I don't recall ever offending either of you. Wang Jinxiang regarded them with a placid gaze. The man's cultivation was at the second revolution stage, while the woman's was at the first revolution stage. Hey, you must have secured your spot in the secret realm through connections, right? A sneer of contempt flashed in the man's eyes. No wonder you're so ignorant. But I feel it's better to let you die in blissful ignorance. Wang Jinxiang narrowed his eyes. This brat had a massive frame, but a venomous tongue. Just then the burly woman beside the man seemed to lose patience. Why waste words on such trash? Take his head and report back. The man nodded with a smile and stepped forward. Old fool, will you take your own life, or shall I do the honors? But be warned. If I act, I won't grant you a swift death. Is that so? Wang Jinxiang chuckled, also taking a step forward. I happen to have a taste for unpleasantness. Why not give it a try? The man's expression turned icy. Just as he was about to unleash a customary threat and strike, he suddenly noticed the figure behind Wang Jinxiang. Lin Xianger had been concealed behind Wang Jinxiang, hidden from their view. But as he stepped forward, her form was inadvertently revealed. You? This? I. The man's eyes bulged wide, his unfinished words caught in his throat as his tongue began to stumble. Good heavens! Wasn't this Lin Xianger, the foremost prodigy of the profound, clear palace? What was she doing here? And why was she in such a wretched state? Who had reduced her to this? He swallowed hard, a tremor coursing through his heart. Could it be this old codger? What's taking you so long to make a move? The woman grew impatient at the man's hesitation. He turned back, his expression more bitter than a cry. He pointed behind Wang Jinxiang. The woman was taken aback and instinctively looked over. In the next instant, her face froze, etched with sheer horror. What's wrong? I'm waiting. Why don't you strike? Wang Jinxiang grinned at them. Changed your minds. That won't do. A man must keep his word. Every word must count. If you dare not act, then I shall. Hearing this, the pair shuddered. Without a second thought, they turned and fled. Wang Jinxiang shook his head in disdain. Had they stood their ground, he could have slain them with ease. But now their fighting spirit was utterly shattered. Both were at the Qi refinement perfection stage, and he was even of a slightly higher cultivation. If they were determined to escape, catching them would require considerable effort. With this in mind, he glanced at his shoulder. Little chick, they're yours. At his command, the chick lazily spread its wings. Its tiny wings curled into a flicking motion, then lightly snapped forward. Two inconspicuous streams of cyan flame streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to the fleeing duo. The searing flames enveloped them, instantly piercing their sturdy flesh and reducing their internal organs to ash. Wang Jinxiang flickered, appearing before the man's corpse. Before his lingering soul could dissipate, he pressed his hand onto the crown of his head. His spiritual sense surged inward. Moments later, Wang Jinxiang extracted the desired information from the fragmented soul. According to the Hehuan Sect disciples' memories, a little demoness had emerged within the Joyous Union Sect. At the Greenstone Plaza during the struggle for meditation cushions, she had slain numerous disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect. After entering the medicine garden, she encountered Su Su, the foremost outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and gravely wounded her. Now the 10,000 Swords Sect and the Hehuan Sect had forged an alliance to hunt down the Joyous Union Sect disciples. This man and woman had originally been pursuing Su Yutong and Yi Lingyun alongside Yang Yun, the second prodigy of the Hehuan Sect. Yang Yun had been lured away by Yi Lingyun. The pair had chased Su Yutan to this place only to lose her stumbling upon him by chance. Yi Lingyun. From the woman's memories, he learned that Yang Yun had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Since Yi Lingyun could hold him off, he too must have reached foundation establishment. He considered following to see if there was an opportunity to assassinate Yi Lingyun. After a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea for now. First, he would secure Lin Xiener. How dare you kill a disciple of my Hehuan Sect? Old fool, you must have the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Just then a grim voice suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. In the next instant, a formidable spiritual pressure of the foundation establishment stage descended like a raging tide. Caught off guard, Wang Jinxiang staggered under the weight. He turned to look. A towering figure had materialized in midair unbeknownst to him. Hehuan Sect's Yang Yun. Laying eyes on the figure, Wang Jinxiang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Hadn't he gone to hunt down Yi Lingyun? Why had he returned? Could it be he failed to catch him? At this thought, a pang of regret stirred in Wang Jianqiang's heart. Old waste, how dare you ignore me? You seek death. Seeing Wang Jinxiang sizing him up with an indifferent air, Yang Yun erupted in fury. He dove down at an astonishing speed. Without employing any techniques, he simply rammed straight into him. A heat-and collision. Do you think you're tougher than me? Wang Jinxiang sneered, his body instantly swelling. Then he leaped into the air. Boom. They collided, and Yang Yun was sent hurtling back, a look of astonishment on his face. Yet as a body-tempering cultivator, his physique was formidable, and he emerged unscathed. You're only at the qi refinement stage. How can your strength be so immense? After steadying himself, he stared at Wang Jinxiang in utter bewilderment. Then his gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Xiener, and his eyes widened in shock. Lin Xiener, what was she doing here? And she appeared to be severely injured. Could it be this man had gravely wounded her? At this realization, he looked at Wang Jinxiang in disbelief. A qi refinement cultivator gravely wounding a foundation establishment cultivator. Impossible, right? Whoosh. Just as Yang Yun's heart was filled with doubt and hesitation, too timid to advance, yet too proud to retreat, a series of rumbling noises suddenly echoed from behind. He turned to look, a flicker of light passing through his gaze, and his expression instantly relaxed. At the same time, Wang Jinxiang also noticed the two figures appearing on the horizon. The two were locked in a chase. The young girl ahead appeared very small, with a slender and delicate figure, her exquisite features nearly flawless. The woman behind had a comely face, but an extraordinarily robust build. Yang Yun was already considered a burly man, yet this comely woman was even taller and more muscular. Every move she made exuded sheer ferocity. Mu Lingxi, Su Su. Upon seeing them, Wang Jinxiang instantly recognized the pair. He subconsciously checked their information. Su Su seemed to have encountered an incredible opportunity, her cultivation having reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, just like Lin Xiener. As for Mu Lingxi, her cultivation remained at the qi refining stage, unchanged from before she entered the secret realm. However, what astonished Wang Jinxiang was that despite being pursued by Su Su, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, Mu Lingxi, though at a disadvantage, was not entirely defenseless. Due to her inferior speed, Su Su could easily close the distance between them and launch attacks. Yet facing Su Su's assaults, she managed to withstand each one with minimal cost, using the recoil to widen the gap again. In this relentless chase, the two quickly drew near. Oh, it's you, Mu Lingxi said, a trace of disappointment flashing across her exquisite face as she saw Wang Jinxiang. She had been pursued for nearly half a day. Earlier, sensing the fluctuations of a battle nearby, she thought of coming here to see if there was a chance to shake off the pest behind her. She hadn't expected it to be him. Then her gaze swept over Yang Yun. You're being targeted too. Since you're here, I'll give you a hand. Before Mu Lingxi finished speaking, she reached out with her hand. Crackle. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward Yang Yun. Yang Yun's expression hardened as he threw a punch. The lightning shattered, but his body stiffened for an instant. Then Mu Lingxi's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Get out of here quickly. At the same time, Su Su's voice rang out. Junior brother Yang, forget about that old geezer for now. Help me stop this little demoness. The next moment, both women frowned. Wang Jinxiang and Yang Yun seemed not to have heard them, neither making a move. Mu Lingxi was furious. She had intended to help, so what was wrong with this old man? Originally planning to leave quickly, his ungrateful behavior changed her mind. Whoosh. With a flash of lightning, Mu Lingxi appeared before Wang Jinxiang, fuming. What's wrong with you, old man? I graciously helped you escape, and you don't appreciate it. Huh. Mid-sentence, she suddenly noticed the disheveled figure behind Wang Jinxiang. Lin Xiener. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wang Jinxiang in shock. Did you do this? Meanwhile, Su Su caught up and stopped beside Yang Yun. Junior brother Yang, I told you to stop her. Why didn't you move? A hint of reproach flickered across Su Su's face. This little demoness with her lightning attribute physique was truly troublesome. Her speed and attack power far surpassed those of other attributes, and the numbing sensation from each strike was endlessly irritating. That was why the chase had dragged on so long. If Yang Yun had heeded her and lent a hand, she might have caught the little demoness by now. Facing Su Su's accusatory demeanor, Yang Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, nor was he afraid of the old man escaping. Rather, he feared that the moment he made a move, he would be ambushed by this old geezer. This old man was truly uncanny. Even Lin Siener had fallen into his hands, so he had to be cautious. Senior Sister Su, look over there. He pointed behind Wang Jinxiang. Su was about to scold him further, but paused, turning to look. Then her pupils abruptly contracted. That was Lin Siener. No. How could the top outer disciple of Xinqing Palace be in such a sorry state? Could it be? This old geezer did it. Thinking this, she instantly understood Yang Yun. Better safe than sorry. If Lin Siener was indeed severely injured by this old man, his strength must not be underestimated and caution was warranted. Her expression shifted as she secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Siener. Fairy Lin, can you tell me what happened? She felt it necessary to understand the situation. If that old geezer truly had the power to gravely wound Lin Siener, it would be difficult to kill the little demoness Mu Lingxi today. Lin Siener's face was grim. Falling into the hands of this old geezer from the Hehuan Sect was already hard for her to bear. Being stared at with astonishment by others only intensified her sense of humiliation to the extreme. In the past, the gazes she received were filled with admiration, reverence, envy. When had she ever encountered such a scene? It was as if her pride was being trampled underfoot. Hearing Su Su's transmission, she stirred about to respond. Wang Jinxiang suddenly glanced at her. Her expression froze. Hey, I'm talking to you. Beside her, Mu Lingxi, seeing Wang Jinxiang ignore her again, was so angry she nearly jumped. Wang Jinxiang looked at her, then at Su Su and Yang Yun, a faint smile spreading across his face. Do you two also want to know who injured Fairy Lin? Su Su glared coldly at Wang Jinxiang. What are you claiming it was you? Wang Jinxiang shook his head and patted the blue-feathered bird on his shoulder. Little chick, tell them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little chick let out a series of random calls. Su Su, Yang Yun, and even Mu Lingxi were utterly baffled. Did he really think others could understand bird language? Wang Jinxiang gave little chick a sharp flick on the head. Stupid bird, did you actually start talking? Attack them. A hint of grievance flashed in the bird's eyes. Yet its movements were instant. It flew into the air, flapping its tiny wings. The world suddenly grew scorching hot. A vast expanse of cyan flames condensed and surged towards Su Su and Yang Yun. As the cyan flames approached, the terrifying heat not only felt like it was melting their flesh, but also agitated the spiritual energy within their bodies. It was as if the chi inside them was about to boil. Shock flashed across both their faces. Careful, these flames can burn spiritual energy. Su Su reacted first. She threw a punch the size of a clay pot. The force of the fist erupted, shattering the flames into countless fragments of cyan fire that scattered. Two figures shot out from the flames, dodging far away. Though they were quick, the sheer number of shattered cyan flames was overwhelming. Despite their best efforts to evade, they were still touched by the cyan fire. After great difficulty, they managed to extinguish it, looking utterly disheveled. When they looked back at little chick, both their faces were marked with horror. What kind of strange bird was this? Senior Sister Su, this monstrous bird is too powerful. With Mu Lingxi and that old man added to the mix, the two of us alone may not be able to withstand them. Yang Yun stared at the sky with a grave expression, secretly transmitting her voice to Su Su beside her. No matter. We only need to hold them off for a moment. Gao Ming and Bai Jia are nearby. They will arrive shortly. Earlier, while pursuing Mu Lingxi and sensing her troublesome nature, she had already contacted Gao Ming and Bai Jia. The two were now very close. Hearing Su Su's words, Yang Yun felt a surge of relief. Gao Ming and Bai Jia ranked 3rd and 4th respectively among the outer disciples of Hehuan Sect. When they first entered the secret realm, Gao Ming's cultivation was at the 2nd transformation stage, while Bai Jia was at the 1st transformation stage. However, the two had encountered remarkable fortune within the secret realm, reaping many benefits. Both had now successfully achieved foundation establishment. Once they arrived and joined forces, the 4 of them would render this monstrous bird insignificant. As for Mu Lingxi and that old man, Mu Lingxi required caution. Although her raw strength fell short of a foundation establishment cultivator, her speed was extraordinary. Coupled with her lightning attribute, even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator would suffer if careless when facing her. As for that old man, though his physique was not unremarkable, he was nothing to fear. Whoosh! After its strike, the little chick charged toward the two of them. Its feathers ignited with blazing azure flames. Strands of azure flame coalesced around its body, transforming it into a firebird over 10 zhang in size. Join forces. Susu's expression turned solemn as she let out a low cry. Her figure suddenly surged, expanding like a small giant. She threw a punch, unleashing an explosive shockwave. The terrifying force of her fist erupted as a shockwave surging outward. Simultaneously, Yang Yun dared not delay. As Susu struck, he also threw a punch. Around his fist swirled streams of dark yellow energy. His punch seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 Junes, slow and heavy. The dark yellow fist force followed closely behind Susu's. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed in midair. Violent shockwaves rippled outward, and the sky seemed to rain azure fire. Amid the raging spiritual energy and flames, the giant bird formed by the little chick's azure flames shattered its small body, hurtling backward. On the other side, Susu and Yang Yun were also knocked back, their bodies bearing more burn marks. After this clash, they finally grasped the true nature of this monstrous bird. Its overwhelming strength stemmed solely from its innate flame abilities. Its cultivation level was actually not high, merely at the early foundation establishment stage. The realization only deepened their astonishment. The more they understood, the more extraordinary this bird proved to be. Chirp, chirp. Just then the little chick attacked again. The two gritted their teeth and charged forward simultaneously. The fierce battle erupted once more. Hey, your bird is quite impressive. Watching the intense battle in the sky, a hint of awe flickered across Mu Lingxi's face. Wang Jinxiang smiled upon hearing this. He turned to Mu Lingxi. Little girl, the little chick alone can't kill these two. We need to help. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's address, Mu Lingxi frowned, clearly displeased. But soon another matter caught her attention. Little chick, you gave such a beautiful bird such an ugly name. What's wrong with little chick? It's easy to remember and sounds nice. What's the problem? Wang Jinxiang pursed his lips. He had racked his brains, rising early and working late to come up with this name. It was stylish yet elegant, yet not cliché. How was it ugly? Mu Lingxi found it beyond words and chose to ignore the old man. Electric light flickered around her body, and with a flash she appeared over 10 zhang away. Wait! Just then Wang Jinxiang suddenly called out. Mu Lingxi halted instantly and turned back. What's wrong? When Susu was chasing me, she already contacted other Hehuan Sect disciples. We need to kill them and leave quickly, or their reinforcements will arrive. Wang Jinxiang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. They're already here. Mu Lingxi froze, then looked up. She noticed two figures rapidly approaching from afar. Even from several li away, two powerful auras were already faintly spreading. Both are at Foundation establishment. Wang Jianqiang's brow slowly furrowed. If he unleashed his full strength, he might be able to contend with an early Foundation establishment cultivator. However, due to his limited spiritual energy reserves, he couldn't sustain the fight for long. Inevitably, he would lose. As for Mu Lingxi, unless she had hidden tricks, her strength was likely on par with his. And the little bird couldn't kill Susu and Yang Yun. Once those two Hehuan Sect members arrived, the battle would likely turn against them. At this thought, Wang Jinxiang already felt a retreat forming in his mind. Little chick, come back, he called out. The little chick halted its assault and prepared to retreat. Think you can leave now? Too late. A cold gleam flashed across Susu's face as her body swelled further. In that moment, she pushed her cultivation to its limits. With a sonic boom, she charged forward fiercely. She threw a punch at the little chick. The chick was forced to turn and counter. Moments later, Yang Yun caught up as well. Yang Yun was also fighting with all his might. His physique had also expanded dramatically. Though not matching Susu's, it was still formidable. Together, they trapped the little chick, preventing its escape. Seeing this, Wang Jinxiang charged forward directly. He had to help the little chick break free and flee before the two Hehuan Sect cultivators arrived. As he passed Mu Lingxi, a voice entered her ear. Little girl, come help. Mu Lingxi's delicate brows twitched in displeasure. Little, who was he looking down on? Yet she knew this was no time to dwell on trivial matters. Lightning coalesced in her hand, forming a whip dozens of zhang long. Gripping the lightning whip, she charged out. Leave this bird to me, you go block them. Seeing the two approaching, Susu gritted her teeth and said to Yang Yun. All right. Yang Yun immediately disengaged from the battle and rushed toward them. Heaven and earth transformation. Wang Jianqiang's heart swelled with heroic spirit as he roared. He automatically ignored the words, budget version. His body instantly doubled in height. He threw a punch. Boom. With a thunderous blast, Wang Jinxiang and Yang Yun both recoiled. Crackled. Just then a lightning whip lashed straight at Yang Yun. Gritting his teeth, Yang Yun forcibly halted his retreat to block the strike. His body went numb, and with a grunt, he was sent flying back in disarray. By then, Wang Jinxiang had recovered. He threw another punch. The two attacked in turns, giving Yang Yun no chance to catch his breath. Yang Yun was driven back step by step. Slap! At one moment, Yang Yun slipped up, and Mu Lingxi's lightning whip struck him solidly. He spat blood and flew backward. At that moment, Wang Jinxiang threw a punch. It seemed Yang Yun would fall to this blow. Suddenly a surge of spiritual energy intervened, blocking Wang Jianqiang's attack. Wang Jinxiang looked up. The two Foundation establishment reinforcements from Hehuan Sect had arrived. It was one of them who had just acted, deflecting his strike. In the end, it's too late. It seems. They'll have to fight to the death. As two Foundation establishment cultivators joined the fray, the battlefield fell into an abrupt silence. Su Su ceased her entanglement with the chick. Yang Yun had survived her brush with death. The duo retreated before the two reinforcements. The chick also returned to Wang Jianqiang's shoulder at his beckoning gesture. Old fellow, your spirit beast is indeed formidable. But you yourself are far too weak. Now that we are four, let's see how you can still be so arrogant. Su Su's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Wang Jinxiang. Her robes were scorched and tattered in many places. Her healthy bronze skin bore numerous blackened burn marks. Even her hair was singed unevenly, leaving her in a state of utter dishevelment. At that moment, her heart blazed with an inferno of rage. Within her sect, she had always been the one to beat others. When had she ever been so miserably battered? Wang Jinxiang did not respond to her. Instead, he glanced at Mu Lingxi. Little girl, will have to fight for our lives soon. If you get a chance, flee. Don't worry about me. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Mu Lingxi felt a warmth in her heart. This old fellow, though not exactly pleasing to the eye, had a good heart after all. Just as she was secretly moved, Wang Jianqiang's next words came. Of course I won't worry about you either. Mu Lingxi's expression instantly darkened. She retracted a portion of her gratitude. She snorted, why should we flee? Nonsense, can you kill an early Foundation establishment cultivator? Wang Jinxiang rolled his eyes. Why not? Mu Lingxi retorted. Wang Jinxiang was taken aback. He looked at Mu Lingxi's supremely confident face. You really can? Mu Lingxi nodded. Onion, a sure kill. Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. In that case, perhaps they truly didn't need to flee. Damn it. Su Su, seeing Wang Jinxiang ignore her, felt her fury burn even brighter. Attack. Yang Yun and I will hold off that strange bird. You two go and kill that old bastard and that little she-devil. Su Su commanded. Gao Ming and Bai Jie then charged forward first. Yang Yun, Gao Ming, and Bai Jie followed closely behind. Chick, you go block that muscle woman and the one called Yang Yun, Wang Jinxiang said in a low voice. Chirp chirp. The chick was practically Wang Jianqiang's foremost general. It never hesitated to carry out his orders, acting immediately. As Wang Jianqiang's words fell, it dashed straight out. Yang Yun, Su Su shouted in a low voice, charging directly to meet it. Behind her, Yang Yun followed closely. A battle erupted instantly between the two women and the bird. Gao Ming and Bai Jie meanwhile rushed towards Wang Jinxiang and Mu Lingxi. They'll hold one off, you go kill the other, Wang Jinxiang barked, charging straight at Gao Ming. Old fool, in such a hurry to die. Gao Ming sneered, his stature instantly rising to match Wang Jianqiang's height. Bang bang bang. The two clashed like a pair of little giants, trading blow for blow. On the other side, Bai Jie charged straight at Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi had remained standing still, watching Bai Jie's rapid approach. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Her delicate fair hands instantly formed a strange hand seal. 3 incarnations. Emerge. When she uttered the words 3 incarnations, her voice was merely a slightly immature young girl's tone. But as she spoke the word emerge, 2 more mature voices suddenly emerged, merging with her original voice. As the word emerge fell, 2 figures suddenly stepped out from her body, standing to her left and right respectively. On the left stood a tall, slender woman. Her long hair cascaded down like a 3,000-foot waterfall to her waist. Her features were exquisitely perfect, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the 9 heavens untouched by worldly dust. In terms of temperament and appearance, even Dong Ro and Yin Qingxian paled slightly in comparison. The only flaw was her assets were somewhat meager. On the right stood a stunningly beautiful woman who appeared around 30. Also with long hair, a tall figure, and delicate features. Upon closer inspection, one could discover the young woman and the beautiful woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Lingxi, as if they were different-aged versions of her. Seeing this bizarre scene, Bai Jie's heart leaped, and his charge involuntarily slowed. Then he suddenly saw 3 pairs of eyes as if cast from the same mold staring coldly at him. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Thunderclap, banish evil. The young girl version of Mu Lingxi raised a hand towards the sky. Crackle, in an instant the winds and clouds changed color. Bolts of lightning slithered out from the clouds like giant pythons, then merged into a single spear of lightning that stabbed downwards. Bai Jie instinctively tried to dodge. Mystic Soul Ice Prison. The youthful woman version of Mu Lingxi suddenly pointed at him. Within dozens of zhang around Bai Jie, the temperature plummeted abruptly. Bai Jie felt a sudden chill all over, and a layer of solid ice instantly formed on his body. His body stiffened, and even the spiritual energy within him seemed about to freeze, its circulation slowing. But he was after all at the Foundation establishment stage. His liquefied spiritual energy had already undergone a qualitative change. Leveraging the inherent strength of his liquefied spiritual energy, he directly broke through the ice's seal, allowing it to circulate freely within him. As his spiritual energy flowed, the ice on his body shattered instantly. Seeing the lightning spear about to descend, he leaped into the air, attempting to evade. Wind barrier. Just then, the beautiful woman version of Mu Lingxi suddenly waved her hand. Bai Jie felt as if he had crashed into a solid wall, rebounding forcefully. His expression changed as he looked around. Only then did he realize a wall of wind had coalesced around him without his notice. Boom. The next moment, the lightning spear descended. Crackle. Endless lightning raged, turning the area for dozens of zhang into a sea of electricity. When the lightning dissipated, a charred figure plummeted limply to the ground. The youthful woman version of Mu Lingxi pressed her palm forward. The charred corpse was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. The beautiful woman version formed a blade with her hand and severed the ice sculpture along with Bai Jie's head in one stroke. In but a few moments, Bai Jie, an early Foundation establishment cultivator, was dead. Sensing the disturbance, the other two battlefields fell silent for a moment. Su Su and Yang Yun, along with Gao Ming, who had just exchanged several blows with Wang Jinxiang, all retreated. The three stared at the headless corpse on the ground, their expressions dark. Retreat. Su Su glanced resentfully at Wang Jinxiang and Mu Lingxi, then warily at the chick. With a low shout, she flew towards the horizon with her two companions. Seeing the three fly away, Wang Jinxiang flickered and appeared beside Mu Lingxi. His gaze couldn't help but sweep over the youthful woman and the beautiful woman versions of Mu Lingxi. Two sets of information simultaneously appeared in his mind. Name: Mu Lingxi. Gender: female. Cultivation: Qi, refining perfection. Age: 28. Root: water type, celestial root. Karma value: 20. Name: Mu Lingxi. Gender: female. Cultivation: Qi, refining perfection. Age: 38. Root: wind type, celestial root. Karma value: 20. Seeing the karma values in his mind, Wang Jinxiang was utterly bewildered. Damn, not clones. If they were clones, how could there be three different ages? Recovering his wits, he stared at Mu Lingxi in astonishment. These two aren't your clones. Mu Lingxi looked at Wang Jinxiang in surprise, not expecting his perception to be so sharp. She shook her head. They are not clones. I once cultivated a special technique. You can think of them as me at two other stages of my life. Hearing this, Wang Jinxiang said thoughtfully, I see. So whoever marries you in the future will be quite fortunate, won't they? What? Mu Lingxi was initially unresponsive. Then, as if realizing something, a flush of crimson swept across her delicate face. What are you thinking? She snapped angrily. You're practically at death's door, yet you still dwell on such frivolous thoughts. Frivolous? Don't forget our sect's name. Wang Jinxiang pursed his lips in disagreement. A man remains a boy until death. Though his end was near on the surface, it didn't hinder him from preserving a childlike heart. Just then, a surge of intense curiosity arose within Wang Jinxiang. Since Mu Lingxi's three identities represented three different ages, was her youthful form truly her original version? Could she be feigning youth? With this thought, he couldn't resist posing the question to Mu Lingxi. Hearing his words, Mu Lingxi chuckled. Take a guess. As her words fell, the young woman version and the mature woman version of Mu Lingxi simultaneously walked toward the youthful version and merged into her body. Wang Jinxiang was speechless. All three versions of Mu Lingxi bore identical life auras. How was he supposed to guess? Seeing Wang Jianqiang's defeated expression, Mu Lingxi felt she had finally regained the upper hand, a sense of relief washing over her. She turned her head and froze. Lin Xianer is gone. Hearing this, Wang Jinxiang looked back and found that the spot where Lin Xianer had stood was now empty. Running away is unavoidable. There's nothing we can do. We were all fully engaged in battle with the four from Hehuan Sect with no attention to spare. Lin Xianer isn't foolish. She knew to seize the chance to flee. Wang Jinxiang said these words aloud, consoling himself inwardly. Yet a lingering bitterness remained. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Turning his head, he gave the little chick a sharp flick on the head. You stupid bird. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on her? What were you doing? The little chick's eyes brimmed with grievance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What? I was fighting the enemy. Wasn't it me who held back the two strongest ones? And you never told me to watch her. How dare you talk back? Are you rebelling? Do you think you've grown up? Got your feathers hardened? Can't obey anymore. The little chick. In the end, under Wang Jianqiang's loving guidance, the little chick admitted its mistake. Mu Lingxi. Wang Jinxiang nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Mu Lingxi. Thinking of her triple incarnation body, his heart grew warm and a benevolent smile spread across his face. Little girl, I see your cultivation is still stuck at Qi refinement perfection. Do you lack a foundation establishment pill? If you need pills, just tell Grandpa, and he'll find a way to get them for you. Mu Lingxi was taken aback, then rolled her eyes. If you're so capable, why don't you establish your foundation first? Delay another year or two, and you'll be 6 feet under. Wang Jianqiang's smile froze. This damned girl's tongue was truly venomous. Suppressing the urge to spank her, he made his smile even more tender. Child, how can you speak like that? Grandpa is just a late bloomer, not as pathetic as you imagine. Foundation establishment is nothing to me. Mu Lingxi pursed her lips. A late bloomer. Isn't that a bit too late? Seeing Mu Lingxi's disbelief, Wang Jinxiang shook his head. When I establish my foundation, you'll understand. If you want to break through, then come find me. When he first saw Mu Lingxi, he was surprised she hadn't established her foundation. It wasn't until he saw her triple incarnation body that he finally guessed the reason. Cultivating 3 bodies simultaneously, each with a different attributes, heavenly spirit root. This technique was indeed absurdly powerful. But with such power came a tremendous increase in breakthrough difficulty. Otherwise, with her talent, she shouldn't still be stuck at chi refinement. In truth, Mu Lingxi's situation was exactly that. The triple incarnation technique was an accidental find by her aunt in an ancient ruin. Her aunt never mastered it and later gifted it to her. Though she succeeded in cultivating the technique thanks to her exceptional comprehension, she never anticipated that mastering it would make breaking through major realms thousands of times harder. Even with no shortage of foundation establishment pills, she only reached the 3rd turn before her cultivation came to a complete halt. No matter how she strove, she could never take the final step. She had to accept a harsh reality. Ordinary foundation establishment pills were useless for her breakthrough. Later, a Tao alchemy master told her that only the legendary perfect foundation establishment pill could possibly succeed. But perfect pills were mere legend. Even that master couldn't refine one. However, after consulting ancient texts, the master proposed a new approach. Unable to directly refine a perfect foundation establishment pill, through sheer skill, one could use certain rare herbs to purify ordinary pills, enhancing their efficacy while reducing pill toxins, making them nearly approach perfection. Yet such herbs were extremely scarce, many already extinct. Among them, the 9-leaf crimson lotus was the easiest to find. Still, the most recent sighting of a 9-leaf crimson lotus within the Joyous Union Sect was 50 years ago. Back then, an outer disciple had obtained one in the Cold Pond secret realm. Her reason for entering the Cold Pond secret realm, this time, was precisely the 9-leaf crimson lotus. To enter the medicine garden, she had slaughtered many on the greenstone plaza beneath the cold pond, seizing the first meditation cushion from the numerous 10,000 sword sect disciples. Becoming the first to enter the medicine garden, she searched and finally found the 9-leaf crimson lotus. But she discovered that Su Su of Hehuan Sect had already found it and was about to pick it. Without a second thought, she attacked. Su Su, having only just reached foundation establishment, was caught off guard, severely wounded, and fled in disarray. She successfully obtained the 9-leaf crimson lotus. Yet this also led to the current situation where the Joyous Union Sect was being besieged by both Hehuan Sect and 10,000 Sword Sect. Now that the 9-leaf crimson lotus was in hand, the imitation perfect foundation establishment pill was within reach. If the Tao alchemy master's prediction held true, she would surely succeed in establishing her foundation. The heavy stone pressing on her heart was long gone. Not only did she doubt Wang Jianqiang's ability to help her establish her foundation, but even if he could, she no longer needed it. Thus, upon hearing his words, she merely smiled without a reply. Seeing Mu Lingxi still unimpressed, Wang Jinxiang gave a faint, composed smile. He said nothing further. The danger has passed now. Are you coming with me or going on your own? Wang Jinxiang looked at Mu Lingxi. Now the Hehuan Sect and the 10,000 Sword Sect had already joined forces. Given his relationship with Lin Xian'er, the Xianqing Palace would likely get involved as well. When that happened, the situation would devolve into a siege of the Joyous Union Sect by 3 major powers. He needed to rendezvous with Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue as soon as possible. Mu Lingxi was not weak and she was beautiful. If she joined the team, it would boost their overall strength. He'll go with you. Mu Lingxi responded without a second thought. Was there even a need to think? Now that the members of the Joyous Union Sect had been scattered, finding other disciples would be extremely difficult. And even if she did find other disciples, what then? Could they compare to Wang Jinxiang? Not only could Wang Jianqiang's own combat power match an early foundation establishment cultivator, but his bird was freakishly strong enough to suppress a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Traveling with him was undoubtedly the safest option. Wang Jinxiang nodded. You can follow me, but you must obey my wishes. Agreed. Mu Lingxi nodded in assent. Afterwards, the two of them, along with the bird, moved to a relatively safer spot, rested for half a day, and fully recovered their strength. Seeing that Wang Jinxiang remained in place with no intention of leaving, a flicker of doubt crossed Mu Lingxi's face. This place is close to the cold pond and could be discovered by other factions at any moment. Why don't we leave quickly? Wang Jinxiang glanced at her, waiting for someone. Who? Mu Lingxi was startled. Wang Jinxiang revealed a benevolent smile. "Want to know?" Mu Lingxi nodded. "Call me Grandpa, and Grandpa will tell you." Mu Lingxi's pretty face darkened, and her curiosity vanished instantly. Wang Jianqiang's face still wore that benevolent smile, completely unconcerned. Half a day later, Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as he looked towards the cold pond. Has she come out? Through the soul imprint, he could sense Yi Qingsu's location within a certain range. Earlier, when Yi Qingxue was at the bottom of the cold pond, she had been beyond his perception range. But just now Yi Qingxue had suddenly appeared within his perception. He actively released his soul aura, allowing Yi Qingxue to sense his position through the soul imprint. Before long, two figures flew over from afar. "Someone's coming." Mu Lingxi's expression tightened as she stood up. "No need to be nervous, they're with us." Wang Jinxiang naturally placed his hand on her shoulder, chuckling softly. As if comforting a junior. Mu Lingxi's body stiffened, and she quickly stepped away. Wang Jinxiang withdrew his hand without a trace, unable to resist rubbing his fingers together. So soft and supple as if it had no bones. Moments later, the two arrived. Senior Brother Wang. Seeing Wang Jinxiang, Wang Yuyao immediately came to his side, her expression joyful. "I'm so glad you're safe." She had been terribly worried when Wang Jinxiang entered the qualification assessment space for the herb garden. Fortunately, Yi Qingxue, his soul slave, could sense her master's life or death through the soul imprint. Wang Jinxiang casually put his arm around her. "I'm fine, Master." At this moment, Yi Qingxue stepped forward nervously. "I'm sorry, Master. It was my oversight." Wang Jinxiang nodded expressionlessly. "I don't care if it was intentional or not, but this is the only time. If it happens again, you will not be forgiven." Yi Qingxue's face turned pale. "Understood, Master." Listening to the exchange between Wang Jinxiang and Yi Qingxue, Mu Lingxi's eyes were already wide with shock. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't she Yi Qingxue? She's a prodigy among the top 10 outer disciples of the Xianqing Palace, and she's calling you Master." Wang Jinxiang nodded. "What can I say? I defeated her earlier, and she was so captivated by my aura that she insisted on acknowledging me as her master. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. I gave her two choices and didn't force her." Mu Lingxi was stunned and couldn't help but look at Yi Qingxue. "What the master said is correct." Yi Qingxue nodded. Indeed, Wang Jinxiang had given her two paths. One was the path of servitude, the other was the path of death. Of course, she dared not expose Wang Jinxiang. Mu Lingxi was speechless. This old fellow certainly had nerve daring to take a disciple of the Xianqing Palace as a slave. This was completely different from simply killing someone. Such an act was a direct slap in the face to the Xianqing Palace. In terms of severity, it even surpassed wiping out all the elite outer disciples of the Xianqing Palace in this generation. Of course, she wasn't going to court trouble by exposing Wang Jinxiang. Such an act would be thankless and would only bring harm, not benefit, to herself and the Joyous Union Sect. Afterwards, the group followed Wang Jinxiang back to the cave. Wang Jinxiang activated the array within the cave. He took a large handful of foundation establishment pills from his storage pouch and tossed them to Wang Yuyao. These were all obtained from killing disciples of various sects during this time. There's only 1 month left until the secret realm's exit opens. You must break through to foundation establishment before the entrance opens. All right. Wang Yuyao nodded and immediately swallowed a foundation establishment pill to begin cultivating. Mu Lingxi watched this scene in astonishment. That large handful of pills had to be at least 20 or 30, right? Giving away so many foundation establishment pills so casually. Wasn't that ridiculously extravagant? She considered herself well-born. But even she couldn't give away foundation establishment pills so freely. Although she didn't spend much time among the outer disciples, she had heard of the famously useless Wang. Now it seemed the rumors were wildly inaccurate. Nothing seemed accurate except his age. Wang Yuyao's breakthrough lasted over 20 days. With the support of ample foundation establishment pills, she finally succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The secret realm's gate is about to open. We need to head to the location of the exit. The day after Wang Yuyao's breakthrough, Wang Jinxiang looked at the three of them. Although entry into the secret realm was random teleportation, the exit was fixed. They had to reach the exit location before it opened. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the secret realm. Since the discovery of the Cold Pond secret realm, no one trapped inside had ever been recorded as surviving. The 10,000 Swords Sect and the Zhenyang Sect won't let us leave easily. Additionally, the Xianqing Sect will likely make a move as well. We must be cautious. A look of gravity crossed Mu Lingxi's face. Wang Jinxiang nodded, looked at Yi Qingxue, and pondered for a moment. If the Xianqing Sect gets involved, you can refrain from acting or find an excuse to attack the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Sect and the Zhenyang Sect. After all, Yi Qingxue was from the Xianqing Sect. If she attacked her fellow disciples, she would surely face severe sect punishment upon leaving the secret realm. If the matter escalated, the fact that he had taken her as a soul slave might also be exposed. Yi Qingxue nodded. Move out. With Wang Jianqiang's command, the group of 4 and 1 bird flew out of the cave, heading towards the location of the secret realm's exit. Within a canyon, hundreds of figures were arrayed in 3 directions. Lu Qing'er, we agreed to jointly besiege the Hehuan Sect, yet your 10,000 sword sect is merely paying lip service. At the forefront of the Hehuan Sect, Su Su clenched her fists, each as large as a clay pot, her delicate face flushed with anger as she glared at a young woman. The woman was clad in a green dress, her posture straight as an arrow. Her waist-length hair cascaded down, making her resemble a peerless sword whose edge was sheathed. Hearing Su Su's rebuke, she merely cast a faint glance and remained silent. Beside her, a young man snorted, "You dare accuse us of holding back?" Our targets included several top 10 disciples, among them Baishi Ruo, the strongest outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Even so, we have slain over a dozen of their fighters, including 2 top 10 geniuses. What of your sect? You've only killed a few insignificant figures, not a single one from the top 10. I think it's your Hehuan Sect that's been slacking off. The young man's words, like his demeanor, were razor-sharp. He was Jianzhu, the second-ranked outer disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Su Su's expression stiffened, her face darkening as she said, "An accident occurred on my end, or I would have already slain that Mu Lingxi." An accident? Lu Qing'er, who had been silent, stirred with interest. Among the disciples who had entered this secret realm besides herself, Lin Xianer, and Baishi Ruo, who else could have made Su Su suffer a setback? She lifted her gaze to Su Su. "What accident?" "An old man," Su Su replied, her face dark and gloomy. Lu Qing'er paused, instinctively recalling the elderly man she had seen in the Hehuan Sect's ranks before entering the secret realm. Those qualified to enter the Cold Pond secret realm were almost all elite outer disciples of their respective sects. An old man with dwindling lifespan was quite memorable. Then a look of astonishment spread across her face. That old man was merely at the chi refining stage, with his potential nearly exhausted and his lifespan fading. Even if he had struck a stroke of luck and achieved foundation establishment, how could he possibly make Su Su, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, suffer a loss? That old man somehow obtained a strange bird whose strength surpasses mine. Though somewhat humiliating, Su Su still forced the words out through clenched teeth. Speaking thus, she turned her gaze to the Xianqing Palace faction. Fairy Lin must know this better than I. Lin Xianer's face darkened upon hearing this. To preserve her image, she had not mentioned the great loss she suffered at Wang Jianqiang's hands after reuniting with the Xianqing Palace disciples. She had only said that she had formed a grudge with the Hehuan Sect. Su Su's exposure of the truth made her feel humiliated. After a moment of silence, she said in a cold voice, "That old man's bird is indeed formidable, I am no match for it. The very reason I sought your alliance is because of the grudge I hold against that old man. Moreover, his character is extremely vile. If you encounter him, you must be cautious." Hearing Lin Xianer's words, Lu Qing'er's curiosity only deepened. A fierce battle intent flashed in her eyes. This canyon was the exit of the secret realm. If the Hehuan Sect wished to leave, they had to come here. A great battle was inevitable. She was somewhat eager to see this old man the two had spoken of, and even more eager to witness the strength of his bird. To be able to make both Lin Xianer and Su Su suffer setbacks, he must be quite skilled. As the 3 sects blocked the canyon's exit, the 30-plus disciples of the Hehuan Sect were gathered on a nearby large mountain. Yi Lingyun, Su Yutong, and Baishi Ruo were among them. Before the group, an oval bronze mirror was suspended in midair, displaying a scene on its surface. It was the very scene inside the canyon. Though the mirror could not transmit sound, the group could infer the situation from the visuals, such as the stance of Xianqing Palace. Xianqing Palace has actually allied with the 10,000 Sword Sect and the Hehuan Sect. Thanks to Senior Brother Yes' spiritual artifact, if we had rushed in blindly, we would have been in grave danger. Murmurs of fear rippled through the crowd. At the front, Baishi Ruo looked at Yi Lingyun and smiled gracefully. "Junior Brother Yi has helped us avert a calamity." Yi Lingyun smiled back. "Senior Sister Bai flatters me. I acquired this item purely by chance." A flicker of admiration shone in Baishi Ruo's eyes. Junior Brother Yi, while being pursued by powerful enemies, managed to retreat calmly and obtain a fortuitous opportunity, breaking through to mid-stage foundation establishment and acquiring this spiritual artifact. This shows your profound fortune. You are destined for great achievements in the future. Senior Sister overpraises me. Yi Lingyun looked at Baishi Ruo's beautiful face, maintaining a calm exterior. Yet deep in his eyes, a flash of pride and a glint of malicious heat flickered. Beside him, Su Yutong frowned as she glanced at Baishi Ruo. She subtly interrupted their conversation. "What shall we do? Wait here forever?" Hearing this, the others also turned their attention to her. Baishi Ruo looked at Yi Lingyun, her meaning clear. Let him decide. Yi Lingyun, having reached mid-stage foundation establishment and wielding a spiritual artifact, was now the strongest in the Hehuan Sect's team. Seeing Bai Shirua's gesture, he did not decline. With a smile, he said, "We wait. When the exit opens, we'll find a chance to break through their blockade." Time passed, and soon the secret realm's opening time arrived. Above the canyon, a large stretch of space suddenly rippled like water, then shattered, forming a massive black chasm about 30 zhang long. The exit has appeared. The members of the three major powers stirred. Yet no one left. A suffocating aura of slaughter filled the air. Still not coming. The entrance only lasts for 2 hours. Let's see how long you can hide. Su swept her gaze around, a cold smirk curling on her lips. Lin Xiener's expression was icy, her spiritual sense already spreading out as she secretly searched for a certain person. In contrast, Lu Qing'er remained composed. She stood with her arms crossed, her posture straight, waiting in silence. What do we do? Do we go out? On the ice mountain, Su Yutong looked at Yi Lingyun. The other's eyes also turned to him. Yi Lingyun stared intently at the canyon, then after a moment, he shouted in a low voice. "Charge out." As his words fell, the group rushed toward the exit in the canyon. "They're here." Lu Qing'er's half-closed eyes snapped open, and a startling sharp aura erupted from her, soaring into the sky. "Kill." Su sneered, leading the Zhengyang sect members as they charged forward. Lin Xiener and Lu Qing'er followed closely behind. The great battle erupted instantly. Yi Lingyun single-handedly faced Su and Lin Xiener. Above his head, a bronze mirror floated, shooting out beams of light. Even the combined efforts of Su and Lin Xiener could not gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Wang Jinxiang stood on another snowy mountain watching the battle in the canyon. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought, pondering how to find an opportunity to bring about Yi Lingyun's downfall. The three major factions harbored grand ambitions, aiming to annihilate everyone in the Joyous Union Sect in one fell swoop. To this end, they deliberately stationed over 50 men near the entrance and set up a barrier. Approximately 60 individuals were truly engaged in the battle. Though this number still held an absolute advantage over the Joyous Union Sect's 30-plus members, it nonetheless gave the sect's ordinary elites a chance to resist. "Senior Brother Yi, they've sealed the exit with a barrier. What should we do?" Su Yutong repelled 3 opponents before her with a single strike, glanced at the barrier in the sky, and anxiously transmitted her voice to Yi Lingyun. The other Joyous Union Sect disciples, almost all besieged by 2 foes each and utterly disheveled, also sent frantic voice transmissions to Yi Lingyun. The ceaseless voice transmissions flooding his mind only exacerbated Yi Lingyun's already irritable mood, his countenance darkening. In his original plan, he intended to lead as many as he could to escape. Once these individuals returned to the sect and spread the tale of his deeds, his prestige would inevitably soar. If absolutely necessary, he would not hesitate to abandon them and flee alone. Yet he never anticipated the 3 factions would be so ruthless as to set up a barrier in advance, determined to let no one escape. Thus, even escaping alone became exceedingly difficult. "Hold on, I'll think of something." After repelling Su and Lin Xiener with a single strike, he sent a soothing voice transmission to the others. A flicker of ferocity then flashed in his eyes. "Master, it seems I must trouble you today. My soul power is nearly depleted. I can only aid you once, after which I will fall into a prolonged slumber. Have you considered this carefully?" A ethereal, melodious female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Yi Lingyun glanced at the jade-white ring on his finger, a look of struggle in his eyes. This ring was his greatest secret. Though born into the Yi clan, he was the son of a maidservant of humble status. It was precisely because he obtained this ring and became the disciple of the soul within it that he could rise swiftly to his current achievements. Once the ring's soul fell into slumber, it meant he would receive no further assistance from her during that period, and his cultivation speed would drastically decrease. Yet in the end, he steeled his resolve. "Master, I've made up my mind. There was no choice. The current situation saw the exit blocked by a barrier. Unless it was broken, he could not leave. As long as the Joyous Union Sect members still lived and could help hold off some enemies, there remained a chance to turn the tide. If all of them perished, even with the Master's soul power, it would be difficult to reverse the outcome. Very well, then let it be as you wish." The ethereal female voice resounded in his mind once more. The next moment, a vast surge of soul power flooded into his sea of consciousness. Yi Lingyun grunted, feeling as though his head were about to explode. Yet simultaneously he experienced an unprecedented sense of power, as if with a single thought, he could annihilate everyone present. This sensation was no illusion, it was reality. With the soul power now in his mind, he indeed could achieve this. But unfortunately, he himself was too weak, able to utilize only a minuscule fraction of that soul energy. Even so, his strength was vastly augmented. With a mere thought, the bronze mirror erupted with an unprecedented spiritual radiance. A formidable wave of spiritual energy spread, and a thick beam of light shot forth from the mirror, splitting in two to strike Lin Xiener and Su. Both spat blood simultaneously and were sent flying backward. This scene stunned everyone, and the entire battlefield fell into a momentary hush. Something's off. On the iceberg, Wang Jinxiang, observing as a bystander with his attention fixed on Yi Lingyun, keenly sensed a peculiarity. Just moments ago, the white ring on Yi Lingyun's finger had flashed with a glimmer, after which Yi Lingyun seemed to have taken a stimulant, his power surging. Clearly that ring was extraordinary. Does the ring amplify cultivation, or is there another reason? Wang Jianqiang's brows knitted tightly. Yi Lingyun evidently harbored a considerable secret. Impossible. In the ravine, Su Su and Lin Xianer, both wounded, exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Moments ago, Yi Lingyun was merely an ordinary Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, only able to withstand their combined assault through the might of a spiritual artifact. Yet in the next instant, his power surged to rival that of the Foundation establishment late stage. Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength? At this thought, both women felt a desire to retreat and cease their attacks. Unlike the two women's wariness, Lu Qing'er, upon sensing Yi Lingyun's sudden explosive aura, displayed an intense fighting spirit. She swung her sword. Bai Ziruo's counterattack shattered instantly, a long bloody gash appearing on her shoulder as she retreated in disarray. You were hiding your strength. Bai Shiruo stepped back in disbelief. She had previously been able to exchange blows evenly with Lu Qing, yet now she couldn't even withstand a single strike. To me, battle is a process of honing my sword intent. How can one temper oneself by crushing opponents with absolute power? Lu Qing'er glanced at her indifferently. But now I've found a better whetstone. With these words, her gaze shifted to Yi Lingyun, and a powerful sword intent locked onto him instantly. The next moment, Lu Qing'er shot toward Yi Lingyun like a razor-sharp flying sword. As they clashed, fierce ripples spread in all directions. Empowered by the mysterious soul force, Yi Lingyun's cultivation rivaled that of a Foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator, and wielding a spiritual artifact further enhanced his strength. Lu Qing'er was merely at Foundation establishment mid-stage, and her sword was only a high-grade magical weapon. Yet the sword intent within her had reached an inconceivable level, making her attacks incredibly sharp, enabling her to contend with Yi Lingyun on equal footing. This woman is so formidable. Watching this, Wang Jianqiang's eyes widened in astonishment. He could fight Foundation establishment cultivators while achieving refining perfection because he cultivated the age saint physique, where his body was unbound by realm limitations. Mu Lingxi could slay early Foundation establishment cultivators at the third turn stage due to her cultivation of a heaven-defying technique, allowing her to manifest a triple realm body. But Lu Qing'er possessed neither a formidable physique nor displayed any heaven-defying techniques. She didn't even employ any sword techniques, only the most basic moves. She achieved cross-realm combat solely through her sword intent. It was utterly astonishing. Sensing Lu Qing'er's power, Yi Lingyun's expression grew darker. The master's soul power boost was time-limited. If delayed by Lu Qing'er, he would eventually reveal his true state. With this thought, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Fall back. Ignoring the strain on his body, he overloaded a powerful soul storm. Terrifying soul energy raged. Lu Qing'er's face paled as she retreated. Yi Lingyun's sea of consciousness was damaged, his head splitting with pain, yet he dared not delay. Follow me to break the barrier. Suppressing his agony, he bellowed and dashed toward the secret realm entrance at top speed. On the iceberg, Wang Jinxiang narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Yi Qingxue behind him. Little Schwerer, follow him. Give him a good surprise at the critical moment. At Yi Lingyun's sharp command, the disciples of the Harmony and Bliss sect swiftly disengaged from their opponents and surged toward the exit of the secret realm. Many desperate to escape were gravely wounded in the process. Yet, even grievously injured, they pressed forward without hesitation toward the exit. Join forces, shatter this barrier. In an instant, Yi Lingyun appeared before the barrier. With a flick of his finger, a thick beam of spiritual energy erupted from the bronze mirror and slammed into the barrier. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. At that very moment, the remaining disciples of the Harmony and Bliss sect arrived, launching wave after wave of attacks upon the barrier. Crack, crack. Fissures multiplied instantly, its structural integrity collapsing to the brink of total annihilation. But just then, the cultivators of the three sects closed in. Hold them off. I'll break the barrier. A flash of urgency crossed Yi Lingyun's face as he barked the order. I'll intercept Lu Qing. Bai Shiruo gritted her teeth. Spiritual light flared around her body as she lunged forward first. The others knew this was the decisive moment. Without hesitation, they threw themselves into the fray. Thwip! A piercing wound tore through Bai Shiruo's shoulder, sending her reeling backward in disarray. Su Yutong spat a mouthful of blood, her aura rapidly weakening. Others likewise recoiled, spitting blood. Several who had already sustained critical injuries perished outright under that onslaught. Meanwhile, the bronze mirror above Yi Lingyun's head unleashed another surge of spiritual light, striking the barrier, already stretched beyond endurance, and shattering it completely. At last, it's broken. Yi Lingyun exhaled deeply in relief. Bai Shuo, Su Yutong, and the rest broke into expressions of elation. Yet before anyone could dash for the entrance, a colossal bronze bell descended, suddenly poised to seal the exit beneath its rim. Brother Yi, don't let that bell descend. Senior Brother Yi, block the bell. Senior Brother Yi. Panic rippled through the crowd. Yet inwardly, Yi Lingyun sneered. Block the bell. If those maintaining the barrier seized this brief respite to regroup and reinforce it, all would be lost. Without glancing back, he ignored their cries entirely and strode straight into the exit. At the very instant he crossed the threshold, a figure materialized before him. She swept her palm outward. The torrent of dense spiritual energy surged forth like a hurricane, engulfing Yi Lingyun. Her appearance was so sudden, so unexpected that he had no time to react. In desperation, he erected only a thin barrier before him, enough to shield his body but insufficient to protect the bronze mirror hovering above his head. The mirror was hurled violently beyond the exit's boundary. My spirit artifact. Yi Lingyun cried out in alarm, reaching instinctively to reclaim it. But before he could act, a violent surge of spatial energy erupted, and he vanished from the secret realm in an instant. In the next breath, the great bell descended, sealing the exit beneath its massive rim. Simultaneously, the disciples of the three sects, who had been sustaining the barrier, finally caught their breath, and a new barrier coalesced seamlessly. The Harmony and Bliss sect disciples stared numbly at the entrance, once again sealed and fiercely guarded, their faces etched with utter despair. That treacherous scoundrel Yi Lingyun had abandoned them and fled alone. The sole path to survival they had carved through blood and sacrifice had been severed. In that instant, fury burned white-hot. Every one of them wished nothing more than to tear Yi Lingyun limb from limb, and cursed him with unrestrained venom. Every female ancestor in Yi Lingyun's lineage received a most fervent and colorful greeting. Among them, Su Yutong was struck hardest. Her family and Yi Lingyun's had long been sworn allies, and marriage between the two had been quietly arranged. Su Yutong herself harbored sincere affection for Yi Lingyun, never imagining in her wildest thoughts that he would one day abandon her without a second glance. While the Harmony and Bliss sect seethed over Yi Lingyun's betrayal, cultivators from the Xianqing Palace, Zhengyang Sect, and Wanjian Gate turned their gazes toward the figure who had appeared so abruptly. It's her, Yi Qingshui. Recognition dawned across their faces. On the ice mountain, Wang Jinxiang watched unsurprised as Yi Qingshui failed to knock Yi Lingyun clear of the exit. A faint smile touched his lips. Leaving behind the mirror is not half bad. Had Xiao Niao or Mu Lingxi slipped in unseen, they might have intercepted Yi Lingyun's escape. Yet such a maneuver would have drawn them directly into the three sects' encirclement, a perilous trade-off. Yi Qingshui, however, being a disciple of the Xianqing sect, faced no such risk once her presence was revealed. Still, as a Foundation establishment initiate, Yi Qingshui stood far below Yi Lingyun, who, having awakened a mysterious power, possessed overwhelming strength. To have stripped him of his spirit artifact, the bronze mirror, was already a remarkable feat. The mirror possessed formidable power, surely enough to haunt Yi Lingyun for many a long day. Within the canyon, Yi Qingshui remained perfectly composed under the weight of countless gazes. She extended her hand, drawing the bronze mirror effortlessly into her grasp. Su Su's expression shifted subtly. She glanced toward the Xianqing Palace cultivators, yet remained silent. Lu Qingyer's countenance stayed placid, unmoved, as though only the sword in her hand held any claim on her attention. Jianzhou, standing beside her, couldn't help but steal another glance at the mirror. Glad you're back. We're hunting down the Harmony and Bliss sect disciples. Rejoin the formation. Lin Xiener's eyes flickered as she observed the bronze mirror resting in Yi Qingshui's palm. Yi Qingshui offered no reply. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Yang Yun. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from her. Yang Yun, you slaughtered 5 of my Xianqing Palace disciples. Today you will pay with your life. With those words, she took a single step forward. An icy pressure locked onto Yang Yun, freezing her in place. Trembling, Yang Yun stared at Yi Qingshui in stunned disbelief. What? When did I ever kill your disciples? I never encountered you. Not once. After entering the Cold Spring secret realm. Dare you still deny it? Yi Qingshui's voice was glacial. A flash of spiritual light coalesced before her, and a flying sword materialized, pointed unerringly at Yang Yun. Yang Yun, is she telling the truth? Seeing Yi Qingshui's unwavering conviction, Su Su turned to Yang Yun. Yang Yun shook her head helplessly. I truly didn't. Su Su nodded, then addressed Lin Xiener. Senior Miss Lin, there must be some misunderstanding here. Lin Xiener frowned, glancing first at the Harmony and Bliss sect disciples, then at Yi Qingshui. Yi Qingshui, this matter can wait. Right now our priority is eliminating the Harmony and Bliss sect. Then in a hushed transmission, she added slaying these disciples was ordered by Elder Song. You do well not to interfere. Yi Qingshui's expression tightened at Lin Xiener's words. She seemed to yield, at least outwardly. With one last venomous glare at Yang Yun, she silently returned to the Xianqing Palace ranks. You've delayed long enough. Shall we begin? Lu Qing'er frowned slightly at Su Su and Lin Xiener. Upon hearing her, both women turned their cold gazes upon the Harmony and Bliss sect disciples and declared we may proceed. Kill. At their command, disciples from both sects charged forward en masse. Kill. As the two sects launched their assault, Lu Qing'er issued her own command and surged ahead. Prepare for a final stand. Bai Xiaoyuo fixed her gaze upon the three sects advancing with lethal intent. Her expression hardened into grim resolve while those behind her wore faces hollowed by despair. Just as battle loomed, a blood-curdling scream tore from the ranks of the Hehuan Sect. A figure flew backward, pierced clean through the chest. The three sects' advance halted instantly. All eyes snapped toward the fallen figure, Yang Yun. Stunned silence fell. Then realization dawning, every gaze swung as one toward a single location. At the edge of the Xianqing Palace formation, a beautiful woman stood motionless. Before her a flying sword hovered, suspended, its blade dripping crimson blood.